What do you think when the United States military was able to take a president in the middle of the night within a 12-hour period? What kind of symbol did that send to the rest of the world?
What do you mean? What do you mean by what kind of symbol?
That they were able to come in and take an unauthorized president per a lot of people, but they were to come take somebody, the most powerful person in charge of a country, and remove them within 8 hours.
Yeah, if you were,
I think it's sorry.
yeah, if you're referring to Venezuela, I think,
Oh yeah, sorry, Venezuela, Maduro. Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, I think that goes directly against why people voted for him. They voted for him to stay out of foreign affairs, and then they somehow applaud him intervening in foreign affairs. So I think it just goes to show that people who vote for Trump don't really know why they vote for him. They just kind of go along with the momentum of things, so to speak.
I would
I think
disagree
it.
on that.
I think it sets a terrible precedent because now countries can just go into other people's countries and take their presidents and
There's that
say,
as well.
"Well, the U.S. did it, so if they can do it, we can do it."
Yeah, that too.
It definitely sent a message throughout the rest of the world, and I think it makes Iran's leadership think about things a little bit.
Hmm.
I think China was like, dude, we weren't going to do Vietnam, but come on, man. I think that
Yeah.
was kind of their mindset. Kind of
So
pushed
wait,
them into
wait.
that kind of category
Let
that
me just make
Matt
sure I got it
shared.
correct. You said you did vote for Trump, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So how do you think he's doing overall? And so do you approve of what he did in relation to that, or I just
In
want to.
relations to military, 10 out of 10.
Okay. So why is that? Why do you think that was a 10 out of 10 move, so to
Why
speak?
would you want to do some kind of diplomatic premise, which he told them, give up now or don't? It's up to you. Why would you want to sacrifice human American United States soldiers
I'm
to do
not.
anything else different?
Well, I'm not sure why we had to intervene in the first place.
Do you understand human rights in Venezuela or are you not familiar with it?
I understand what human rights are. Sure.
Do you understand what human rights are? Do you understand Venezuela?
I understand
Hang
that
on a
Venezuela is
minute.
a country. Yeah.
The U.S. doesn't. Donald Trump does not give a crap about people's human rights. And saying that his reason for intervening in Venezuela is people in Venezuela's human rights
That's
is
wild.
wild. Also, I can tell that you've only ever seen the word premise written down because the word is premise, not
There's
premise.
there's premise and premise, but go ahead.
Guys,
No,
25K.
it's a
We're gonna move to a
premise.
new guest. The people in the request box, I see ya. If you want a new guest quicker, guys, tap 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 tap. 25K. Go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, so it's probably good that you know words. Words are probably important to know. I would agree with Erica there. Yeah.
If you have family and people involved in Venezuela, it's a different story than what you understand on the outside.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. There's always going to be human rights issues in various countries, right? So should we now go into other countries that are potentially having issues? Should we go
Like Saudi
to,
Arabia, for
yeah, say
example.
Saudi
Why aren't you
Arabia?
in
Just
Saudi
any of them.
Arabia?
Yeah, any of them. Iran, Saudi Arabia, Colombia, like just any country. Why don't we start
Iran,
doing
I
that?
wonder, and as far as that goes, that's not an American continent. That's not connected to America like Venezuela. So those are
Venezuela's
two
not
different
connected to America.
perspectives.
Venezuela is not connected to the United States.
I don't.
You're
Yeah.
right. It's in America.
It's in the continent of South America.
But wait, but
Okay,
you
Not
it's
care
in
in.
about
America.
human rights though, you said. So what does it matter what arbitrary name they're under? You care about human rights.
Yes, that's
Did the
why you want to be
United
done.
States go into Chile when General Pinochet was just like abducting people in the middle of the night?
And you think that's okay?
No, no, no. I don't think that's okay. I'm asking you if
So
this
why
is
is
the
that a point of your? Why are you
if
trying
this
to
is
use that as a
the
point?
okay. You clearly weren't listening. I said, did the
I wasn't
United
listening. I did
States?
listen.
No, you didn't. I said,
You
did
didn't
the
listen to what you
United?
said.
So what's the answer to my question that I asked?
You want to bring up different countries and different
No, what's the
situations
answer to the question?
in America, and you want to use it to justify whatever you're trying to
No,
say.
what's the answer to my question?
The answer to your question about Chile being in America, what are you talking about?
I didn't ask a question about Chile being that. I'm just so you didn't listen to my question.
No, you just kind of skipped ahead and wanted to create
No,
your
I
own
didn't. I very
atmosphere
specifically
to
said,
justify
did
yourself.
the United States intervene in Chile when people were going missing in the middle of the night?
No.
That was the question that I asked, which you clearly didn't listen to.
Correct. I didn't listen to it, but I just said yes, and I just said that I agreed that he was doing that. If that's the case, I don't know how to do the research on it.
Don't lie and say you listened to my question if you didn't listen to my
I did
question.
listen to it. I just need you to ask.
The
I need
second
you to ask
time
it
you
correctly.
listened to it. The second time. The first time you said you did listen to my question, but then I had to repeat it because you didn't listen to
Because
it.
I had to work. You had to help you out to actually ask the question to begin with.
Guys,
Right.
keep tapping.
I asked the question, comment section. Did I ask that question initially? And he just wasn't listening. And then I had to repeat the question.
We are getting one yes.
Self-justification. There we go.
Okay, cool.
Oh, so I did ask the question initially. You just weren't listening.
And I answered the question. So you asked about people coming in the nights, kidnapping people in Chile. Okay. If that's true, yes. I haven't seen that, but whatever you say
Who's General
100%
Pinochet? Who's
true.
General Pinochet?
Who's General Finisher?
Yeah, General You're clearly very, very knowledgeable about South American history, sir.
Okay. Is that your point to justify yourself? Is that how you reason with yourself?
I believe General Finisher is on like one of those adult movie channels
Yeah,
that you
that's like
can watch.
that's like a corn star name. I'm General
Yeah, it
Finisher.
really is.
And I'm gonna gosh.
I can't even take this seriously.
I'm
now.
General Finisher, and I will finish all
Doug,
over you.
Doug, can you please clip that?
Oh yeah, that
Can
is
you
really
take
good.
a note
Yeah,
of the time
yeah.
and clip that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. How far into the life? Yeah, no, this is good.
General Finisher. Oh Lord. And to the person in the comments who asked why the UK didn't intervene in Chile, Jay is saying you can only intervene because it's in the continent that you're in. It's in your part of the world. So we had no business, according to Jay, intervening in Chile.
So the islands that you protected back in, was it Chile back then? I think it was like 20 years ago or something like that.
Are you talking about the Falkland Islands?
Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
No. Falkland Islands, nothing to do with Chile. Round the other side of South America, Argentina invaded the Falkland Islands, which are a British overseas territory. So once again, you know nothing about South American history. Well done.
But somehow I knew that. But okay, go ahead.
But you didn't, because you thought it was to do with Chile.
Is that what makes you feel comfortable or special with yourself?
What?
By insulting people and saying they don't know anything when they know more than you do?
Well, you didn't. You didn't. I mean, am I wrong? Did you actually know all about that? Like, I think you're being very precious and a bit snowflake.
It's a little difficult to even have a conversation if you keep mispronouncing things and you don't have a basic understanding of what we've been talking about.
Like Captain Finisher or General Finisher, whatever.
Yeah.
Off your blow.
Yeah, like that.
Pinochet, Pinochet, Pinochet.
Okay, and what is General Pinochet important to you for?
I'm
going to be honest. I'm more interested in General Finisher now because
General Finisher sounds very intriguing. Yeah.
Well, your point was the US is allowed to intervene in other countries in the North or South American continents who are contributing. You asked me a question, sir, and now you're talking over my answer. So the reason that it's important to me is your contention, your premise, if you will, or premise, if you will, is that the US is allowed to intervene in North or South America, American countries, if they are doing something regarding people's human rights. Well, General Pinochet for decades in Chile was contravening people's human rights, and the United States did fuck all about it. And so it seems that you're picking and choosing the times when you intervene when there are human
Sounds
rights
pretty
violations.
similar. So what year was your General Finochet?
It
What
was
year was
this.
that?
It was the 70s to the 80s, ostensibly
Okay.
around
Did
the
you know?
time Ronald Reagan could have done something about it. I mean, he was very
Okay.
good friends with Pinochet, was quite good friends with Margaret Thatcher, which is another reason that the UK didn't intervene.
Okay. So you definitely had computers back then, right? And social media back then.
What year?
What does that have to do with whether the US
Well, you're
can
talking about the
intervene?
70s and 80s. I'm
I'm
talking about
sorry,
where
what
technology
does
is at
that
this
have
point.
to do with whether the US can intervene in human rights violations or not?
Guys, keep tapping
Well,
25,000 new likes or new
at that point,
new guests.
and
Fuck.
I mean, how many human rights violations do you want to get involved in? Because there's
Well,
Iran, there's
right.
Africa, there's Russia. I mean,
That's
at what
that's
point?
the question. That's what's being asked, I would imagine, right? And that's what I initially asked you, is that, like, yeah, if you believe that human rights are being violated in Venezuela and that's the reason why we intervene, why don't we go to other countries and do that with other ones? Where do we stop?
Economic superiority and power, because you just can't. You can do it. We can do it, but we're not willing to invest, and you don't have the people behind you to do it.
But listen, no rational human would ever disagree with trying to improve upon human rights, right? If somebody's being harmed here, there, wherever, right? We don't want that to happen. However, though, I think it's maybe important that we do, if we want to tackle human rights, is maybe to tackle them within the country
Well,
that we're in, and maybe improve upon those as at least a primary thing. Can we do that?
so you gotta think of proximity
Yeah,
and being connected, right? There's
right.
the northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. There's western, what they call America now, and there's eastern Asia, Europe, Africa, Australia, right? There's a disconnect
Okay.
in land, so don't disconnect proximity and don't discount it.
I'm not. I'm just saying
Um,
that maybe, like, human rights, I agree, are an important thing that we have, but
we're talking about human rights.
why
I'm
don't
talking about
why don't
military
we
trafficking.
tackle that issue within the
No,
United States
no,
first, or at least as a priority?
but
Because
but
we're not.
but hang on. You also said Doug was talking human rights. You're talking military strategy. You were the one that brought up human rights. Your contention or your premise was that the reason that Donald Trump took Maduro was because of human rights violations in Venezuela. That was what you, which is why we're all talking about human rights now, because you brought human rights up.
Considering a third of the country left Venezuela and infiltrated other countries like Brazil, Trinidad, and Colombia, and put the burden on them because their country couldn't take care of their business. Okay,
Well, but hang on a minute.
go
What
for it.
did the US do to Venezuela before those people left?
Took their president and nothing because Venezuela
No,
started on the
before
before they
those
went through.
people. Jay,
Oh
listen
God, you
to
don't
the
listen.
question
You don't
carefully
listen, do
and
you?
all of the words in it. I said before those people
Okay,
left.
so what was
Those
Venezuela? What
people
is?
left
Mhm.
before Maduro, right? Before Maduro was captured. I asked you, the word before was very definitely in that sentence.
What was Venezuela's ideology
I just asked you a
before?
question, Jay.
Before
Can you please answer my question before you
this is
ask
to
me?
answer your question.
No, that you can't answer a question with a question, Jay.
Okay,
I asked, what did
then
the
ask a clear,
US...
direct question.
Right, Jay, I did ask a direct question. I said, what did the US do to Venezuela before all the people left?
They had oil and gas companies that enstabled and established every single thing they have with oil and gas at this point in time. Now it's about 30 years old, 40 years old. So
Okay, yeah,
they're trying to reestablish it.
you clearly have no clue what I'm talking about.
Okay, you
Um,
definitely have no clue, but go for it.
Oh, cool. That was a nice comeback. Guys, remember, 25,000 likes. We're going to get to a new guest. We're just about halfway there. In fact, we're over halfway there. So if you guys want a new guest, just tap quicker. There's 2 other ways to get to a new guest. The mods in the comments will tell you about that. Yeah, man, it's sort of hard to, again, have an in-depth conversation because of all this. I just don't know how we can
I mean,
sort of
if
do
you
this.
want, if she wants to be a conspiracy theorist, go for it.
What's the conspiracy
It
theory?
isn't a conspiracy. Under Trump's last presidency, he destabilized Venezuela, and we know he did because what
Oh
did
my God,
the
say
day
it again.
before? Hang on, Jay.
Okay.
The day before he left his first presidency, what did he do for Venezuelan migrants to the US?
Deport him.
No,
The opposite.
it was the opposite. He gave them temporary protected status. Because it was him that destabilized their see, you know fuck about fuck, you know shit about
No,
shit,
you're
and you
wrong.
come up. Yes, he did.
When a
In
third of a
fact,
country literally leaves their own
right,
country
give me a moment. I'm going to prove
voluntarily,
it to
and they
you.
didn't want to do it at the same time, and they go to Brazil or Colombia or Trinidad at the same time, he tried to help throw them what's it called, a wing or whatever you want to call it, throw them a bone, basically at the end of the day. Venezuela has not progressed. They went from one of the top economic powers, top 10, top 15, top 20, whatever you want to do, countries in the world. And then Maduro took over after he kicked out all the American companies, which definitely were not ethical on top of that as well, with what they did. They did establish how they processed the oil and everything else as well at the same time. Once he did that, kicked them out, they went downhill. They went from a top 20 country to a bottom outside of 100 type country. They went from a first world developing country to a third world country as soon as Maduro took over. You talk about human rights.
No, it wasn't when Maduro took over. But again, you know crap about crap. It was Chavez. You don't know anything about anything, and you coming up here and claiming some kind of knowledge about this is the weirdest thing.
Okay, so I have family from all their and surrounding territories.
Well, then you
but
should
I'm
ask them
wrong.
some
But go ahead.
questions about it, because you clearly haven't listened to them
I'm
at
telling you
all.
exactly what it is, but I'm sure you live there. I'm sure you have family from there, right? I'm sure you know exactly what you're
was
talking about.
Maduro? Sorry, your claim was just that it was fine until Maduro took over, and it wasn't, because Chavez was there before him. Like you, this
Chavez
is
was the
wild.
first one where it started, yes. You say Maduro, I use Maduro as reference to Chavez, yes. But Chavez is whenever he took over. It was a takeover, just like Iran back in the 1970s. It was a whole different regime
Which
taking.
the Iran thing was also facilitated by the CIA. Like what?
Okay, so conspiracy
These aren't
theories go
conspiracy
It's
theories,
not a
man. These are
conspiracy
things that we
theory.
know of. Like very, very like this is public
But
information.
I called her out beforehand. I called her out 3 minutes ago, and that's exactly where you're going. Go for it.
No, the CIA. Are you now claiming that the CIA wasn't responsible for the regime change in Iran?
They were part of it, but it was not part of switching like that. No.
Yes.
Okay.
Jeez.
God. Okay.
I don't know, dude.
I don't. You can't have a conversation with someone who does not accept factual information that is just widely known.
You can't have a conversation with someone that's blind that doesn't accept anything at all whatsoever what they thought of. You don't accept anything that people give you and tell you. And I'm telling you right now, Iran was a whole different thing with the CIA that took it, and it was a whole different regime change that was never invited at the end of the day. It was trying to be controlled. And it was not controlled, and it took a whole new extreme point of view at that point.
Well, they
And
were
Iran is a
all.
beautiful country. My
They were
brother-in-law is
all
actually from Iran.
I
So
grant you,
go
Jay.
for it.
All of the things you
He
just
actually
said.
grew up in Iran.
All
Go
of
for
the
it.
things.
What are you going to talk
All
about?
of the things you just said were. Oh, you
But you
grew
have
up
no
in
experience.
Iran.
You want to read
You grew
about
up.
it, and you want to have conspiracies about.
No.
Again, these aren't conspiracies.
All of those things you said, Jay, were just words, but in the order that you said them, they made no sense whatsoever.
Okay, so what makes you right, Erica?
The fact that we have documentation and people from the US government talking about the way that they intervened in Iran, the way that they've intervened in a million countries. Well, not a million countries. There aren't a million countries. That was hyperbole. But many, many, many countries' regime changes before. Libya, for example, Gaddafi installed
Sudan.
by
Go
a
for it.
coup instigated by the CIA, and then removed by another coup.
Sudan, Nigeria, Somalia. Yes, go for it.
Potentially. Oh. Again, you ask me questions and then insist on talking over me. And it's
No,
weird.
I was just helping you answer your own question. You were talking about different countries in Africa, and I was just helping you.
Jay, I don't need help answering your questions. Thank
Well,
you.
obviously, you need some kind of self-acknowledgement.
What's self-acknowledgement, Jay?
The self-acknowledgement that you think you're right about everything because you have it in your own mind that you think you're correct.
That's
And
not
now you
what
just want to decide how to
self-acknowledge.
manipulate
That's not
things.
what
You just wanted
self-acknowledgement
to
is.
manipulate. That's all you want to do.
Is that all
Self-acknowledgement
she wants
isn't
to do? She
even a
just wants to manipulate.
phrase.
That's it.
That's
That's
what
it, man.
she's doing. Obviously,
Well,
she's doing it. Go for it. Prove my case.
self-acknowledgement isn't even a phrase, really. I mean, it would be me saying, yes,
There
I'm
you
great at
go.
every... No, which would be me saying, acknowledging myself, which I don't believe I've done. But okay, you do you, boo.
All right, guys, we're almost at 25K likes. Sorry, I've been trying to adjust this. It seems smushed, that thing that says tap the screen 25. I don't know how to fix it, but you guys get the point. We are looking for opposition, though. If you voted for Trump, you disagree with the background. If you agree with the guest, there is a request button. Please do click that, okay? If you're joining live, click the red follow button. Absolutely follow Erica as well. Those on the tube, hello. Make sure you guys sub to me, okay? Subscribe, whatever you want to call it.
That
All right.
that
If you want to
Mimi
talk
thing.
about the prompt, Erica,
I'm
let's talk about
sorry,
the
I'm
prompt whenever
talking
you're
to
ready.
Doug. I'm talking
Okay.
to Doug. That Mimi thing I just sent you, Doug literally just said it to me.
That's why you
And I
manipulate
That's
thought
pretty
I
good,
would,
huh? Do
I
you know
thought I would
Captain
call.
Crunch is, Erica? Did they have Captain Crunch?
No,
Oh gosh, so you
no.
didn't get it. So, guys, when he said, what did he say, Captain Finisher, or what was it again? Or
General Finisher.
General Finisher. I pictured Captain Crunch in some sort of weird like fashion.
That would be a great porn name, by the way. Sorry if you could say that.
Porn.
Well, it
Yeah.
was like the thing in like
General
was it Tekken
Finisher.
or Street Fighter where it was like finish him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finish him. Yeah, that was it.
I thought about Mortal Kombat when you said that. Y'all kept laughing. I was like, I just kept thinking about Mortal Kombat. I was like, finish him.
Next time I am engaging in that action, unfortunately, and that's all I'm going to think about, and I will hope I won't. I hope I won't laugh in the middle of it.
I love that when you're doing that, Jay's going to pop into your head. That fills me with joy.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing. Okay, not really. Just
I blame you for that, Jay. I blame you for that.
At the end of the day. I don't want to be a part of anybody's memories. Period.
But, too late for that one.
Oh, you're fine, Jay. Apart from the general finisher thing, we won't remember you. It's not a problem.
All right. So, what do you think? Do you think you're from the United Kingdom? Is that where you're from, Erica?
Last time I checked, it's what my passport says.
Okay. So, do you think Trump is bad for America? And I'll give you an answer. For me, as an East Texas Texan guy, I'll give you my answer as well about how I feel about Trump at the same time.
Okay.
If you even know what that is, Erica, from the United Kingdom.
Hold on one second. Real, I just want to make sure this next guest is opposition. Real, are you opposition? Did you vote for Trump?
I did. I just need 1 minute to get away from the noise, though. I'm in a workspace here.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and take that. Yeah. Go ahead and we'll get to you in 2 seconds, okay? Hang tight. All right, Jay, we do need to get to this new guest here in a sec because we're about at 25,000 likes, which was the goal for a new guest. So with that being said, I am going to go ahead and bring you down, Jay, unless you want to say a last thing to America.
No, Erica, it was a pleasure, and I wish you the best, my lady. I hope you get a cup of tea and enjoy yourself.
All right, goodbye.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, guest is trying to find some quiet space. Again, click the follow button. Make sure you follow Erica. I have my gift goal of the chilies. If you guys can help hit that, that'd be great. Pay links are also in the bio. Let me get rid of the 25,000 like. Pay links are in the bio. It's a great way to show support, but however, it's not needed at all. Those on the tube, make sure you guys all subscribe to me. What else do I got? Yeah, I don't think I have anything else, but we are looking for opposition. All right, cool. And you said you voted for Trump, right?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
52.
All right, man. What's up?
I just got 2 quick points, and then I'll be out of your way here.
Okay.
I assume that you agree with MAGA is destroying America?
Yes, that'd be correct.
Okay, so would you agree that we need to make America great again then?
Well, what do you mean by again? Are you insinuating at some point it was a great country that we need to get back to?
Well, yeah, it's led the world for...
That's fine. So when were we great that we need to get back to that time period?
I think the easiest one would be when we liberated the world in World War II.
Okay, so World War II-ish era we need to get back to?
Well, that's just the first one, but sure.
Okay.
I mean,
well,
sure.
So let's maybe mimic some of the things that we have had at that
I
time.
know you got me with the women's rights and stuff. I'm going to agree with you. I know right where you're headed.
I actually wasn't even going to go there. I was going to
No.
address that, but the tax rate was near 90%. The effective tax rate was near 90% at that time.
Yeah. And I
So,
was going
we
to
go
point
back to
out,
that.
do you know
Well,
that...
Before
you know
Erica
that, hang
goes
on a
off,
minute.
can I?
No.
can I-
Let her
I was
go real
just
quick,
gonna
and then you
point
can
out-
respond.
I was going to
Fair,
point out
fair.
at that point in history as well, American soldiers had to have lessons that there was no segregation in the UK, and so they couldn't insist if they were on like a public train that black people move out of the carriage and go sit in a different carriage to them. They shouldn't be surprised if the locals invited black troops round for food. They couldn't insist that pubs only serve white troops or only serve black troops. There are literal videos from the time that were shown to white American troops telling them that they could not insist on segregation in another country. So yeah, that sounds like a great time. And by the way, I also want to point out, it was World War II was a group effort. The United
Yes.
States did nothing on its own. It was a group effort
Come
between.
on, Erica. We
You
ended the
didn't.
war. We
Well,
liberated.
No,
but
you
hold on,
didn't.
it wasn't the U.S. solely. It was absolutely with the help of many European countries. Wouldn't have happened otherwise.
The
Well,
U.S. solely. The U.S.
No,
solely.
no,
went
Solely?
to war
that's
with
false.
the atomic-
Right. I'm
with
going to
the-
tell you.
If you let
I'm
me
gonna
listen,
tell
she
you.
just.
That's
No.
just not. That's just
I'm
not
going to tell
factual.
you what ended. I'm going to tell you what ended World War II when it ended. It was the cracking of the Enigma code, which was done at Bletchley Park, just down the road from my house. That's what
That's
ended
not
World
true.
War II
That's
when it ended.
opinion.
It
Factually,
is
what
true.
ended the war was the
No,
atomic
show me the
bomb.
facts. Show me the. Okay, give me a
Okay,
source.
I just did. It was the atomic bomb. That
No,
is what
give me
drew the war to an
give
end.
me a source.
Oh, I'm not gonna go source for you on everybody knows it.
And by
No,
the
Guys,
way,
I'm going to
that
make
was
a
the-
claim,
that
but I'm
was-
not going to give you the
Okay,
source.
I was
Yeah.
quiet.
That-
Can I get the same respect? Because I
that
do
was-
believe in respect for all.
That was victory in Japan, not victory of the war as a whole. So no, that was one
Did
part
it
of the
end? Did
war.
it or did it not end
That
after
was
the
what
bomb was
only
dropped?
because the European war finished before the Japanese war.
And who liberated France and who landed on Normandy that no one else could do?
Right, my granddad landed on Normandy, sir, and he's British.
What, with the other 500 British?
No, not 500. There were tens of thousands of British people and Canadians and Free French
Did
and
he land
Czechoslovakians. No, I'm absolutely not having you saying this. It was Allied forces. There were 5 beaches in
Well,
Normandy.
you don't
There
get
were
to decide
5
what I say.
beaches. There were 5 beaches in Normandy, not just the ones that the US landed on. My granddad was there, and not only was he there, but he had been there for 5 years. You turn up late to everything.
Are you and your anger done yet? I just want to know if I can speak finally.
Well, generally, when there's a pause and someone's done speaking, you can then speak. So yes.
Well, she paused a lot and I tried, but anyways, that's
Yeah, you can go ahead.
My second point, and I want to say, host, I respect how respectful you are, and I'm not just kissing ass. I've been watching for a minute. You're dealing with some tricky topics, and you do. I think everybody on both sides needs to note that. But anyways, my second question ties right into Erica. I am so confused on why there is such an influx of Europeans caring and being involved in American politics. There's not a single American that cares what's going on in the UK.
Well, that's not true.
False.
That's not quite true.
That's false. So I go on British lives, on British political lives, frequently. And there are frequently Americans that come onto British political lives. Just because you're not interested.
So I just want to point out I wasn't done talking.
You just said you don't interrupt, and you interrupted. Be quiet. There are frequently.
I wasn't done talking. Doug
there
said
are
when there's a
frequently-
pause.
you were
and
done
just
But-
started- no, I
but-
wasn't.
Like a pause of ending the what's being said, not like a
I
pause
only
between
paused
words.
because
Just let her
she
finish.
jumped
It's like,
in.
hey, okay, just let her finish. I get it. You don't like it that she's speaking. I get
Well,
it.
let's just
let her
be
finish.
both ways is all I'm asking.
Okay, I will give you your time to speak. I promise. Just let her finish, and I promise you can speak.
I heard you. I heard
Okay,
you.
good, Erica.
Right.
And thank you,
So,
Chris, and Julie, and all of you.
This, unfortunately, the US presidency affects the whole world. It just does. I don't like it. You call your president the leader of the free world. I happen to live in the free world, but I happen not to get a vote on who your president is. However, your president also shouldn't be coming to my country and telling people who we should vote for in elections, which he did in 2019. So if your president can tell people in my country who they should vote for, I am going to speak as much on your president as I like.
I think that's fair. Okay, you can go ahead and speak now. Hey guys, let's do a new guest at 50,000 likes. That is 50. Tap away. We'll get to new guests. 50.
I'll be out of your way before that.
No, there is no rush. Go ahead. You can respond.
And I just want to say that that's just weird. I get that you may find an American in a British live, but there are going to be people that are just like kind of into politics as like a hobby. It's not, generally speaking, there's no American that cares what's going on outside of America. It just doesn't. It's just not a thing. And I just keep hearing other countries, other people like saying that that the United States is not the best country in the world, yet they're all so concerned with it. It just seems kind of hypocritical. Either we run the world or we don't, but you can't have it both ways. You can't say that we're not the best country and the most powerful country and then care about everything that's going on.
No, right.
Now I'm not done talking. If something isn't affecting me and isn't in control of me, I don't care about it. You know what I mean? So
who said you weren't the most
I guess
powerful?
I'm done. I guess I'm done. Erica, you do not do well in conversation, Erica.
Who said? I'm just asking.
Now, Doug, can you at least point out on my side that she's the one doing exactly what I got muted for?
I'm asking a clarifying question.
She just wants to clarify. You're allowed to continue. She just wants to.
It's clarifying. How come when she does it?
Because she is clarifying. Because she is clarifying. Just let her clarify.
In the middle of a sentence, Doug.
I'm also Doug's co-host.
Yeah,
so
that's great. That doesn't stop you from being rude. I was in the middle of a sentence.
Anyway, who said?
So I'm just gonna keep talking until you kick me if that's what's going on, because you're not.
All right.
Who says the US isn't the most powerful country in the world? Who said that?
Well, a lot of you say it. You tell me it's not the best country in the world. Now you're gonna say it's not the best country in the world.
It's not the best, but it is the most powerful.
Okay, that I would agree with. That would agree with. Well, by which metrics, though? Hold on. By which metrics would you say the best?
By the beginning of mankind. By the beginning of mankind, power has ruled.
Okay, but we don't. Hold on. We don't have the best rates of education. We don't have the lowest rates of poverty. We don't have we don't have any like highest metric ever. Like happiness ratings, we're not at the highest when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to housing or anything. We're not even remotely at the top.
So you got to be a little more nuanced than that.
Really?
The most richest people across the world come here for the most invasive surgeries.
Oh, but that's because they can afford it, though. Nobody denies that healthcare in America is good if you have a lot of money. The problem is the majority of people don't have the money for it, though. Clearly, we don't have the best healthcare. Yeah,
I agree with what you said, but except for it being the best.
Okay, but
if
it's
you
not
want brain surgery, Doug. You are coming to the United States of America.
That's fine. I don't disagree that people who have money can access healthcare here and have good use of healthcare. But I want it to be more accessible and affordable to the average person.
It's just like freedom in America. You're only as free as you can afford. Same thing with the legal system.
But if healthcare is great for these small percent of people, if healthcare is great for this small percent of people, but this big percent don't get that, then I don't think healthcare is all that great in America then.
Well, you're using two different metrics. Is it the best or is it the most accessible? Because it is the best. Objectively speaking, Doug, it is the best.
But if it's not accessible, then I can't say it's the best.
Well, no, because you're bringing different metrics into it.
But we pay we pay $12,500 per citizen for our healthcare. While countries in Europe, for example, pay half of that, but they have better use of the healthcare. So
yes, I agree, but not the best.
But what is the? Go ahead, Erica.
Doug,
you're letting her even interrupt you.
It's not. It's erupting. She's going ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, Doug.
Anyway, so the US has 3 times the infant and maternal mortality rate.
That comes down to access. Back to access.
Well,
but that's important.
So you're saying that it's okay.
Doug. I agree with you, but listen to what we said. We said the best.
Right. Again, apparently you don't interrupt, and yet
Your whole life revolves around that mute button power, doesn't it? You really think you're special?
My whole life. Do you think I'm sorry. Do you think that I don't
Erica, I
have
know
like
that's
a?
the most
Do
power
you
you have in
think
life
that
is
I
that
don't
mute
have a
button.
job that I go to every day, which
Not
my
you don't
life
have
is
as much
actually
power
about?
at it. You don't have as much
I
power at it.
actually do. I'm a teacher, so I have the exact same amount of power. I
Yes, I
can
No,
agree.
you
mute
don't.
people. I
I
can
went to
mute
school.
people
I
the
told my
exact
teacher
same
to get
way.
lost. I told my
I
teacher to get lost. She couldn't mute me.
no. What I would do if you told me to get lost, you wouldn't be in my classroom anymore.
That's not true.
It is true.
Nope.
Clearly you've never experienced a British school. You would not be in my classroom anymore. You
I
would be in
would.
the you would be in the head teacher's office. Well, if you stayed in my classroom and you told me to get lost and you wouldn't leave, then me and all the other children would leave and you would be in my classroom on your own.
That would be exactly how I would like it. But anyways, Doug, you
Of
have
course,
to agree on the
because you
best
don't
that
want to
I'm right.
learn.
I know, and I agree
And-
with you
but-
that it's not the most useful or effective, but it is the
Oh,
best.
well, okay.
Just like we have the best military, just like we have the best schools.
No.
If you can afford it.
But
Yes,
that's
Doug,
part of the
no.
issue. So let's say you have an area, some sort of village of 100 people, right? And only 2 people can get access to the healthcare that they have that is good, but the remaining 98 don't. I wouldn't call that good healthcare. I wouldn't call that a
Okay,
good
but let
system
me
of
ask
healthcare.
you, if you were looking around the world and you needed brain surgery and you said, where can I get the best brain surgery? Where is the best place to go? Money's not an issue. Where's the best place to go for brain surgery? Doug, you would end up in an American facility.
Maybe if the person
No,
who
maybe, Doug.
Hold on. There could be a good chance, but it depends because there are people who do brain surgery elsewhere, and if maybe there are certain people who do that in other countries, I would go there. It just really depends, though. But that isn't a metric of whether a healthcare system is good or not. Access has to play a role in it. It has to.
Doug, I agree with your point about access, other than it making a difference from the best or not. I can't talk to LeBron James. He's still the best basketball player. I can't get him on my team. He's still the best basketball player.
But what does the best mean if you can't get it?
It just means I can't have the best. We all
But
deal with
then
that
it's
in
not
life.
really the best then.
It is, Doug.
But
We're arguing
in,
semantics.
oh my gosh, dude, I don't know. I
We're
can't. It's
arguing
difficult to have this.
semantics.
But the semantics of people's lives that we're talking about.
I know,
here.
but you want to tie in more metrics than just the best.
Yeah, because I care about people's lives and their health.
I get it, and I think that's honorable.
I'm
I
just
get it,
looking at
Doug.
the
I
best-
agree with
I'm
you when it
just
comes
looking
to
at
that.
I'm sorry,
Who has
I'm
the
just
best?
looking at the best
Who has the
schools
best
in-
aircraft carrier?
I'm
Doug?
just
Who
looking
has
at
the
the
best
best-
aircraft carrier
Oh
in the
Lord,
world?
I'm just
I don't
looking
know,
at the
dude.
best schools.
Oh,
I'm
that's
just looking at
easily
the
the United
best.
States.
I'm just looking at the best schools in the world. You
Oh
said
my
the United
gosh,
States has the
Erica.
best schools in the world if you can
Ivy
afford it.
League.
What's the
Ivy
best?
League.
Is it
Ivy League.
Oxford University and the London
Ivy
School of
League.
Economics. Sorry,
Ivy League.
the US school is not number one.
It is. You're going to
It
bring in
isn't.
other
No,
metrics.
false. False.
You're
I
going to
can- I
bring
can
in
prove it
other
to you.
metrics.
I can prove it to you. Give me a sec.
No, you can't prove anything. You're from the UK, worried about another country. You're already behind. You're approaching from behind the cue ball. I don't get it.
Guys, we're looking for opposition. If you voted for Trump, hit the request button. We can get to a new guest at 50,000 likes. We're actually pretty close, but we
Doug,
need an
you
opposition
can
to
drop
get
me
there.
whenever you want, buddy. You can drop me whenever
We're
you
not
want.
at the point where we need to. We're not. We're okay. We're okay.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm not one that's going to be pushy on you. You know what I mean?
All right, but listen, do you agree that our healthcare system needs change?
1,000 billion%.
Okay. Who's going to provide that? Because Trump, for the longest time, for 10 years, claims he has a healthcare plan and then says it'll come in 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. It never happens. Then he says he has a concept of a healthcare plan. Who? And listen, I don't love Democrats. There's a lot of issues with them. But out of the two parties, one of them tends to want more accessible healthcare than the other. So I don't see how voting for Trump is helping this issue.
Well, now that's kind of an interesting point you brought up because I'm sorry, I keep getting phone call, but so let's look at Obamacare, and I don't mean that derogatory. We call it the Affordable Care Act, if you'd prefer.
You can call it whatever you want.
Okay, well, a lot of people like to die on that hill, you know, and I get it.
Okay.
I get it. But anyway, so that was to make access affordable or healthcare accessible, right? Well, it did the opposite in a lot of situations. Let me give you an example. A lot of doctors stopped taking any of the affordable care insurances because of the payouts. So you got to look at it. You can't just say, okay, there's a thing. I might have an insurance card, Doug, but the first thing that happens is they ask me who my insurance is.
Well, did you
Do
say
you see what I'm saying?
what was your claim? A lot of doctors stopped what? I want to make it very clear.
Stop taking those insurances. You would call a doctor's office.
What's your evidence of that? What's your evidence of that?
Well, I don't want to dox myself, but you're going to call it whatchamacallit, anecdotal. But I am the dumbest of my family. And believe it or not, my family does. Well, I'm just being honest, Doug. I'm just being honest.
No one's surprised. No one of us is surprised.
Well,
by
Erica, now me and Doug are having a respectful two-way conversation. Just stay on mute. But my family did. Oh gosh, Doug, you gotta come in. You gotta see the fairness here.
We're fine. We're having a conversation. It's okay.
I know.
Oh, that wasn't me that did that.
Keep tapping and sharing, guys. Keep tapping and sharing. Make sure you guys all send in your heartbeat.
That wasn't. It wasn't me. It wasn't even me that did that.
So just mute. Just end it and mute.
Okay. Well, listen, man. Here's the deal. The chat.
Hold on, Doug.
I know. I do need to say something. The chat dislikes you so much they paid to drop you. Goodbye. Brandon, thank you so much for the kick on the blue up that starts with a V. Thank you for the 20. It says, holy F, we aren't the best. Racism, sexism, trans, and homophobia don't equate to the best. Jesus H. Christ, dude, you have two brain cells fighting for third place. Not even second, but for third place. Brandon, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. So, guys, as the mods in the comments have been mentioning, yes, we have the like to kick goal, but there's two other options for that as well. Okay,
Nobody puts Erica in the corner, as someone just said in the chat.
Right. I
just want to point out, I looked at the university rankings of the top 10 in the world. The UK has 5, the US has 3, and we're a country of 70 million people. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand what the criticism is of it. But anybody's welcome to come on up. Anyone's welcome to come on up. Remember, go ahead.
Per capita, Singapore comes out the best. Because they have one and they have a tiny population. So yeah. Singapore.
Realty, if you're going to continue to spam the comments, you know what's going to happen, right? K Riots, whatever your name is, you're all going to come on up. You said, let me in the ring. Remember, guys, there's a request button. It looks like a purple and blue person. It's at the bottom of the screen. Please click that if you want to come on up, okay? We're looking for debaters of sorts.
Oh, you want to let me have a power trip, Realty? Cool. This is me having a power trip. Let's pick that one. Okay, that's me having a power trip, Realty.
Yeah, people on the tube. I am a simp. Sure. That's fine. Call me a simp. I don't care. That doesn't really change my life whatsoever. But sure, I'm a simp. No one's being silenced in the tube. Relax. You're not a you're not a victim. I know you want to be one, but you're not.
Somebody in the comments said you actually have a natural born king. I'm going to share something with you. I'm not a fan of having a royal family, particularly. I'm kind of neutral on the whole royal family thing. Like, they're good for tourism. They don't really do anything. Some of them are bad. We should put them in jail. But I don't really care.
Yeah. Hey, Waltz, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Happy Valentine's Day.
You as well. Thank you. I appreciate that. How old are you for TikTok terms of service?
30 years old.
Alrighty, man. What is on your mind?
Well, I don't think MAGA is destroying America. I think MAGA supports Mr. Trump, and Trump is saving America. He's making it great again.
Okay.
And I think, you look at the stock market, you look at believe inflation just got a little bit lower. Gas prices are lower.
Okay.
And we got a lot of other things cooking. In 1 year, he's done a lot of good things.
Okay, well, I think you make some good points. Let's go ahead and address that. Make America great again. I'll just ask you the same question I asked the other guests. Saying again and sitting with at one point it was great. So when was it great? And how do we get
Post
back to
World War II, there was like a boom in this country. Lots of people were doing a lot of manufacturing. A lot of people were working, and you could actually support a family on just like a regular manufacturing job. That hasn't been the case for a long time.
So there's a couple things maybe we can mimic to get back there, and other things probably not so much. Some things maybe we can mimic is wages were a hell of a lot better back then, right, than they are now in relation to cost of living. That's something we could likely fix. Minimum wage was a lot higher relative to the time period. Why hasn't minimum wage been raised in a long time federally?
Well,
Republicans typically who vote against raising federal minimum wage. That's something.
That is a good question. Well, you know what it is? I think the problem is back then that we had manufacturing. You were actually producing something. Now minimum wage jobs, are you're flipping burgers. You're not really manufacturing anything. You're not producing something. You're just heating up, microwaving burgers. You know what I mean? It's like minimum wage jobs. You actually were productive. These days, they are like basically kids' jobs we used to give to children,
Well,
and now we have adults trying to make a living on what jobs.
But that was minimum wage's purpose, though, to have a wage that was high enough to sustain somebody. We're not talking about somebody making millions or anything like that. Just a wage that in which you can afford a basic, like an apartment. Just regular food, things like that. We're not talking about like giving them a shitload of money, but that should be changed. That's one thing.
Can I just point out, just really quickly, they weren't just children's jobs. A lot of those jobs were women's jobs. A lot of those because kids can't be in a cafe or a diner during the day flipping burgers because they go to school, and so for the most part, those jobs were done by women. So you're devaluing the work of a lot of working class women when you say that. Just so
it wasn't only
not only
women,
that, tax rates were higher back then as well. Tax rates were higher back then, and possibly that's something we can mimic. I don't know.
Well, I don't think anybody wants higher taxes.
But we're not talking about on you and me. We're talking about on the upper class. It was near 90% at that time. I'm not talking about having 90% taxes on somebody making 40, 50,000. I'm talking on people making 40, 50 million.
Okay, let me give you my take on that.
Okay.
I'm a libertarian and a MAGA. Okay. I've heard for my whole life Democrats talk about how they're going to raise taxes on millionaires, yet it just never happens.
Okay.
Somehow the millionaires just keep getting richer, and the taxes never get raised.
But
so
why? But
I know Republicans are against it, but if Democrats want to do it so bad, it's not like they haven't had power in the last 20, 30 years. They've had their chance. How come they never do it when they get in power?
But that's not an argument against raising taxes. That's a different argument. I want you to give me an argument as to why higher taxes.
What I'm saying is okay. But if as a Democrat you're going to use it, you're going to use that argument. It's like, it's like, I'll be honest. It's a good example is, and this is going to hurt me in my arguments, but I'll be honest with you. It's like Trump talking about the Epstein files. Before he was elected, Epstein files.
Okay, try not to say that name.
Same thing.
Try not to say the name of that on TikTok. Try not to say the name on TikTok. They don't like it. Just say the E-files if you can, please. Sorry, it's not my resisting.
Yeah.
Secondly, that's still not an argument against raising taxes, though. Okay, that's an argument against.
Go ahead,
but I know, but listen, I don't like Democrats either. I have a lot of issues with them. This isn't criticize Democrat, criticize Republican hour. This is talking about the actual idea of raising taxes or lowering taxes. I just want you to give me a good argument as to why we shouldn't have high taxes in the time frame in which you said we were great again, right? So why don't we mimic that?
Again, for people making, I'll just throw a number, 5 million plus, I'm all for it. But here's the problem. Not only Democrats, but Republicans also, but mostly Democrats. Once they get that money, they don't spend it wisely. And the thing is, I feel like really with
Who
the
doesn't
amount
spend
of
it
taxes,
wisely?
whoever's in charge, the mayors, the governors, the president, they don't tend to spend the money wisely. That's my opinion.
Well, listen. First of all, I find the idea of you saying that you're a libertarian and thinking Trump's good to just be off the charts weird.
Well, that's your opinion.
Okay, but he's like the most authoritarian figure that you've had as a president for a good long time. So that's.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't even know if he's more of I can't pronounce it. I apologize. But then Biden. Biden was worse.
No, he is. He's not for the free press. We know that because
Neither was Biden.
What? Who? How?
Biden owned the press.
No.
What?
Okay.
What?
Explain to
please.
me how. Explain.
Give me. I will.
Who did
I'm going to.
Give me the name of someone.
I'm going to. No. I'm going to explain to you.
Hang on.
Ready? Watch.
Give me the name.
This.
Give me the name.
No.
Of someone
Can I explain it to you? Don't do that to me. Let me explain it to
the
you.
press.
Let me explain it to you. Let me explain to you. Right? Two things. One, have you ever heard them ask a very, very difficult question in the last 3 years or 4 years of his presidency? Think about it. And then let's just go to the last year of his presidency.
Who asked the difficult question? The
Joe
press?
Biden. They ask him questions about his favorite ice cream flavor, stuff like that. He never.
So you're telling me Fox? You're telling me Fox, OAN, Newsmax never asked him difficult questions? Is that what you're telling me?
That would be that guy Ducey would be like the only guy, and you know that the only guy out of all the media. Ducey would be the only guy that would ask him. And they would just whizzle out of it. Okay, but hold on.
My question to you is this. Wait,
let me just get one more. I said two parts.
Let me, hang on. Let me
explain it, and then I'll answer anything. Let me just, my second part is last year of his presidency, we could obviously all see that he had issues. And people left and right were tripping over the fact that, oh, no, he's fine. And the media wouldn't report that there were actually issues. The media just sort of buried it.
I don't understand what this has to do with what we're talking about. I really don't.
Well, it's to do with authoritarianism and the freedom of the press, and how that's bad, right? And Trump is an authoritarian. When Ducey asked Biden difficult questions, did he say "quiet piggy" and ban him from the press room?
No, he would just talk about something else and just avoid the question.
So he didn't ban any journalists from the White House.
No, you're right. He didn't ban Fox, the only one that would be serious with this.
Did he threaten to take away any TV stations like licenses?
No.
Did he remove offices of any newspaper or TV station from the Pentagon?
Eric, we don't have to go down this road.
No, we do.
Let's talk.
Hang on.
No, because you
do though.
No, you literally said you had two things to say, and then I could ask my questions. I'm asking my questions. I reclaim my time. Okay, I am reclaiming my time. If Pam Bondi can do it, I can do it. Okay.
Fair enough.
But the point is, any question could have been asked of him, and he would not have banned them from the press room. He did not ban anyone from the press room. He did not ban anyone from the Pentagon. He did not remove their offices. He did not threaten to take their licenses away. He did not sue any TV or a TV station or news publication for anything that they said about him. So when you say that he was authoritarian with regard to freedom of the press, you have no leg to stand on. Your answer that they just didn't ask you any difficult questions, when we can literally pull up video of them asking him difficult questions. Like, don't be silly.
Hello, I'm sorry. So they were complicit. They pretty much. And
do you want to address what I said? Do you want to address what I said at all?
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Listen, if you don't have to ban people and this and that, if they're gonna play along with the BS you're selling, if they're just gonna ask you flowery questions and say sure whatever you say and just play
Okay.
along, that's
name
fine.
Me name me a
but
previous
with Trump,
president. Name me a previous president. Any president who has banned journalists from the White House press room.
he's the only one that's got the cojones to do it.
He's the only one that's got the cojones to go
Yeah,
against the first.
Because they're not
the
fair to
First
him.
Amendment,
They're
the
not
First
fair to
Amendment,
him.
the cojones to go against the First Amendment of your
Dude.
Constitution.
Oh no! Listen. He has the right to decide who's in the press room. He has that right.
According to who?
According to the White House.
So no freedom of the press anymore. Then cool. That's
They
one
can
of
write.
the
They can
five.
write. They can. No, hold on.
That's
They
one
can
of the
write the
five from the
story
First
they
Amendment.
want.
Gone.
Okay. Listen, you're not letting me. They can write the story they want, but he has the right to decide who's going to be in that room.
But
According to who?
yeah, but
According to the White House.
but you seem to have an issue with it when Biden does it. But he did it
No,
even.
I don't have an issue.
But
No,
you're
because
justifying
the
it with
thing is
Trump, though, which is odd.
Listen, they were complicit with his BS. He wouldn't say anything. There was major issues with the border. Nobody was reporting on it. Here and there, a story.
Really, there was
It
no
a
way
huge
reporting on
issue.
it. Yeah, what? Hold
A
on.
couple
If nobody was,
stories here and there.
if nobody was reporting on it, how the fuck did that be the only thing you guys ever
Because it was
spoke
only
about for
Fox.
years?
It was only Fox. Fox
So people-
was number
so
one.
Fox was
Everybody
reporting on it
else
then.
just wouldn't even talk
Hold
about
on,
it.
hold on.
What's that?
Newsmax, OAN, plenty of podcasters, Charlie Kirk, and all of them. They all
Oh, yeah,
reported
time
on
out.
this.
So
All reported on this.
two.
I named you
cable.
several.
No, I don't know the other one. So
Well, that's not a me
watch that sort of
problem.
stuff.
That's not a me
So
problem
if
that
I
you don't know the
it-
other ones. But that's
Well,
not a me
you started
problem.
to go to podcasts, and that's what changed the whole
Podcasts
thing.
are the
That's
most
why
consumed
he
form
lost
of
the
media.
election, because
Podcasts, God damn it!
swung it.
Podcasts are the most consumed form of media today, by far.
Correct.
Joe
Correct.
Rogan, top. Charlie
that's how
Kirk
he-
at the time
that's
at
how
the
he
top.
won the
No,
election.
Charlie Kirk's at the bottom now, but that's a different story. But anyways, that was spoken about plenty.
And that's how he won the election.
So that goes against your argument then.
Because we're talking about media as far as media, old media, ABC, NBC, podcasts. Nobody's really watching over. They could do whatever they want. They could
Podcasts are
report
the
whatever
most
they want.
consumed form of
They
media.
are truly free. They
Hold
are
on.
truly
Joe
free.
Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson. At the time,
Correct.
they were like number 1 and 2. So what are you
Correct.
talking about?
But they were leaning. That's why they lost the election. They were leaning on.
But then
NBC,
that goes
ABC,
towards my point then.
CBS, CNN, MSNBC, that would just put out the same story. Joe Biden's great. Everything he's doing great. There's no
Nobody
problem
said
at the
Joe
border.
Biden was great.
Everything's wonderful.
I listen, dude. I've been streaming for a couple years. I don't know anybody that said Joe Biden was the best ever. I had criticisms towards Joe Biden. I thought he was far less competent than we should have a president be. He was too old. He was far too moderate in my liking. Personally, I think he should have been far more left leaning. Guys, 65,000 for new likes or for new guests. Sorry.
Doug,
What do you got here? It doesn't.
Oh,
It's not really
can you
shown on
see
screen.
that? Oh, there we
There you
go.
go.
So I just want to show you. These are all from 2022, and these are all from CNN. So there's one
Right.
story about the border.
One in 4 years. Okay,
no,
let's
no,
go through
But
the
that's not
20 stories you're going to pull up.
Okay, she can pull plenty then.
These are all from September to December 2022. I just went and looked, and I looked CNN border 2022. This is another one. This is another one. This is another one.
Another one.
23.
another
Okay,
one.
this is.
And
Hold
they're
on.
all-
This
hang
is
on a
late
minute.
22.
Hang
This
on,
is-
stop. You
Oh my! That's a
said
year
that
into. That's a
during
year.
Joe-
Do you want her to get 21? I mean, what else do you need, man?
You said that during Joe Biden's presidency, all of these things did was they didn't ever mention that there was a crisis at the border. They didn't even. They were just stories that I literally went and screenshot in the 30 seconds that you were talking to Doug. If I'd have had more time, I could have screenshot hundreds more. But there are literally hundreds of stories just from CNN, who was one of the news stations that you mentioned. I screenshotted 5 stories in 30 seconds. If I had 5
Okay.
minutes, I could have screenshotted 50. So
Okay,
please
honestly-
don't make things up.
I'll talk to Doug for 5 minutes. Go get me 50 stories. Go ahead. I dare you.
No, well,
But then
no,
when
I'm
she
not.
gets it,
You
you're
can
going to
go
say,
get
I
your
need
own
10 more, I
stories.
need 10 more, I need 10 more.
Because no, but that's not the point. We're talking over 4 years. You showed me 5 stories, and you're going to say that they have reported. I'm
No,
not saying it's a
right,
secret.
no,
What I'm
right.
saying, it was.
I very specifically said,
Can
I
you
just
guys
looked, I looked
please
for a
let me-
particular, stop talking. I very
No, don't do
specifically
that to
said,
me. I'm
I
trying to have a
very
conversation with
specifically
you.
said that I looked, because you're being disingenuous. I didn't go
No,
away
you are.
for that. No, I'm not. Because I very specifically said the time period of the story that I looked in, that I just looked in a 3-month period and that I did that in 30 seconds. I'm not going to go away for 5 minutes and do it. After this, you can go Google it. You can literally put in your Google
I don't
search,
need to, Erica.
CNN stories on the border between 2021 and January 2025. You can go do your own homework.
I
The
don't
fact
need to
is-
because I
the
live
fact
here.
is-
and I-
65,000
I
likes, new
consume
guest, guys.
media. I
the
consume
fact
media
is-
every day.
The fact is, you haven't done your homework,
No,
and the
that's not
fact is,
true.
you're making unsubstantiated claims.
Okay, could you just stop for a second so I can respond? The truth is, I live in this country. I consume media, television, podcasts. I take it all in. I don't know where you are, but maybe you're limited to what you
Right.
can get.
No,
Maybe
no,
what
just
you
so
can
you-
get.
just
But I get it
stop.
all, and I'm telling
Just
you
so that you
firsthand. Could you
know-
Oh,
stop
yeah, I bet
telling
you
me
do
to
get it
stop? I'm
all.
trying to speak now.
I can't. Just so that you know,
Trying
there
to
is this
speak
thing.
now.
There is this thing called the internet that you are on right now, and through it, I
I'm
can
talking
access.
over people.
I can access
You won't let them
every
make
single.
points. Go ahead.
I can
You talk.
access. I'm pointing something out to you. I can access every single bit of media.
Trying to do
that
the same.
can
You just
access.
overtalk me.
I can access every single bit of media that you can access. All of it.
Do you? Every day?
Right. I'm gonna ask the comment
Okay,
section.
that's a no.
Comments, no, because these people listen to me talk on American politics every single day. Comment
I've heard you
section,
before, Erica. You're
comments-
nobody
section.
new to me.
comment section. Do you think that I am a consumer of American media on a daily basis?
Okay, so can we continue with our conversation before it became the Erica show? Please.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
So we were talking about immigration and Donald Trump.
Okay. And what were you upset
Alright,
that
so-
Erica did?
Oh wait, no, because it's just like all about Erica, and she talks over people, and I,
mean,
can't
she's
respond
not
in time.
it's not all about
Be-
Erica. She's on the live. She's part of the live.
Yeah, I know. And if you have something to say it, and then stop. But she just keeps going.
Maybe you just don't like what
Anyway.
she's saying.
Let's just talk. No, it's not true.
Okay.
Well, it's true. I don't like what she's saying because she's not telling. She's telling partial truths.
Okay.
But
if you
anyway,
say so.
definitely the media was complicit with Biden.
Prove it. Prove
And
it.
Trump-
Prove that I'm telling.
I don't have to
partial
prove it. I live here. I see
Okay,
it every
I
But
don't
day.
have
that's,
to
but,
prove
but
it.
that's not
So
evidence.
has-
But that's not
So
evidence.
has
though.
a majority. So
that's
has a
not-
majority of this country. That's why they voted that
But
way.
hold on
They
though.
all knew
But
there was a problem.
Hold on though.
Oh, they do-
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Of course, there's media. This is America, right? Of course, there's media, regardless of who's president. Of ones that support him, ones that don't. That's just life, man. I don't know what you dislike about that. That's how things go.
Doug?
There was plenty of criticism towards Biden. I promise.
Doug, there was
Yes.
one channel, maybe two, if you keep Newsmax, which I've never even seen in my life.
I highly disagree.
two.
I think you just weren't.
Now you're
looking.
talking about three. You're talking about three major networks: ABC, CBS, NBC. Those are free. They show up on your television free. You don't have to pay for that. Fox, you have to pay for, right? Fox News, it's like $13 a month to get the whole Fox thing. It's expensive. Not every, but right into your home. If you're like sort of not the, if you're just middle class person or lower middle class person, ABC, CBS, NBC will show up on your television every night telling you there's nothing wrong at the border. Everything's okay. Everything's okay.
Okay,
And I'm telling you, I lived
again,
it.
but
I lived it.
what's your issue though? Your issue is that some media support the president, some don't. I don't get it.
No, most. No, like the problem.
Okay,
is
whatever. All right, let's just move on from this.
Won.
Cool. Let's just say most did. Who cares? Now let's move on. What's your point?
I don't even remember what we were talking about because I got
Well,
into
that's
the
not
Erica
good.
storm.
Well, that's not good then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can remind you what we were talking about.
Go ahead. What were we
allow
talking
me.
about? Sure.
We were talking about the fact that Donald Trump, you claim to be a libertarian, but you're happy to have a president who is
Correct,
attempting to limit the free press.
Okay, great. Oh, you're right there. Yeah. So, my point is, if you own the press, you don't have to put limits on them, right? So Donald Trump is now saying, "Hey, you aren't very good to me. You could take a seat outside. I'm going to talk to the people that were good to me." Is there something wrong with that? Those seats, any media can sit in those seats, right? If you're a podcaster and you're a right-wing podcaster, he's going to give you a seat at the table now. What's wrong with that? Why are you hurt by that?
So I was right, and you're not a libertarian.
I am a libertarian.
You can't be, because you're justifying limiting the free press.
It was limited either way.
No, because if you're a libertarian, you also believe in free enterprise, which means that anybody can buy any station and make any points they like. So you're not a libertarian. Well done. Thank you for proving my point.
Okay, you win, Erica. You win. Okay, you're wonderful. But you didn't win, because my point is, this is how Donald Trump got elected, because everybody could see what was happening and the media would not report on it.
Cool. But his approval rating is in the dirt right now. So
Well, that's
whatever.
now. Yeah, well, listen, that always happens, you know?
Well, okay, so I don't understand the point then.
Doug, does it normally happen a year in, Doug?
Not to this degree. I mean, people's president's approval ratings tend to drop a little bit, but it tends to be 2, 3, 4 years in.
Absolutely. Yeah. It always happens.
So,
and he has a whole media, again, those free stations, ABC, NBC, CBC, CBS, still reporting
The
every night.
Canadian Broadcasting Company, what?
CBS reporting every night. Oh, there's a problem in Minnesota, but they wouldn't report about the migration from the southern border. They wouldn't report on that, but they'll report every night on ICE. What do you think that does to people? There's no influence there?
I tell you what it
change
does.
people's minds?
Can I tell you, in my opinion, what that does?
Go ahead, sure.
When Fox News and keep telling people the border's open, what it does is encourage people to come to the border and try crossing it. That's what it does.
I would agree with that. 100%.
I don't follow.
What is it you're not following?
You're saying when Fox News says that, what would you say, that there's no crossing the border, then people feel challenged?
No. The opposite. So when Donald Trump kept going on the news and saying the border's open, and when you have news stations like Fox News saying the border's wide open, if I were in South or Central America and I'd always thought I'm going to go to the US and walk their streets paved with gold and make my fortune, the time when I would go is when presumably legitimate American news stations, and when the former president are literally telling me the border is open. That's when I would go. So it's hang on.
Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
My point is not that I think that what Donald Trump is saying right now is discouraging people from coming to the border. But I think, oh yeah, cool. We've got an Islamophobe in the comments.
Oh,
but
wonderful.
what I'm saying is that if I were seeing people who I knew had some clout in the United States saying that the border was open, that's the time I'd try my luck.
Okay, so you are blaming Fox News for reporting the news and not blaming the president who was letting it be open. Somebody make that make sense.
I'm not blaming anybody.
You just did.
No, I didn't. No, you misunderstand me.
You just said it was their fault.
No, I didn't. When did I say it's their fault?
No, I didn't say those words, but you're saying because they reported on it, that's why people came.
No, I'm saying.
To me, that sounds like you're saying it's their fault.
okay, I understand that nuance is not your thing. Okay.
Okay.
But
Yeah. Well, no, I know
um,
nuance. You like to get caught in nuance and miss the forest for the trees.
okay.
Okay.
But my point stands that were I consuming American media, and I think you've already made the point that things like this, like TikTok and like YouTube, are consumed as much, if not more, than traditional media, and people clip those things without context around them, right? So they'll clip Donald Trump saying the border is wide open without context around that. It would, if I were a person who lived in South or Central America and I had always wanted to come to the US, then that would be the time I would try. That's all I said.
So
If
now
you
you just
want
said
to,
it was Donald Trump's fault. Now you're putting it on
oh
Trump.
Lord,
You took it off Fox
okay,
News and now you put it on
okay,
Donald Trump.
okay. No,
Dougie, am I right? Is that what you just said, Doug?
No, I was giving
I
an
don't know how you got that.
example.
All right. That's what I heard, but we'll let the people in the comments decide what they heard. Okay.
Guys, we are looking for opposition. Okay. If there's somebody in the request box, we can get
Doug,
to a
I
new
can't
person.
hear you. Can anybody hear Doug? I can't
Oh,
hear him.
hold on. Guys, we are looking for opposition, okay? So if you voted for Trump, if you're a conservative, Republican, etc., hit the request button. We'll get to you shortly. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to set up a Google number so people on the tube can call in. I'm having issues.
No,
That's why
it's
I'm doing it on
okay.
my
I
phone.
gotta go, guys. If you want to drop me, I had a good time
Well, I don't
talking
want
to you.
to,
I'm
okay.
sorry we can't agree. I gotta go though. I just got something I gotta deal with right now.
Okay.
But thank you. I'll come back up another time if you'll have me.
Okay. Alrighty. All right.
Bye-bye.
See you. Bye.
Someone
Yeah, I'm
in the
having issues setting up my
comments is-
Google number. Go ahead, Erica. Sorry.
Someone in the comments called Mike someone is telling me that I should go back and live in Afghanistan, which would be weird since I have never visited Afghanistan ever in my life. I don't speak the language. I don't like. I've never been there. I don't know anybody from Afghanistan. That's incredibly weird.
I am having major issues trying to set up a Google number. Maybe this might work. Hold on.
Yes, it's very odd. In fact, while you're doing that, Doug, can I tell everyone a story of what happened earlier on a live? So some guy like Matt or Mike or whatever forgettable person in the comments was saying, came up onto a live earlier and asked me where I was from. And I told him, and he said, "How's your Farsi coming along?" And I said, "What?" And I said, "I presume that you're going to make a comment about invading, like being invaded by Muslims." Well, if that were true, there'd be no point in me learning Farsi because most of the Muslims in the United Kingdom are from Pakistan. So I would be far better learning Urdu than Farsi. Yeah, people are stupid.
I agree with that. People are stupid. Yeah, I'm going to probably need help from somebody to set up this Google number thing. I'm able to text it, but for some reason when I call it, it says it's not available. So if anyone that I know is privy to information, is intelligent enough to help make this work, let me know, because I want people on the tube to call in. So, but anyways, I'm going to stop being distracted. I know I'm distracted. I'm sorry, guys.
You should let them text in the meantime, Doug.
Well, you could
See
text
what
it,
they
but that's
say.
going to be weird. They're going to text me some weird ass stuff. So, I don't know. I'll get it working at some point. But we are still looking for ops, though. So let me take away that 65K for new guests because that's not.
Well, the guy that said it, and I take real issue with this. The guy that said it was like, well, I was in Afghanistan in the military, and I blah 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 blah, and they were like this. And I thought about this afterwards. I didn't say it at the time, but I said earlier, my granddad fought in World War II, right? After World War II, my mum's twin sister got a German pen pal.
Mm-hmm.
And went to visit her in Germany. And my grandma and grandpa, my nana and granddad, they ended up going and visiting her pen pal's family in Germany as well. And they got on really, really well and remained friends till Helga's mum and dad passed away. But what my granddad didn't do is maintain kind of the I understand that during war, to an extent, you have to dehumanize people in order to do what you're doing,
Yeah,
right?
I get that.
Because otherwise you would drive yourself mad.
Right.
But it's so weird that people are holding on to that hatred that they needed to develop in order to do what they did afterwards. That I can't think of, like, that didn't happen after World War II. People didn't continue hating each other after World War II. It's so strange.
I am making cereal right now. Not
What cereal?
Not Captain Crunch though, guys.
Well, I was going to ask. Do you mean General Finisher?
General Finisher. That is the kind of cereal that I want.
want
I'm
General
having
Finisher.
raisin bran right now, which I love. I absolutely love raisin bran.
That general, the fact that he thought I was saying General Finisher. Mike, what is your problem? How do you know that I don't house any immigrants, Mike?
Yeah, I can't even see Mike. I'm not even by the computer, but I can tell Mike is just an awful person, probably. That's my assumption. Nobody likes you, Mike.
No, Kat. It was very definitely not General Pinochet. It was General Finisher.
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely General Finisher.
And anyway, well, that was that guy's premise anyway.
One second, guys. I'm just trying to set some stuff up. All right. Hope everybody said, yeah, Raisin Bran Crunch. Yeah, it is Raisin Bran Crunch. Raisin Bran Crunch is much better than Raisin Bran. You got to have that with it, you know? I don't know why I made that noise, but
you don't even have my favorite. You don't even have my favorite cereal in the free world.
It?
So,
what is it?
Kellogg's Crunchy Nut Cornflakes. Kellogg's Crunchy Nut Cornflakes. So they're you carry on crunching. They're cornflakes covered in honey with little bits of peanut. That
actually sounds really fucking good.
They are really, really good.
Damn, that sounds amazing. Yeah, guys, I'm trying to put myself on mute when I crunch, otherwise you guys are going to hear it loud, and I'm sure you guys don't want to hear me crunching. As good as this tastes.
No, the US do not have Kellogg's Crunchy Nut Cornflakes, and they are top tier. In fact, I'm going to suggest you all go on to, go to your local British store and buy some Kellogg's Crunchy Nut Cornflakes because they're delicious. This is not an ad. I'm not being sponsored by Kellogg's or indeed Crunchy Nut Cornflakes. They are top tier.
Yeah. Yeah, that does sound really nice. Maybe I can find it somewhere somehow.
Oh, hang on. Thorn says Weetabix is king. Only the chocolate Weetabix. The normal Weetabix.
I don't know what Weetabix is.
Weetabix is another British breakfast cereal.
What is it like? What is it like? What does it taste like?
It's imagine it's like sawdust, if I'm honest. If you tried to eat it dry, it's very much like sawdust. But I like chocolate Weetabix, but I don't like the normal Weetabix. You have to cover in sugar to make it good.
Well, I mean, covering anything in sugar probably makes it good. Most things.
Apparently, it's like Triscuits. Somebody said.
Oh, ew. I mean, I like so Triscuits are really good when I put like a little bit of cheese on it or a little bit of just any cheese. If I get like cheese, like Swiss cheese or whatever, or any kind of cheese, it's great. And then you can add some salami to it as well. Goddamn.
There's people bringing up British things in the comments. Branston pickle is top tier also. I feel like a lot of you must be watching, what's her name? Courtney something, who's an American woman who eats a lot of British foods because she's obsessed with Weetabix and Branston pickle.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch is also very good. I agree with this is the Annie, yeah. Oh, we got a guest, guys. Cinnamon Toast Crunch was my brother's favorite cereal. He loved it. He loved it so much. Like he ate it so much as a kid and as an adult. But he never
Having
put
trouble
milk in
finding
it.
MAGA?
He never put milk in it, which was weird. Yeah, man, how old are you?
21.
All right, what's on your mind?
You think MAGA is destroying America? I personally don't think that's true.
Okay.
I think we've had a lot of foreign people try to come over here and implement their cultural norms into American traditional values. I know it might be a red flag, but
Yeah, to say the least.
to say, I mean, America has very strong traditional values, like in God we trust, in our Constitution.
What's that
Most
value?
countries,
What do you mean in God we
in-
trust?
in God we trust is what
that's not in the-
is what you're sworn under.
It's not in the Constitution.
Well,
It's on your money.
it is, and it's in the United States.
It's in the. But
It's
not-
what,
What do you
it's
mean?
what you're
What
sworn.
do you mean it's in the United
it's
States?
sworn under God. It's sworn. It's every
Sworn
court,
where?
Every
Sworn where by who?
In federal in laws and hearings.
What
That's just
law?
what in God we
What-
trust.
What law?
Well, it's the you can't burn the United States flag. So
Sure you
it's
Yes, you
kinda like-
can.
Absolutely. You
That's
can.
illegal.
Absolutely.
The Supreme Court have ruled on this, MAGA. The Supreme Court ruled that burning the US flag is part of your First Amendment freedom of speech.
But it's also the Constitution protects freedom of religion, and God is definitely, or Christianity is definitely a freedom of religion. But we've seen a lot of Christianity attacks on churches and things along that substance.
Well, they were all words. I'll grant you that.
Like how Don Lemon got rightfully arrested because he violated somebody's First Amendment right, which is freedom of religion.
How did you violate it?
sorry, no,
Oh, because he stormed a church, which is completely and that is an attack
right.
against
What are the other-
Christianity.
Okay, quick question.
We've
for
seen
you.
a power. Yeah,
Quick question. Okay, freedom of religion is one of the 5 freedoms granted to you under the First Amendment. What are the other 4?
the First Amendment is the
Uh-huh.
freedom of religion. Second
Uh-huh.
is the
No.
Second
First
is the
Amendment
right to bear arms.
Hang on. First Amendment is freedom of religion and
Right to free speech, right to protest, freedom of religion, freedom of press. But that's not press because
press.
it's
And Don Lemon, when he went into that church, was doing what?
not protesting. He stormed it.
No.
What?
He was doing what? For what purpose was he there?
To violate somebody's first constitutional right.
No, pop it. For what purpose was he there?
Is it a public property? Is a church a public
I'm
property?
sorry.
Or is it private?
For what?
Because that
I'm
was a private
sorry.
church.
My love, you're not paying
Do you
attention.
know
to
the
what-
law? What law number is
You're
that?
not paying attention to what I'm asking you. What was he there to do?
The right to violate somebody's First Amendment right.
No. Because you just mentioned freedom of the press, correct?
Oh yeah.
So if he's acting in a capacity as a journalist, which he was, then him doing that is also protected.
Were
by
the other
First
protesters?
Amendment.
Were the other protest? He didn't have a press pass though. You need
You
a
don't-
you need a press
The
pass.
Supreme Court have also ruled that you don't need to be identified as press to be press. Weirdly,
Wait,
he
that's
was not
weird.
there. He was not there as a protester. He was there to document what was going on, as were 4 other journalists.
But that is still violating somebody's first constitutional right
How
because
so?
when someone says get out or get out away from the premises, they have a legal grounding to say you're not welcome on this premises, and if you stay, it's trespassing. It's a law under God, under America. We have
Under
trespassing
God,
laws.
okay. Where in the Bible does it say you must not trespass?
Obey
Thou
the
shalt not
obey the law.
trespass.
Obey the laws of the land.
And he
Yeah.
was documenting it.
He was not. He was asked to
was
leave, and he
document-
refused.
He was not a protester.
He was asked.
documenting
He was
it.
asked to leave, and he refused. So that is violating. That is 2 charges really
He
within
was
itself.
documenting other people being asked to leave.
Hopefully, he
and
doesn't
not
do that again
leaving.
because he'll be right back in jail
No,
where he
won't,
belongs.
because he has a First Amendment right.
Well, he doesn't. You
under
don't have a.
freedom of the press.
It's not freedom of the press to storm into where you're trespassed.
Oh, so all of those people at January 6th then who were there as press and were filming what was going on, they should all be arrested, right?
Nancy Pelosi denied National Guard
That's
when
not
Donald
an
Trump
answer
said
to what she
specifically-
said.
That's not an
Do
answer to
not-
my question.
You guys are
Give an
crashing
answer.
out.
No, I want you to answer to what she
Crashing
said.
out like Alex
Can-
Preddy did.
Can you respond to what she said, or are you going to try to respond to something else that was not said?
I was
That's not-
responding.
That wasn't
No,
a
you weren't.
response at all. Nancy
And by
Pelosi
the
had nothing
way,
to do with what
by-
she said, and that wasn't even
And
true.
by
what
the
she said.
So
way-
Don,
and-
so Don Lemon was charged with conspiracy to
No,
deprive.
no. I'm sorry. That's still not answering my question.
I'm
I
reading you
asked
what he's
you-
getting charged with.
I didn't
Respond
ask
to what
you
she
what he's getting charged with.
What did you say again, Queen Elizabeth?
She's unalived, my love. My name's Erica, and I understand that
You sound like
probably-
AI, but you
I-
definitely are not from America, so you have
Okay.
no standing in.
That's
I
a terrific
get-
way to avoid what she's talking about.
I get that you're backed into a corner right now,
That's
but
exactly
I
what's
also
happening.
want to let you know, by the way, that Nancy Pelosi was in no position on January the 6th or prior to January the 6th to refuse National Guard help because it's not her job.
Right.
She has
Do you want to
nothing
stand by
to do
that?
with
Do you want to stand on that?
Yep,
Do you want
yep.
to stand on that?
I will
Yeah.
also, and I will put $1,000 on it. Yeah.
So the House of Committee actually said that
The House of
she
Committee.
delayed response. She
Okay.
delayed response in providing National
Whose
Guard
job is it?
support.
House
Whose
of
job is it?
Committee.
Who controls National Guard in DC? Please tell me.
I mean, the president technically does, but that
Not
doesn't mean
technically,
also
he
has
does.
authority.
So you're telling me she had more authority than Trump?
I think she definitely could have had. She had
But
a confusion
she
about the
didn't.
authority.
She had no more authority than Trump because he's the one who controlled the National Guard in DC. The president does. That's how it works. A House of Committee is not a thing, by the way. I don't know what the fuck you just said, but that's not a thing.
But he's condemned that many times.
Okay, but now you're not responding again to what's being said.
Wait, what was the
asked-
question?
She asked you about the people that went into the Capitol,
Think they
and they all got pardoned too. So whatever it is that you're criticizing Don Lemon with, they got pardoned. The other people for doing violent things. So the logic is
I
not
mean,
consistent.
most of the people were just there like the press.
Whether
like
they
the
were
press
or
were there.
weren't, all of them were pardoned, even the ones that did very violent and harmful things. And that's the point. Is that Trump nor you seem to be consistent in this logic.
I just want to point out this is an AP fact check about Nancy Pelosi denying the National Guard, and AP's assessment, AP by the way is kind of in the center, said false. As Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi does not direct the National Guard. Further, as the Capitol came under attack, she and the Senate Majority Leader called for military assistance, including the National Guard. So, are you going to give Doug his $1,000 now, or are we going to wait till later?
So it says
that's not happening.
it says she did, and the Senate leader failed to call for military assistance, including the National Guard.
No, it doesn't say failed.
It says
doesn't.
this
Where's the word failed?
called for military assistance, including the National Guard. She
Well-
and the Senate Majority
it says
Leader called for
further,
but
at-
Hold on, I do.
further, as
Go ahead,
the
Erica.
Capitol came under attack, she and the Senate Majority Leader called for military assistance.
Hey.
The word failed is not there.
but
Hey,
she
hey,
literally had a
Oh, okay, I do want to tell you something. So the chat dislikes you so much, you got paid to kick. Goodbye. Tammy, thank you so much for the for the donation that blew out with a V. It says this guest and Mike Hawk in the chat. So whoever Mike Hawk in the chat is, he could be.
Oh, I already muted Michael.
Okay, well there you go.
for the duration.
He's harassing the women in the chat. This guest is so fucking stupid. Well, Tammy, thank you, and let's have a big W for Tammy. Now we can move on to a new guest. We are looking for opposition. Opposition meaning you voted for Trump, you're conservative, you're Republican, you disagree with the background. There's a request button. It looks like a pink and blue person that's at the bottom of the screen. Let me try to bring this person up. I don't know what's happening.
I
go.
just want to point out, adding in words to sentences that aren't there is a sign of poor reading. Sadly, I mean, I can teach you to read. You have to pay me to do it, but I can.
One quick thing before we get to this guest, I have the gift goal. It's a little gummy bear thing. I don't know if it's a gummy bear, but it's a bear. If you guys want to help hit that, please click the red follow button on the top left and join Discord. Link is in the bio. And make sure you guys all sub to me on the tube, okay? If you're watching me on the tube, please hit the subscribe button. I would appreciate it. Drew, how you doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm pretty good, man. How old are you?
I'm 40.
All right, man. What's on your mind? What prompted you to join?
I just want to make sure that I'm an independent. I voted for Trump.
Okay.
I'm still center line. Some left policies I agree with. Some right policies I agree with. I'm not
Okay. So
far right. I'm not far left.
okay.
What bugs me is all the decisiveness of everything. And you guys I just was scrolling through when you brought up January 6th.
Okay.
So I was pretty disgusted with that. But when it comes to, debating and stuff, and about that particular situation, I just feel like the left, totals on that because of Trump.
Okay.
And I never heard, Democrats freaking out about all the BLM riots.
Hang on,
and all the damage it caused.
Drew, can I just point out to you, because you might not have heard why it was brought up. It wasn't brought up as a general point, okay? We weren't just going, oh, but January 6th, blah, 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 blah. We were, so the guest specifically brought up Don Lemon and what had gone on in the church in Minnesota, right? And he was saying that Don Lemon was a protester. And the point that we were making was that Don Lemon, under the First Amendment freedom of the press, was reporting something that was going on. Okay. And the guy said, well, no, he can't be doing that because they have a First Amendment right to freedom of religion. And I was saying, but at January the 6th, there were members of the press who went in with the people that were rioting or whatever, however, protesting, however we want to deem it to be, right? And those people weren't arrested because they were documenting it as members of the press. So that's and my question to him was, should those people have been arrested because they were just there documenting it? So we weren't talking about he then started pivoting onto other things about January the 6th. So we didn't so it wasn't, we didn't just go, oh yeah, about January 6th, blah 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 blah. I also think there is a big difference between January 6th and the BLM riots, in the sense that the whole January 6th thing wouldn't have happened at all if it weren't for Trump encouraging people to come to the Capitol on January the 6th. We all saw the tweets, and he made a video about it, and all
because of his lie about the election being stolen when it was not at all.
I agree. I agree with that statement.
Whereas I think
go ahead.
No, but my point was, whereas the BLM movement was organic, it wasn't instigated by any politicians. They might not have said, and in fact, well, I think many of them did say, you shouldn't be violent, this should all be peaceful and all of that kind of thing. But I don't think they were encouraging people to attend those things. Would you agree with me there?
I wouldn't technically agree with them not kind of egging it on. I think a big problem in America right now is again because I'm center line. There's some things that Democrats policy I like, and there's some things I hate, and there's some things about Republicans that I hate, and some that I like. When I tell you I took the middle line, I took the middle line.
Okay, can you give me an example of a Democrat having a rally which then led to a BLM riot?
Well, I mean, I've seen thousands of news clippings of, our Congress people and our senators and our state representatives, talking in a way that would rile people up.
No. I'm asking you, did any of them have a rally in Minneapolis and then after their rally, everyone went out onto the streets and rioted?
I mean, you could call them rallies. You could call them. I mean, that all politicians have.
No, but
gatherings,
again,
right?
I don't think you're listening to my question, Drew. I'm asking you, did any of them have a rally, and then afterwards, directly following that rally, everyone went out onto the streets and rioted? Because that's what January 6th
I've already
was.
agreed. I've already agreed with that. Yeah, like I've already agreed with that.
Okay, so then they're not both the same. Okay,
I don't think January 6th was right. Like I started that off with. I don't condone.
sure.
No, but
then,
I think you're trying to equate apples with oranges.
It's
here,
not though. I just look at the facts of the situation. Like I just whenever I hear anybody like bring up like January 6th, especially on Democratic side, it's like the end of the world insurrection, blah 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 blah, biggest thing in the world. When if you look at facts and data, you know there were how many people died January 6th?
Because of January 6th, but I don't understand the point of that. There was a few people that died
because of that, right?
I don't remember the exact number, but there was a good few that died either on January 6th or because of January 6th. But I don't think deaths are a metric of whether something's bad or not. I think storming the Capitol is still a bad thing.
The outrage should be like the same for both. During the BLM riots, there was over $1 billion in damage. There were 900 officers hurt. There were
BLM were not trying to topple your democratically elected government at any point. BLM did not try and stop the counting of votes in your election. BLM did not install a fake slate of electors in order to try and take your election. You equating the two with one another is farcical, to be honest.
I'm equating the outrage because as Americans and under the Constitution, like the Constitution was written to basically save the people from a tyrant government.
And
so
you have a
group of people. There's a collective group of people that disagree with the government. That's why we have our Second Amendment. If we wanted to overthrow
that
our
isn't
government,
why. First of all, no, that's not why you have your Second Amendment. That is incorrect.
Why did America start?
What do you mean? Why did America start? Do you mean how?
The American Revolution was over taxation.
Right. Okay. So hang on a minute. Stop. So if the Second Amendment is about you overthrowing a tyrannical government, why do you have you just said that's why it's there, correct?
That was what you just said.
Is for us to be able to bear arms in case we have to face a tyrannical government.
Okay, cool. Then stop, Drew. If that's the case, then why do you have any insurrection laws whatsoever?
I think the entire government's corrupt. So
sorry. Please answer my question, Drew. If the purpose of the Second Amendment is to allow you to, and someone has a really bad echo.
Yeah, where's that coming? It's not coming from me. That might be from you, Drew. Echo.
Yeah.
Echo. Yeah, that was you. I don't know. Do you have another device that's playing?
If you just mute while other people are talking, then it might be a problem. Okay. My question was.
Did that work?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Did it work now?
Did. Yeah, that's better. Well, it's
all right. I got you. I started my truck.
Okay, it's probably because we're on Bluetooth. But if the Second Amendment, if the purpose of it is for you to be able to overthrow a tyrannical government, then why do you also have insurrection laws?
I mean, laws are made by the House and the Senate. So, I mean, it really just depends on who's involved in the government making those decisions at that point. Because as a collective, you could pass any law you want to if you have enough people on your side.
No, you can't.
To get laws passed. You can,
Drew, you can't, because
how are laws made?
Drew, stop. Because your government has something called checks and balances, and that you have a Supreme Court and their job is to make sure that any laws made are constitutional.
If
So
it's brought to the Supreme Court, but the House and the Senate and Congress, they pass laws. Now, once that law gets taken to court, then it goes to the Supreme Court. So literally, the Supreme Court's the end all be all, but like they don't make the laws. They interpret how the law is written. That's what they do.
No, they don't. They interpret whether
Doug,
it's
please tell me that I'm on the right. Like that's
no,
actual. That's
no,
facts.
Drew. They interpret whether the law, whether either the law itself or the way that it's been applied is constitutional. That's what they do. They're looking at the Constitution the whole time.
Exactly. That's literally what I just said.
Sorry,
but they don't
it is-
they
no.
don't cherry pick. They don't get to go cherry pick laws. It's got to be taken to the Supreme Court.
No, how does something get to the Supreme Court, Drew?
People.
I didn't do
Can't
that.
hear. Nope, I can't hear you, man.
He's just
He's
muted
not
for
on mute. He's not
some
even
Sorry,
on
I
mute.
was getting,
He wasn't
I was
even on
getting a
mute.
phone call. I was getting a phone call.
Okay, how does something get to the Supreme Court, Drew?
If I'm correct, a law gets passed. That law then goes to the Supreme Court.
No, false. Already wrong.
So then you got then they got to be sued. So my initial thought about it was correct.
Right. So it would be taken to federal court in one of the circuits, right? I think there's 13 circuits. It would be taken to federal court in one of the circuits, and if that circuit court ruled it to be unconstitutional, then to a circuit court, they might rule it to be unconstitutional. Then it could be appealed up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court do not have to take it, but that's how it gets to the Supreme Court.
And who sets the Supreme Court? So like this is
Well, that's up to the president. That's up to the president. I mean,
exactly.
as far as the judges.
So 330 million people in the long run get told what to do and how to live by what is it? 8, 9? How many Supreme Court judges are there?
There's
9.
All right, yeah, I thought 8 or 9. Yeah, 9. So
9.
You get 6 right judges in there versus 3 left judges. Your right priorities going to move forward. If it's vice versa, my point is it's all divisive. Everything that's happening, like if you, we as Americans should be middle lined.
What do you mean by middle line?
I like it's just divisive. Like we didn't have these problems.
No, I'm going to tell you, Drew, and you might not want to hear this, but this is the truth. If you don't know what the Overton window is, you should go look it up. Okay, the Overton window is basically kind of a way of measuring where someone is on the political scale, from authoritarian down to libertarian, and from left to right. Donald Trump is the very top right corner of that. Okay, you're saying you're in the middle. I don't think you are. I think you're further over to the right than you think you are.
Much.
Yeah, you're further over to the right than you think you are. Because if you were a centrist, like a real centrist, there's no way that you would ever vote for Donald Trump. Because he is so far right in comparison to, I think, any other president that you've ever had in the United States, certainly within the last 100 years. He is so far right that if you were an actual centrist, there'd be no way that you could vote for him.
I'll definitely say that I agree with more right views than I do left, but I'm a center because I'm not some MAGA bootlicker. So I do think the left has some good policies that I agree with, like Roe v. Wade. Didn't agree with that. I don't think anybody should have control over somebody's autonomy. Like, so I mean, I'm not like super far right, but I'm not like I'm not ignorant either. Like, I mean, my whole point is, it doesn't really matter what side you're on, because it comes down to a few people that are going to dictate, what's going
No,
on in this country.
no, that's not true at all. It is so much more complex than that, right? Even Trump himself has shifted America and people's views. Everything he says, everything he does, plays a role in how people see, think, feel, etc. Right? I mean, we have gotten to the point where people will deny basic facts in front of their face because he says so. Right? They will follow what he says word for word. Right? And that will be the truth to them, regardless of what anything else says. So there's a lot of, I mean, the president plays a big role. It's far more than just the Supreme Court judges.
I think that goes both ways, though. Like, yeah, I mean, like Trump's a polarizing figure, and like it's an easy target. But I feel like it's still, like, if you're to the point to where, like, I'm left, and the right is wrong, or you're right, and the left is wrong. Like, there's, like, I mean, it's gonna just continue
Okay,
down that
Andrew,
barrel, because you're always gonna stick on your side.
Drew, give us any policy of the Democrats that's far left.
Oh, that's a whole nother conversation to get into, and I don't have the time to get into that. But
No,
Doug, I
but
follow Doug,
Uh,
and I know you're on here a lot. I promise I'll come back.
but I'm going to tell you, Drew, the reason you can't, off the top of your head, tell us a Democratic policy that is far left is because there aren't any.
Ma'am, I
the-
could pull up 5 right now,
No,
and
you
mark
couldn't.
my
You
words.
couldn't.
Listen,
I
I can, and I'm gonna,
guarantee
but I
you,
can't do it right now.
I guarantee you that none of them would be far left. You might think they're far left, but they wouldn't be far left, because far left is communism, okay, where you are a stateless, moneyless, classless society, and no Democrat has ever even given something that could be classed as a real socialist policy, let
Right.
alone a communist policy.
I mean, I get what you're saying. That I wasn't going to be coming up with no communist stuff, but I mean, the right doesn't really have
Then-
any communist policy either. Like,
Well,
it's
hang
not a
on,
dictatorship.
but the right wouldn't have any communist policy, because communism is specifically a far left viewpoint. Far
Right.
right is called fascism. And yeah, actually, Trump does have a few things that are fascist in nature.
I mean, that's opinion, though.
I mean, we can
no,
go
it's
over
not.
it. We can go over it specifically. What
It's
he
not.
says is interesting.
It's still opinion.
Well, no, it isn't, because you see, words have.
Is it illegal to be?
definitions.
Is it illegal to be an immigrant here?
Illegal to
It's
be an
illegal
immigrant.
what do you mean illegal to be an immigrant?
Like, that's a fact. That would be fascist, right?
Well, we're just asking what you mean by that. That's it.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, it's not illegal to come to this country as an immigrant.
Right.
But
But it
what is
wasn't illegal to go to. It wasn't illegal to go to Germany when the guy with the moustache was the leader. There were, in fact, there were British people and Americans living in Germany for that whole time. Being fascism doesn't mean that you don't have anybody from any other countries in your country. That's not what fascism is.
I really, really, really want to have this conversation, and I know, Doug, you're on here like usually every
Uh-huh.
day.
Uh-huh.
So, like, I will come back Monday, and we can
Okay.
continue the conversation about that. I'm been waiting out at I'm trying to pick my kids up right now. So,
Okay.
Doug,
right, man.
I'll see you soon. Erica, I'll talk to you Monday.
Monday.
Monday. President's Day.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Take care. That was odd.
I mean, I'm off work Monday. Sure, I guess.
All right. 1 second. All right. Cool. Let's get back to it. All right, dude. I mean, whatever. Come back. Don't come back. I don't know. Whatever. Keep tapping it, sharing, guys. Tap the screen, share it on out. Make it as a story, the live, whatever you guys can do to help. That'd be great. Please give me a follow. Guys, we've only gotten 11 new followers this live. Typically in the past, we've gotten at least 100 every single live. So I don't know what's happening. Out of the 456 people watching, I know there are plenty that don't follow. Follow me now. Otherwise, I will track you down and do something. I don't know what, but
I'll
I will.
take away your FCC license if I track you down. Doug, is it me or was that really weird that he said to you, "I'll see you sometime," and then to me he was like, "I'll talk to you Monday."
Yeah, that's a little odd. That's a little odd. I
Very
don't quite know what he meant by
specific.
that.
How is he going to do that? Like, what?
I don't know.
Does he have my phone number and I don't know about it? If he does, I'll record it for you all.
I think that's a good idea.
I'll let him know I've recorded. My phone, when you record things on it, it says this call is being recorded. So
Oh,
you
it says
would
that,
know
yeah.
that you were.
All right. Let's see here. And yeah, people on the tube. Make sure, I know there's some people watching me on the tube at the moment. Please do follow, subscribe to me over there, guys. We actually hit a peak of like 170 concurrent viewers on the tube earlier, which was really good for the tube. Because a few weeks ago I wasn't getting more than 2 or 3, so that's what we call progress, guys. But make sure you do sub to me over there. It's Dougielifts.
Anthony's in the comments. Anthony, I'm so sorry. I saw you were live earlier, but I was at my mum's house, and then Jenny texted me to say, sorry, Jen texted me to say, not Jenny. Jen texted me to say, like, come to the live, and then I was like, I can't. I'm spending time with my mum, so I'm sorry about that. Since my dad died, I now give my mum like dedicated time.
Oh, that's good though.
She's on her own in the house, apart from when the dog's there. So I try, either me or my brother, we take it in turns. We go see her every day. So yeah, one of us.
How old is your mom?
Hang on a minute. Quick math. She'll be 82 this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mom is gonna be 78. She was 154. She was gonna be 72 in May. But no, that's good. I understand that. I mean, having a loss sometimes makes you want to be closer with other people in your family.
Yeah. I'm very close with my mum anyway. We speak every day, and we have done for years. Whereas my dad was one of those people who, like, he'll pick up the phone. He would always, if he picked up the phone, he'll be like, "Hi, how are you? Yeah, I'm fine. How are you? I'm fine. I'll go and get your mum." That was always, he never wanted to talk for long. He was always, "I'll get your mum."
That's funny.
I'm
Guys,
the older sibling, Tech Quiz, obviously.
You know, how many other
I'm the
siblings do you
older
have?
sibling. I just have one. I have
That's right. Okay. Yeah.
a younger but significantly taller brother.
How much taller are we talking?
Well, I'm 5'1" and he's 6'4".
Oh gosh, jeez.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that is a difference.
It's a struggle to get it's a struggle to get the two of us in a photo together. He's that
Oh, I
much
bet.
taller
I
than
bet.
me.
Yeah, that is a huge difference. Guys, real quick, is this camera? We'll go back to. I'm sorry, guys. Is this camera view better? I mean, obviously you can see it not backwards. Do you guys like this, or do you want it how it was reversed the other way? I personally don't like myself the other way. I don't like how I look, but if you guys like it, anyways, back to what you were talking about, Erica.
I just went to another app to find a photo of us standing next to each other, which is years old. I'll get it in a minute, and you'll see like me wearing heels standing next to my brother. He's so tall. Give me a second.
You can't read chat this way? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, it blends in with the background? Just move to my right? Oh, I mean, this way? This is why I don't like it. Number one, I don't like how I look like this. I know this is how people see me when they see me in person, but I prefer my other self. This seems... I just don't like the way I look. But I also don't like that this is backwards. So I prefer the other way, personally. If you say I look the same, that's okay. There you go. That's almost 7 foot. God damn. Yeah, 7 foot is wild. Wild, wild, wild. Other way feels better. All right. I'm just going to focus on that one comment and go back the other way. Sorry, guys. It's all about me, right? It's all about me. David, let me check. Guys, keep tapping and sharing. Remember, if you are opposition, if you disagree with the background that I have, if you voted for Trump, please, 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 please hit the guest request button. It looks like a pink and blue human being. David, thank you for the 5 on the blue at with the V. It says, I don't think you know how threats work. Telling people you're going to track them down and do stuff to them is not the deterrent you think it is. Shaking my head. Thank you, David. All right, well, I'll have to be more specific with my threats, I suppose. Thank you so much, David. I appreciate you. W. David in the comments. But yeah, guys, it's nice to see YouTube picking up a little bit. It's like really, really encouraging because, as I said, the first few weeks, I was literally getting like 0 to 2 viewers at a time. And I knew it was going to be slow to start, so it wasn't bothering me too much, but still. But it was nice to see that we almost hit 200 at once when we started the live. I think what we need to do, and I was talking to David about this, is that I, number one, need to have a description for the live because I don't have one. And I also need to have a thumbnail. Because when I see RTP and other people who do really well on the tube, they have a thumbnail that's capturing, and I don't. The thumbnail is just this. That's what it defaults to, and I don't have a description either. So I think having those two would likely help with the tube. I think. But if there's somebody that knows more about the type of stuff, let me know. Doug will make you work your core on that. Yeah, so I'll do that on the tube. But yeah, it will be nice to sort of get that going. It really will. You do thumbnails? Yeah, I'm not sure what I would make the thumbnail, but it's got to be, obviously capturing to some degree. Again, I see RTP who does well. Matt, I know, does well. Matt with politics. Who else? Javon, obviously. I mean, there's a bunch of people, right? So I don't want to say I want to copy them, but obviously, follow in their direction as to what seems to work. You'll DM me? That's fine. Yeah, guys, if you want to help, if you have any tips or tricks, or you want to help as far as the tube goes in terms of making it better, I don't know how else to phrase it. Yeah, you're more than welcome to DM me. At some point, and we're not even remotely close to this, at some point I want to have someone that can help make videos on the tube and TikTok, sort of like a job, so to speak. Obviously, there would be a compensation. Currently, right now, one of my mods helps me out. Totally out of the kindness of their heart. They do help me, which is great. Obviously, I try to do stuff when I can as well, but I am not tech savvy at all in the least bit. You used to make RTPs with Canva, okay? But I'm not tech savvy in the least bit. So at some point, when it makes sense to do so, and again, I'm not even close to it, I definitely want to have someone who can help make consistent videos, clip stuff from here, make them, viewable and watchable, so to speak, and and then I could post them on all my accounts and stuff, with a compensation, of course, a job, so to speak. But I think creators only do that once they start getting relatively big, and I'm not at all. So it's just a thing in the future to think about, I suppose. Anyways, keep tapping and sharing, guys. Make sure you click the follow button. We do have a guest. Josh, how you doing?
F Trump.
All right. Well, you sound like you are very young, but I do agree with that. It's nice to see a young person have those views. You think I am relatively big? I guess it depends on what you're referring to. But
he sounded like I might teach him. He was that young. And he also sounded either British or Irish. So, yeah, fun times.
Yeah, he didn't sound American. I like that he said F as well. I do like that.
Everyone loves a bit of self-censorship. Michael said, leave the kids alone. Leave our kids alone. I wouldn't touch your kids with a barge pole, Michael.
I'm not quite sure anyone's messing with your kids, though.
I'm aware of. Has anybody watched the Ricky Gervais series Afterlife?
I saw it a while ago, but it was very funny.
And in the
that makes me want to watch it again.
In the first episode, he walks past the school playground and one of the
Yeah,
kids
yeah.
shouts nonce at him, which is a British word for a P3DO, is the word nonce. And
That's
he's like, I would, even if I wouldn't touch you, you ginger, and then see you next Tuesday.
Yeah, that's really funny. I like him a lot. He's good. Paco, what's up? Paco Rodriguez. All right, I don't think you meant to come on up. Yeah, it is a very good show. Very, very good. Do you guys like, and you have to have a very specific type of humor to like this, Tim Robinson? Do you guys like him? He has, 2 shows now. I Think You Should Leave, which is on Netflix, and then the newest one on HBO, Chair Company, I think it's called. Do you guys like Tim Robinson? I love him. There you go, Taylor. I like it. But you do have to have a very specific type of humor, because I Think You Should Leave. I remember when I first saw it, I thought it was really fucking stupid. Tammy, you would know who it is if you saw him. Google Tim Robinson. You guys have seen the memes, like the 55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 whatever. You guys have probably seen that meme. There's also another one. There's like a few like well-known memes based like that came from that show. I'm trying to think of the other one. Yeah, Caitlin, there you go. The Chair series it's different, but I do like it. I think it's very funny. Yeah, are you sure about that? There you go. That's another one. Yeah, that's a very, very well-known meme. You're visible. But yeah, guys, you should check out the show. I think it's funny, personally.
I can't find the picture of me and my brother standing next to each other because I don't like photos. But I do have a picture of my chin next to James Corden's chin. If anyone would like to see that.
Yeah, let's see it.
This was from back in the day when I saw. This is before James Corden became well known in America, but he was well known here, and he was in a play called like One Governor to something, like One Gentleman, Two Governors, or something like that, in London. And I saw him in a gourmet burger kitchen ordering food, and we were walking out as he was walking in. So I had a BlackBerry, and I zoomed it right in so I could take a picture of him through the window. And then he came out, and I asked him for a picture, but it was still zoomed right in. So it only took a picture of our chins.
Oh my
So
gosh.
if you make it big, Doug,
I'm here.
you need
I'm
to
here.
make me. I'll put
Sorry.
mine big screen. Okay.
Ooh.
So on the left is James Corden's chin, and on the right is my chin. So that's me with James Corden.
That's fine.
That
That's fine. Yeah.
at least my chin with James Corden's chin. Actually, we do look kind of like we could be siblings. Like
A little
the
bit
chins
based
are
on the
very similar.
chins. Yeah, you guys have
Yeah.
similar chins.
Based
looked at-
solely on the chin.
I've never looked at chins this closely and specifically before, but sure, yeah, I think there's a close resemblance.
Based on the chin. Yeah, I love Gavin and Stacey. He was in a show here called Gavin and Stacey, which if you like British humour and you have not watched Gavin and Stacey, you should watch Gavin and Stacey. It's excellent.
Do we have a guest here? Anonymous. Oh, we have the well-known and great Anonymous. How are you? Well, all right. I guess we don't get the pleasure of speaking to Anonymous, guys, unfortunately.
Isn't it ironic that Anonymous are well known?
Yeah,
Isn't it ironic?
that song.
And too
Not-
ironic.
The ironic part, and I've mentioned this before, the ironic part of that song is there's nothing in that song, the lines that are ironic. There's only one line in that song that's ironic. That's the ironic part of the ironic song.
So there's an Irish comedian called Ed Byrne who did a whole 5-minute bit on how the song "Ironic" contains no irony.
Right. Though there's only we'll get to it after this, guys. Guys, remind me in the comments. We're gonna get back to that song. There's only one line that's ironic. The rest are just not. Anyways, independent, what's up?
I apologize, Doug. I just wanted to ask Erica a British question. I'm not MAGA. I mean, I'm not a Democrat, but I'm not MAGA either. Can I ask Erica a quick question?
Sure.
Sure.
Hey, you're from England, right?
Correct, yeah.
Is Benny Hill still a thing over there? I know he's super
No.
old. I mean,
No.
was he considered too extreme? Not extreme, but is his comedy back then not looked favorably upon now because he did stuff, or no?
I think to be honest, right? There's no way that Benny Hill would ever be shown on British TV now.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Unless it was part of a look at the crap we used to watch in the 1980s kind of show. But the thing about it is there's stuff that's far more controversial on British TV now than that. Not in the sense of, if anybody, for example, has seen the TV show Naked Attraction, if you haven't, don't look it up on your work computer, is all I'm saying. But it's basically a dating show where nobody's wearing any clothes. That's shown on British TV, right? So it's not the fact of what people are wearing or anything like that. It's the fact that it's very sexist that is the reason that it wouldn't be shown now.
Is British TV more politically correct nowadays? I was born there in 1970, left in 73, moved back from like 79 to 82. So I haven't been there since 1982. I'm 56 years old now. So has it gotten very politically correct, the TV over there, or what's it like nowadays?
What do you mean by politically correct? Because
I'm trying to think of a good definition.
It depends what you mean. So what I would say is this: our TV stations, the ones, well, we pay for all of our TV because we buy TV licenses, but our normal TV stations that everyone can access would show far more controversial things than US TV would. So you're not seeing naked people on US normal everyday TV, right? That would have to be on cable. So there is far more controversial stuff on normal British TV than there is on normal American TV, for sure.
Because you're paying for it, it's like our cable, or almost comparison, is what you're saying?
Well, okay. No, I don't think it's because we're paying for it. I think it's just because we're not as conservative a culture. So, like, seeing a naked person, as long as it's after 9 p.m, when it's only adults seeing it, like, people, it's not really an issue.
Okay, this is the last question. If I remember correctly, was it The Sun on like page 3 or 7 would show a topless woman back in the day?
Yeah. No, not anymore.
Okay, no. When did that stop? I'm just curious because as a 12-year-old boy, it was pretty cool, you know.
Yeah,
but
I think that stopped. I think it stopped. It either stopped in the 90s or the early 2000s.
That one always blew me away. Now, no one believed me when I moved back to the United States that even existed. So
no, yeah, that was a thing. The page 3 girl, yeah, that was a thing. Samantha Fox was the best known of the page 3 girls.
Oh, she was a page 3. I did not know that. How old are you, Erica? Yeah. I know you're a lot younger than me. I'm 56. How old are you?
Oh, I'm not a lot younger than you. I'm 47.
Okay, so you were born in the mid 70s.
I was born 78.
Got it. Okay, like I said, Doug, I apologize for not talking politics. I'm a longtime Republican who just could not vote for the president the last 2 times around because I'm a normal human being. Okay.
Okay. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll bring you back down to the comments. Okay.
Oh, real quick, I do believe strongly in capitalism, and I know some people on the far left are really beat up on capitalism. Is that you, or no? You're good with
I'll tell you what, dude.
Capitalism with guardrails. Capitalism with guardrails.
I assume you like capitalism because that's part of your name. Can we continue talking more? Because I don't have anybody else to speak to. We can talk politics if you have time, if you want.
I would love to talk, but I'm not as controversial as most. So if you want to boot me at any time, boot me.
You're okay. I don't bring people specifically for views or anything like that. I prefer good conversations. So you said capitalism with guardrails. What do you mean by that?
I'm a true believer that the place we got in the world as a country was because of capitalism, and it was a great country to start a business. It was easy, not a lot of regulation, and you could grow companies exponentially and all that. Great. But it's gotten to the point, okay, we're screwing certain people, are getting screwed over and taken advantage of, and you can't do that. We need to get a little bit like, okay, and I'm not even that much of an issue of a CEO getting paid a lot, but I mean, when you're hurting people potentially just to make money, like that's when I start to have issues. So it's gotten a little too far.
Okay, well, I agree. It's gone too far. So when we're talking about countries like in Europe, like Denmark and Norway and Finland and things like that, they still have capitalism, but it's it's a social democracy, right? Like, is that something you would agree with, or is that
they
too
are
far?
like that?
Well, they are still, because people misrepresent and say that they're socialist countries. Some even say they're communist, which is ridiculous. But do you like an economic system sort of like that, or is that too far to the left?
I still like, yeah, I think that's too far. I have no issues with socialist capitalism. Certain people that works perfectly for. I don't think you have the opportunities there like you would in the U.S. to go start a company as easily as you can, grow it, scale it, and make a huge amount of money. That's
why does that take
think-
precedence over people, less people being in poverty and less people being hungry and cold and homeless, etc.? Why would that take priority? Somebody starting a business and making millions.
Well, I look at it as I'm okay with paying higher taxes over there. That's what would help the homeless people or stuff like that. I have no issue with higher taxes. I make a lot of money, but I have no problem paying more taxes. I don't think that has anything to do with the capitalism, though.
Can I just point something out to you though that you may not have thought of?
Yeah.
From a lot of my American friends who have ideas for businesses or would like to start their own business, the thing that stops them a lot of the time is healthcare, because if they leave their job, they then don't they then have to either have the money to pay their own insurance, or they have to go without healthcare altogether. I think actually having social safety nets like universal healthcare actually encourages people and allows them to start businesses, because if you're not worried about where your healthcare is going to come from, because you know it's there anyway, actually that allows you more freedom to leave your job and start a business, because that stuff is still provided for you.
And as I mentioned earlier, I'm not very controversial. I fully agree. I can't find any flaw in your rationale there. It definitely would be easier from a healthcare standpoint. Now, most 25-year-olds, they're not thinking about healthcare. That's just not their world. Now, me at 56, I would have to have healthcare because at 56, you have more issues. So for someone older, middle age, yeah, absolutely. It's a lot harder to start a business, or it's a risk not having health care, and you'd have to pay Cobra through your old company and they cover you for 18 months, but you're probably paying $1,000 or $1,500 a month if you have a family out of pocket. Yeah, it would be easier in a socialistic, more democrat, capitalistic country like you see in some of the European countries. I agree from that standpoint.
I think in a social democracy, in kind of democratic socialism, gives you the best of both worlds, right? Because you have all these amazing social safety nets, like you have paid maternity leave, and by the way, even if I don't have a job, get this, guys, even if I don't have a job, I get statutory paid maternity leave from the government, right? Even if I don't have a job. It's not just the companies that pay you money. The government gives you money if you have, and it's not, don't get me wrong, it's not very much money, but and in most jobs, like my job, if I were to become pregnant, I work for the government, right? Because I'm a teacher, so I'm employed by the government. So if I were to have a baby, which is highly unlikely at the age of 47, but if it were to happen, I would get 6 weeks off on full pay. Then I would get up to 9 months on, well, no, I think I would get the next 6 weeks on like 3/4 pay, then the next 6 weeks on half pay, and then it goes down to statutory maternity, which is like it's not a lot, but it is money, right, that the government is giving you when you've had a baby and you can't work because, or you don't want to work. So there's nothing, if you are a mum here or even a dad, because actually you can transfer this to your spouse. If you are a parent, it doesn't have to be mum that stays off with your child. It can be dad that stays off with your child, and he gets the exact same. So you just have more choices around what you can do. And you can, after 9 months, nobody has to pay you anything, but many people take a whole year off with their first child, and some with subsequent children as well, because you can do that. You're still getting something coming in, you know.
And I agree with a lot of what you said. It feels like we drifted away from the capitalism conversation. This is more towards like universal health care and universal
Well,
care.
that's part of it, though. That's part of it.
But this is part of it, yeah.
But yeah, so is it easier from that standpoint? Sure. But I also look at, okay, in the United States, how many companies have been created over here? And I can't tell you the exact reason why, but look how many companies, like the largest in the world. I think we have 80% of the largest companies in the world in the United States. I mean, there's something over here that's working when it comes to capitalism.
Well, no, I don't think that's true. I think you are the world's biggest consumer economy, so it stands to reason that your companies would be the biggest, because you're the people that consume the most things.
Yeah, but why is that? We only have 300 million people. There are other countries that are a lot bigger than us. Why are we?
You have 350 million people. Well, 340, 350. But it's because I mean, it is down to capitalism. But there are a whole ton of other capitalist countries also.
Yeah. I agree.
You know, the US isn't the richest country in the world per capita.
Nope.
You're
definitely
not. You're not the richest per citizen.
Absolutely not. I mean, America seems to be the greatest place if you want to go become wealthy, because there's going to be a lot of poor people here. And if you're poor, you're a lot better off in other countries. But I mean, like European GDP has just stagnated. I'm talking about Europe as a whole. And even England. I mean, why is that over the last 15 years versus the United States?
I can tell you exactly why it's here. It's because of Brexit. Is
Brexit.
Why it's here. But I also want to let you know, like, the rest of the world calls the United States, we talk about, I can't remember the phrase. I just had it in my head and it escaped me. It's something about a third world country with a Gucci belt is how the rest of the world talks about the United States. It's a third world country with a Gucci belt, because the bottom layer of your and I hate talking about people like this, like stratifying them into groups of people, right? But the poorest people in the United States I couldn't believe how many people there are in the United States living in trailer parks, for example.
Oh yeah, a lot.
I could not, like, that blows my mind that so many people live in trailer parks. That blows my, and it especially, and it seems to a lot of the time be in states where you have things like hurricanes and tornadoes
Makes no
that
sense.
rip up that kind of housing without a second thought.
Yeah. Let me see if this guest is opposite. Sorry, actually, go ahead.
Yeah.
You can wrap up your point. I just want to introduce this other guest, but you can wrap up your thing, Erica. I'm sorry.
So somebody in the comments asked me if we have trailer parks. A few, but it's really uncommon for people to live in that kind of property. Most of our properties are built with bricks or stone. And no, not really, not a whole ton.
Yeah.
But it's like in the United States, if you're not well off, life's shit, really shit. And that's, it's bad here if you're not well off. but it's worse there.
High
Agree.
school.
Maybe.
High school. Hold on. I just want to see this guess's opposition. High school. How you doing?
I'm good.
Hey, are you opposition? Like, are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Or you are?
I
Okay.
was on. I was speaking to you before. I had to go real quick.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. That's fine then. Are you trying to chime in on this specific conversation, or were you trying to talk about something else?
No, I was just. We were. I might have been under a different account. I was speaking to you before. I wanted to continue, but you know what? If you want, I can come back later.
No. You're good. You're good. Just what is it? What is it that you wanted to say?
Well, remember, we were speaking about authoritarian government and Donald Trump being authoritarian, and I was saying that I thought Biden was much worse.
Oh
Remember this
yeah.
conversation?
Okay, that's right.
Yeah. I just thought I'd come. I had to run real quick. So I didn't think I was
That's fine.
ditching for any reason.
No, let's talk about that. Independent. Is there anything else that you wanted to say to Erica before? And you can be in this conversation too, Independent, if you want. This next
I'll
one.
mute myself and let y'all talk. Yeah, I'll just
Okay.
stay muted.
Cool. All right. So, what is it you wanted to say again? High school.
I'm sorry, you just got me. I just threw a piece of cheese in my mouth. I'm sorry.
Well, shall I? Because we
Go ahead,
were
Erica.
talking about previously. Because I recall these things better than Doug does. I think he'll agree that it's fair to say.
Yes, that is
So
very fair to say.
we were talking
Typical
about.
guy, right? Erica, typical guy.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I think it depends on the individual. I know girls that can't remember anything, so
It's just me. It's a me thing. Yeah.
it's a person to person
like
thing.
that.
It's a Doug thing specifically. But we were talking about how far left and far right, and how Trump has some policies that could be labeled as fascist,
Yes.
right? Whereas the Democrats have no policies that could be labeled as communist.
Mm-hmm. That was your point. Well, no, was it communist or? Okay, yeah.
Well, we said they didn't have any that could even be labeled socialist.
Socialist?
Right, like not even. Yeah.
Yeah, because socialism is the means of production being in the hands of the proletariat, which basically means there's no private ownership of business. It's all in the hands of the people. And the Democrats have never put forth any kind of policy advocating for anything like that.
Well,
Yep.
don't you agree that right now there's a rise in people getting elected that are no longer Democrats but social Democrats or
Like
But
who?
social Democrats, but social Democrats isn't the same as socialism.
No,
I know,
they're
but
not.
they're actually no. I okay that I know, but don't you think that's a move further towards that direction?
Well, I mean,
I-
sure,
I-
a social democrat is. I mean, yes, you can still say, yeah, they're further left than someone who's just a quote unquote regular Democrat, but that's not even still remotely socialism. It's not.
Well, also, my argument would be also that a lot of those people, so Mamdani, for example,
That's where I was going. You read my
the
mind.
Democrats as a party were not super. That he wouldn't have been their choice for who to have because he's too far left for mainstream Democrats.
Which I find to be problematic. They seem to want to like quote unquote kick out ones that are like Bernie, for example. I think he easily could have beat Trump in 2016, but the mainstream Democrats had an issue with him. So I wish they went further left personally.
Doug, do you consider yourself more of a SA? Oh, I'm sorry, SD. I'm sorry. Let's go. Disregard the first question. Do not answer it. I don't want to know. SD.
As opposed to like a mainstream Democrat, I would certainly align a lot
Yeah.
more with a social Democrat. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
So here's my views on things, though. I have no issue at all with socialism or communism. I think communism actually absolutely can work. However, though, I'm kind of recognizing what we can do with like our given reality. Like communism is not going to be a thing that's going to happen. So within like the tools that we currently have, yeah, I would say a social democrat is something that we can absolutely aim towards and something that would be beneficial.
Is wealth redistribution socialist or communist?
Socialist, I would say.
It depends to what extreme.
Talking
So
about it in New York already.
well, no. So wealth redistribution. Well, taxes are any kind of taxes wealth redistribution,
Yeah,
and
technically.
so and taxes are are not just by their nature kind of left wing. So any kind of taxes wealth redistribution, especially things like income taxes and corporation taxes and those kind of things, all of that is wealth redistribution. But it depends to what extent you're talking about wealth redistribution, because in socialism there is still private ownership of property. There's just no private ownership of business, and business is all in the hands of the people, right? So imagine that every company, instead of being a privately held company, was a co-op where everybody got a share of the profits. That is what socialism would be, right? Every company is a co-op. Whereas under communism, communism goes further than that, where the whole way, and by the way, we've never really seen communism. We've seen things that have been labeled communism but aren't really.
Yeah.
Where no communism would be more, no matter what you're in terms of businesses, no matter what you're doing in that business, you get the same level of compensation. No matter what you're doing, you get this. Everybody gets the same.
So, like, would y'all say y'all agree, like, with California, the wealth tax on the billionaires? Do y'all agree or disagree with that?
I don't know specifically what the wealth tax is. I would
They
have
want
to,
anyone over $1 billion, 5% tax of their net worth. If they're over anything over $1 billion, if they're over a billionaire, the delta above $1 billion is taxed at 5%. They're voting on it.
I think 5% is not enough.
yeah, that's very
So, I mean,
low. Yeah.
But does that open the door to, like, okay, we're broke 5 years down the road, let's do it for everyone who's got 500 million, and then down the road, all of a sudden, it just gets worse.
You're engaging in the slippery slope fallacy, which
Is that really a fallacy?
Because
Well,
hang
yeah.
on a minute. So we could say that about anything. So are we saying then? So right now Donald Trump is deporting people who are who illegally migrated to the US. So that means that in 6 months' time, maybe he'll just go, right, well, everybody that has a green card, they can go as well. And maybe another 6 months down the line, he denaturalizes everybody who's been naturalized. I'm sure you wouldn't engage in that kind of speculation. So why are we engaging in that kind of speculation with regards to California?
I agree with you. I can't push back on that.
Let me introduce the other guests. I'm fine having like a group convo, as long as it kind of doesn't get too chatty over each other. Tristan, hello.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, Tristan, I just need to know your age, just for TikTok terms of service, and then we can continue. I just need to know your age for TikTok terms of service.
48.
Okay, cool. And you are you voted for Trump, or?
No, I'm not American.
Okay, do you support him, or are you conservative? I'm just wondering what you came up here for.
There's no support point of view. I was going to talk in terms of what we can talk as humans, perhaps.
Sure, we're human beings. I'm just wondering what you wanted to offer towards the conversation.
Trump is not my pivot of life, to be honest.
Okay.
I'm just going to say,
it's not a.
Hang on, Tristan. This is probably not the live for you then, because this is a political live.
Yeah.
So you might want to go and talk to other people about this. We're talking specifically about politics right now.
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and bring you down, but I do hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever time it is over there. And take care, okay? Let's get back to what we were saying. So I don't remember what the last one was.
What you guys were talking about with
Sure.
that tax?
Sure, go ahead.
You would say 5% is not a lot. I think that's ridiculous.
You think it's a lot? 5%?
Yeah, because you're talking about 5% on top of the taxes you're already paying.
Well, that's why I'm
And so- and
asking.
you're talking
That's what
net
I'm going to
worth.
look up the tax. I'm going to look up the taxes in California because I don't want to speak on it if I don't know specifically the
Well, let's
taxes.
just-
But
okay.
assuming they are higher on people who make $1 billion, yes, I would absolutely be for that.
But I know Erica said she didn't think they were high enough. But so let's just
Well,
look at the
no,
numbers.
I'm just
That's not-
going to say, so I in this country and in your country, we have a graduated income tax system, right? So I'm in the 40% tax bracket. So you could, if you wanted to, go away and figure out like between what and what I earn. When I went over a certain threshold, my income tax went from 22% under that threshold to 40%, right? But it's only 40% on anything that I have above that threshold. And what I'm going to say to you is if you are making, or if you have $1 billion,
Said net
a,
worth.
a billion, yeah, but if you have a net worth of $1 billion, 5% of that is nothing. You can still live an amazing life having 5% less.
Erica, so can we just first figure out what's 5%? Is that, because I'm not great with math, can somebody help me? Is it 5 million?
Are you talking
50
5%? 5% of it? Yeah, it would be 50. Well, listen, because 10% of 5 billion would be 500 million, and then and then 1% would be 50.
If you're
would
worth
be
1
50
billion,
million.
10%
So if you're
would be
talking
what?
5%, it would be 25 million, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh my God, that's
No,
ridiculous. So listen,
hang on.
If my math is
Wouldn't
correct, if my math
500
is correct.
Wouldn't 500 million would be half of $1 billion, wouldn't it?
Well, no, we're talking. Were we? Oh, he was talking $1 billion. I thought he said
1
5 billion. I'm
Your
sorry, I
net
thought he
worth
said
is
5
$1
billion.
No.
So okay, so if we're talking $1 billion, 10% of that would be 100 million, and you're
Correct.
talking about 5%, that would be 50 million. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so let's
No,
look at
5
50
million. Not 50 million,
100
5
Five.
million.
I think it is 5.
It's
So let's
50
say-
million.
Oh no,
It's 50 million.
No, it's 50.
You're right,
It's 50.
million.
It's
Yeah,
50.
You're right.
Okay.
Even worse. All right, so just say 1 billion, right? Just say I'm lucky enough to have a business, right?
Well-
And we're talking businesses, right? This is your net worth. So if you own a business, that counts toward your net worth, right? So if you have a business that, just say I own Mar-a-Lago, right? Let's just say it's worth, I don't know, 200-300 million right there, right? And then I have to pay employees, and there's a lot of things going on. I have to pay taxes on that. Just say I own a couple boats and I own a couple things, this and that. Out of that 1 billion liquid, maybe I only got 25% of that liquid, if I'm lucky, because a
Then
lot
you
of it
have
wrapped
one.
up in my.
Then you have one
Hold on.
boat less.
Erica, hold
you
on.
have one
Hold
boat
on.
less. Oh no! What
No,
an
so
I-
you're saying
awful
nobody
life.
can own a boat, Erica? Really?
That's
can't
not
own a
what
boat?
she's saying. That is not what she
According-
said.
according to your-
She
your life?
just said instead of having 3 yachts, you'll have 1 yacht
Hold
or
on,
2 yachts.
but let me finish. So
Poor you.
got you have investments. You have different things. You have children. You got in college. You got things going on. It's $1 billion,
Right.
right?
Stop.
A lot of
Stop.
things going on. You have
Stop.
employees. You employ
We get it. We get
No,
it. We get
right,
it. We
first
get it.
of
We
all-
get it. You like
first of
billionaires. We get
all-
it.
You want to
First of
remove
all,
from my
stop.
wealth. You
Stop.
want to remove $50
Stop.
million every year.
You still
Right,
have
okay.
$950 million.
I want to.
I don't feel bad for you.
I want to point out, okay, that there are very few wholly owned private businesses by somebody who is a billionaire, right? The majority of those businesses have been floated, are limited companies. And if it's a limited company, it doesn't count the same way. And if it's floated on the stock market, then no, they're not taking the worth of your business into account. They're taking the amount of shares that you have in that business into account. And I don't think you even understand how much $1 billion is. I really don't. Because if you think that you have $1 billion net worth, the maximum that college tuition would be in the United States for a year, for example, is about 100K, the absolute maximum that college tuition would be. So you were saying you've got people to pay and you've got kids that are going to college. That's BS. All of that is BS.
All right. Okay. So, Erica, you have $1 billion. You have a business. you have things going on in your life. How much liquid cash do you think you have out of that 1 billion?
It doesn't. It doesn't
It
matter
matters.
how much
You
liquid
gotta
cash you
turn
have.
that. Oh, at the end of the year, you have to turn over 50 million to the government. So you need liquid cash.
Hang on a
So,
minute.
God.
Hang on a minute.
I'm
Right.
sorry. Wait. I have a question. High school, what's your annual income? And do you have bills to pay and kids to send to college and to feed? Because I'm sorry, sympathizing with billionaires is wild to me because there are people who are
Really?
doing
Why?
the
Are they not
exact same.
people?
They
Are
are
they not
doing the
flesh and
exact
blood?
same thing. They
Not
are doing
flesh
the
and blood?
exact
Are
same
they
thing.
less
I'm
than us?
paying to go to I pay to go to
Less
college.
than us?
I pay for my. But that's what I'm
the
saying,
question
though.
said that.
I
That's
don't
really
have the
good.
same income as a billionaire does. Nor will I have
Right.
the same income over the next 8 years when my child is growing up before he turns 18 and wants to go to college. So you're saying all these things that a lot of ordinary, I want to say ordinary, but a lot of people who are not in that tax bracket, for example, also have to deal with.
Yep.
So where is the sympathy for them?
Right. And I do want to state, because hold on, I do want to state, because I wanted to look it up. On average, a business that is worth $1 billion in terms of liquid cash, it ranges anywhere from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. So we're talking probably
that's
no
not a lot.
less
Yeah.
no less than 10 million, but it could range up to hundreds of million.
But you're handing over 50. You said 50 million. You're just giving away to the government, never to see it again. For what, by the way? For what? What are they doing for you? Because you know what's going to happen. Those people are just going to move their businesses overseas. We've seen it happen before. It's happened during Obama. That they're just going to move overseas where they'll get taxed less. You know how many people businesses that
we
are
have not seen that happen. Hold on. The idea that they're going to move overseas and taxes increase is a fallacy. We have not seen that happen.
No, that's not
that
true.
doesn't hold true.
Peter Thiel or something. I don't know what he's worth, but he moved to Puerto Rico because there's no tax over there for him.
1 second.
I know he's worth a hell of a lot of money.
Tammy, thank you for the 5 on the Blue Out with a feed. Blue Out with a V. W Tammy in the comments. It says we can just look at what happened in Massachusetts. They imposed a millionaire tax, and everyone said all the millionaires would leave. They didn't, and now there are more, which we also will see happen in New York with Domini for sure.
I just want to point out to you the difference between $1 million and $1 billion, just so that we know. Okay. If I were earning 100K a year and I spent none of that, it would take me 10 years to become a millionaire. If I were earning 100K a year and I spent none of it, it would take me 10,000 years to become a billionaire. That is the difference between being a millionaire and a billionaire. Would be what 990,000 years of earning 100K.
I like to use the time example when it comes to comparing million to billion. So, for example, 1 million seconds is approximately 11 and a half days, whereas 1 billion seconds is 31.7 years.
Yeah.
Instead of talking in seconds, we're talking in dollars. Right?
It's actually very, very difficult for the human mind to grasp a billion, right? It's just something like we almost can't even grasp. That's how big it is. And so, no, I do not feel bad for anybody that is worth $1 billion. Paying 50 million out of I just don't feel bad for you. I really don't.
It's hard to feel bad for them when you probably know people who are suffering to pay their own bills or pay a medical expense that came up or a car repair that they didn't have stashed money away for. That's who I feel sorry for. I feel sorry for people who don't have that kind of income and they're going to have to be paying medical bills or student loans for the rest of their life. It's wild to me to sympathize with a billionaire because, again, they don't sympathize for us. They don't.
Correct.
You talk about them like they're not people, which I think is so disgusting.
I think they're people. Wow, okay. They are people, but they're
you
not
talk about
the
them like
same
they're
type
less
of person
human
that
because
I'm
they were lucky enough to work very hard in their life.
But when we talk about houseless
Earn money.
individuals or people with addiction, they talk about them as if they're not humans, but that's somehow okay.
I want to say, I want to say as well.
Right.
No, stop, because I remember you now. You're the guy that's banned from Matt's life. I remember who you are, but nonetheless, I just want to say this because this is really important. The simping for billionaires and saying that they worked really hard for their money. Guess what? So did the single mum who has to have 3 jobs. Like, cleaning, working in an office and doing whatever else. They also have to work hard for their money. And just because you happen to do something which made you more money than that single mum gets paid for the hard work that she does, it doesn't make your work like actually more important or worth more. We need every level of people in society, all of them. We need people that do that are, you know, are janitors. We need the people who run businesses. We need all of those people. But the fact is, the majority of the world's billionaires, they're not billionaires because of their own hard work. They're billionaires because of the hard work of other people, or they're billionaires because they were lucky enough to be born into a family where they inherited money, and then either they've just kept that money or they've put it to particular use. There are very few billionaires that have come from absolutely nothing. And the ones that people might point out, like Elon Musk, he didn't come
most of
from
them.
nothing. He came from a wealthy family already. Like it's wild that we think that they all did all this hard work.
Right.
He's very clever at purchasing companies. He's very clever at working at using other people's ideas and licensing them through his companies. But himself, he's got, I think he's got like one patent in his own name, which means that everything else is the work of the people that work for him, not him.
Yeah, well, I disagree with everything you just said there. I think you're absolutely wrong. I think they work extremely hard, and I think they work harder than most people. That's how they get where they get. It's
And
not
then
a
they
gift.
get on the internet and
Not
brag about
every-
Christmas and how the
not
poor
every
can't celebrate
billionaire-
Christmas like Dan
almost
Pena,
every
whatever his
billionaire-
name is.
Well, I was
Yeah, you want to
speaking
talk about
for-
them as humans?
Can I
That was a
just-
disgusting thing he did. Right?
I-
Did you see
I-
that a year
Why
ago?
not
That
just-
was disgusting.
I do want to say this. So I do want to say this. Hold on. I do want to say, because somebody mentioned in the comments, and I wanted to do the math just to make sure it's correct, that I don't like pushing misinformation. If we divided Elon Musk's net worth between 350 million individuals, which is roughly what we have in the U.S., that is nearly $3,000 per person. We're talking $2,857 per person. Just to put it in perspective.
What is it? So, so you're talking about communism. You're talking about communism. You're talking about taking somebody.
No.
Somebody's
That
property.
I'm
isn't-
just putting
no.
things in perspective.
That isn't what he was talking about. He wasn't suggesting that actually occur. He was saying, if you did this is, I'm just putting into perspective how much money he has. He was not suggesting you need to calm yourself down and actually listen to what people are saying. Because Doug never suggested that you
I did not
actually
say
do
that.
that. He
I
was
wanna
giving
think-
you a measure of how wealthy Elon Musk is.
Okay, so getting back to what I was saying, most of the billionaires that I can think of off the top of my head, maybe, I'm not saying they grew up with nothing, but they didn't just inherit what they have now. They got maybe $1 million and then turned it into $1 billion. That doesn't happen by accident. If somebody gave me $1 million, I'll tell you in 30 years, I probably have less than $1 million because I am
No,
not them.
You
It's not
could
that
inherit.
hard to you could just
inherit.
invest it
Please,
in
let me
basic.
finish.
You
Please.
could inherit. You
Alright.
could
There we go.
inherit and put it into the stock market and just leave it there.
Yes.
And live off the proceeds of that and never have to touch what you put in ever.
Yes.
Yeah, but most people don't know how to do that. You could put your money into something and it could lose everything. You could put all your money into Bitcoin and then
we're not
take a
hold on.
bath
We're
and
not
get half
talking
of
something
it.
as volatile as Bitcoin. We're talking just basic stocks, right? Like I started a retirement investment when I was 20, right? It's grown. I don't put much into it, man. I put like $100 a month into it, and it's grown quite a bit, right? And I don't. It's just basic stuff, man. Right? That's all we're
So
talking
think
about.
of all the billionaires that we know just off the top of our head. Is that what they've done?
About 1/3 of them have actually inherited their wealth.
Is that what
A
Musk
third
did?
of the world's billionaires have at least inherited a significant. They did a study on this in 2025. They looked at like 3,300, and they found that a lot of them did actually inherit their fortunes. So again,
Oh yeah.
we're also seeing that so this was interesting. In 2023, new billionaires actually inherited more money, 150.8 billion, than was earned through entrepreneurship, which was at 128.9 million. So you're talking about this whole entrepreneurship issue, right? We're building something from the ground up. That is something that can happen, like you said, but it doesn't seem to be that it's the most common way that these billionaires go about making their money. They've inherited a significant chunk of it and then have
Like
grown
with Trump.
from there.
Yeah, like with Trump.
Yeah,
Like
there you go.
Trump inherited a significant amount.
But the majority of billionaires are self-made.
Dougie, how much did he inherit?
Self-made?
How much did he inherit? I think
2/3 of them.
It was, I believe, 100 million, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I think it was 30. I think it was 30.
Oh, poor baby.
And then, what's that?
I said, oh, poor baby. 30
Yeah,
million.
well, and
Gosh, so little. Let's look it up.
10, 20 times that. It's not from the stock market. And let's not get into that because you're going to listen. I want to get back to what we were talking about. So let's take the billionaire, right? You said liquid cash most could be anywhere from 10 to 100 million.
413.
No,
You see that? Yeah, 413.
Donald Trump inherited $413 million. $413 million. And the reason, the reason you didn't want us to look it up is because you knew you were wrong and you were deliberately being disingenuous.
Right, and also by age three, Trump was earning $200,000 a year from his father's empire, increasing over 5 million annually by his 40.
Let me just get my point out.
Okay.
If you have anywhere from 10 to 100 million liquid, right? And this is my point. This is where listen. I told you earlier on. You want to tax the rich? I got no problem with it. But when you're talking, Erica said not 5 is not enough. And I think somebody mentioned 10. I believe it was her. 10%. Now you are talking.
I didn't mention 10. Nobody mentioned 10. I just want to point out to you, in the golden age,
guys, we'll swap up.
Okay, goodbye, guys. I appreciate it, but I can't do it.
Why are you leaving?
Because he can't have his own.
What a loser! You are a huge loser. Go ahead.
In what is considered the golden age of the U.S. economy. The top marginal tax rate was 90%. 90%.
When America was great. Hey, Gold, are you opposition?
I voted for Trump.
Oh, perfect. Okay. I just need to know your age before we move forward.
51.
51. Okay. What is it you wanted to speak on?
Have you guys been reading the e-files?
We're pretty aware of it. Yeah.
How many of you took the Epstein jab?
Okay, are we gonna? He's trying to get into conspiracy theories and stuff.
No, it's not a conspiracy. It's in there that he put his DNA with Bill Gates to move the jab. You guys haven't read that yet?
Except, hang on a minute. The fundamental problem you have, the fundamental issue that you have with that is he was unalived before it came out.
Oh my God.
He was.
Well, there goes your little talking point. Hold on, before I do want to continue talking about this. Hold on.
I gotta go. You guys took the Epstein jab. I got it.
Jesus Christ.
He came up here with that misinformation and then ran with his tail tucked between his legs because I was about to, because Erica just blew
I was
him out
about to say, Professor, you're probably
Chewy, I bet you were about to. What's up, Chewy?
Well, no. Professor's what I saw Professor in here, and I was like, I'm just going to enjoy the ride.
Yeah.
She's about to cut him up.
Oh, it was about that.
Because I've seen her do it before, and she's way more expert on that than I am.
Yeah.
But
hold on. You said you wanted to say something real quick, though, Dr. Chewy?
I did. I was going to tell you that high school guy, don't ever let him up again. Because his entire, and I'm not telling you what to do. That came off rough, Doug. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. You're okay.
But that guy, I've seen him bring down my friends' lives. His only goal is to get your life taken down.
Okay.
That's why when it wouldn't get taken down, that's why he left.
Okay.
Because right now he's in another live trying to get their lives taken down. And the Epstein jab thing, that's Professor. I don't know if you've heard that before, but that's
no, that's the newest conspiracy.
That's a new one,
that
right?
I've
He
ever
said
heard.
that he put Bill Gates' DNA in.
Yeah. Weird, crazy stuff.
Which is not possible, is it?
Well, even if it were possible, the body literally targets foreign compounds like foreign nucleic acids. So what was he trying to say? That it slithered into our cells and then made it past the lysosomes into the nucleus and merged, which is a very strange. And again, I've never heard that. I'm gonna have to tell my husband about that because he's gonna laugh.
See, this is why I was like, damn it, don't leave, because she's going to cook you so good.
Oh, that's
I
why
really
he
was.
left.
I was,
That's
I
why
was
he
about to
left.
grab the. I
Well,
got
yeah,
some
because Erica
pretzels.
started in too. Erica, that was, I was about to say, wait a second, wasn't the timeline kind of messed up
Well,
there?
Yeah, because he was already
unalived.
gone when the
He
Operation Warp Speed was
yeah.
under Trump,
He
which was
unalived. First of all, he unalived in 2019.
right.
So that was before. That was pre the whole
C19, right?
C19 thing.
Yeah.
But in addition to that, he would have had to have somehow got his DNA into like the Oxford AstraZeneca, the Moderna, the Pfizer, and all of the Novavax, and all of the other ones that were produced around the world. That's a crazy claim.
Right. That's what I was thinking. And again, what are you going to do? Just replicate Bill Gates's and Epstein's DNA?
Right. I had pretzels next to my Doug. I got pretzels next to my bed. I literally grabbed them and was like, "Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
This is going
I
to be
know.
good." Because So
That's so
I'll
funny.
drop back down, let you get at them. Professor
Alrighty,
Erica,
sure.
you guys keep up the good work. Doug, you know I love you, brother. Take care.
That's it. Hey guys, give Dr. Chewy a follow, please. People in the comments, people up here in the panel, definitely give him a follow. Great person to follow. Thank you, Dr.
All
Chewy.
right.
Hope you have a great rest
Thanks,
of your night.
brother.
Okay.
Take care. You guys all take care. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody, by the way.
Oh, you too. Thank you.
Have a great day.
You as well, sir. Guys, keep tapping and sharing. Remember, we are looking for opposition. If you disagree with the panel, the panelists, the friendlies, or the background, you voted for Trump, there's a guest request button. Please hit it. Please sub to me on the tube, guys. If you're watching on the tube, subscribe. If you're watching on TikTok, subscribe to me on the tube. It is Dougielifts. The link is in the bio. Oh, we still have Independent here. Independent, what's up?
I'll say one thing. Not all billionaires are bad. I'm not going to simp for billionaires, but there's a lot of billionaires that do a lot of good. I just got to throw that out there. Michael Dell just gave like $6 billion away. I mean, a lot of money is given to charity. But there are some billionaires who do not give anything to charity, but there are some good ones. Hey, so with the wealth redistribution, I mean, at what point? Like if someone's worth $10 million, should we be redistributing some of that? I mean, where do y'all go? Because I hear all these different levels. Some are like, okay, everyone has to distribute. Should I be able to give my $10 million to my kids when I die?
But hang on, we already do redistribute some of that, because if you have that money, you'll be paying taxes. So that is already redistribution.
Over
And
26 million.
In the country that I live in, we have something called inheritance tax. And I believe you have inheritance taxes in some states in the US, but it's not federal. So anything over 325,000, 40% of that is paid in inheritance tax.
It is federal in the U.S. Over 26 million, approximately, for a married couple, or 13 million for someone who's single, is how much you can pass without any estate tax. Then it starts right around 50% over here, 50.
Yeah, ours is far less than that. Ours is anything over £325,000, which is about $500,000.
Wow, so 40% of that actually is paid. So if someone, wow, that's a lot. I didn't realize it was that high in England.
Very few people. I mean, I don't know what the average house price is now, but for most normal everyday people, the majority of your money is in your house, right?
Right.
How much your house is worth. I don't know. The average house price here is probably about 350,000. So people might be paying 40% of £25,000. But yeah.
So does that include housing value? Or is there an exemption on house residences in England without estate tax?
There's no exemption on houses, no.
Huh. So like if you have a $2 million or £2 million house, you just have to sell it. The kids, if they didn't have enough to pay the taxes, they just have to sell the house at that point.
Yeah, you can arrange to pay the taxes back over a period of time.
Got it.
Doug, I've just blocked him. So
that the high school guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I see that.
I can unblock him if you want me to.
No, it's all right. I don't really mind. You can stable it. Keep tapping and sharing, guys. Ooh, we just reached 100,000 likes a little bit ago. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And if you guys have not sent in that hurt me, you goddamn better send it in.
Do you, Doug, or panel, I've always felt the left was a little bit more negative on like just sort of family values and religion. Is that just politics and sound bites trying to make it sound like that. The
What
right's
do you mean
doing
by
that. It's
family?
just a
Well,
campaign.
what do you mean by family and things like that?
It seemed like they were almost against a traditional family. Like I said, I'm thinking this is the
So-
right using more political campaign against the left to do this. I'm not saying this is the case, but
Does
that's
he
an
mean?
impression.
Do you
It's
mean
not
like
against.
a mother,
Oh,
a father, and like 2.5 kids
Yeah, I
in a
think that's what
yard?
it
Is that what you? Is that what you mean? Like,
Nah, more of a partners. It doesn't have to be a man and a woman. It could be two women, two men,
no
whoever.
one, I'm only going to speak for myself. I'm not against a traditional family. If you want to be a part of a traditional family, fine. I just want people to be okay with any type of family structure, right? Like, so if a guy wants to marry a guy, one to a woman, and two kids, one kid, no kid, right? I just think it shouldn't be encouraged one or the other. People should be fine and okay with whatever type of family they want, or lack thereof, really.
I guess where I'm different, which is not very confrontational, but I think it should be encouraged, but it doesn't have to be. It's not against someone if they don't do that or anything. But I mean, there are some benefits to having a partner long term.
are you also saying that you you encourage the idea of having kids? I mean, whether they have, like you said, partners, man, woman, two men adopting, two women maybe doing in vitro. Are you encouraging more people to like have kids? Is that what you encourage?
Not encouraging it, but I think it's a more satisfying life personally.
Well, that's something that you can't speak on if you don't. Do you live that lifestyle?
I didn't have kids until I had kids, I guess. Is that your question?
So you have kids. So I have a child as well. I can't speak from the point of someone who is 40 years old like I am and doesn't have a child. Maybe they have a partner, maybe they don't. But I'm here to kind of say something from like a biology standpoint as well. Because we're animals. Let's just be for real. Homo sapiens are animals. We're mammals, right? And do you know what happens to animals in environmental and social pressures? Like if they live in a social environment, you know that they will stop breeding, right? Like the females will stop wanting to procreate if they find their environment or the social structure is not right.
You're saying if they're like, you're saying if they're like forced to have children, that's what you're talking
Well,
about?
that's exactly what I'm saying.
yeah.
So
No
a
one
lot
should
of
be
people
forced.
might
No one
find.
should- Sorry.
No, I'm just saying a lot of people who are 40 with no children, they might find their life satisfying with another goal, like maybe starting a nonprofit, maybe helping with houselessness or helping adopt pets or whatever. A child doesn't have to be at their center. I love my child and I also love my job. Now, if it came down to it, I would choose my child, but I'm not in that situation. I'm lucky enough to be in a situation where I can have both. There are people who look at, I have to have this job. I can't stray from this job. Otherwise, my life will be in harm's way, right? So they choose not to. Again, that's what I'm saying. It's a stressor. But also, we're seeing a huge issue with men wanting to choose women, that they're choosing women and they want them to have kids and the women don't want to have kids. And that's where we're seeing a lot of issues with partnering up. And again, to all the women out there, if you're choosing yourself, do it. You should do it. Because that's who you are in the end. You have to be happy with yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
absolutely. They should be talking before they get married about what their goals are. Obviously, yeah, I agree with that.
I can speak from the perspective of not having children, as I don't have any, and as you said, I'm probably not going to pop any out because I'm 47, and I live in a perfectly happy and fulfilled life without having any children. I mean, none of us know anything different until, like we say, we experience something different. I don't think that I'm less happy than I would have been with children. In fact, when I hear my colleagues talking about their children and all the stuff they go through with their kids, I I can get up when I want. I can spend all of my money on me. I have a dog who I put all of the love into that I would probably put into a child. I don't feel I genuinely don't feel like I've missed out on anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I said I was talking encourage, not force in any form or fashion. Everyone has their own goals, views, and yeah, totally. I agree.
Thanks, guys, for helping reach the gift goal. I really appreciate everybody. You're all the best. Thank you.
And I think for women particularly, like marriage benefits, like traditional marriage benefits men. Men live longer if they're in a marriage. Men are generally happier if they're in a marriage. Women's lives are shortened by being in marriage. Women unalive younger if they're married than they do if they remain single. So marriage, absolutely, I can see why men would encourage marriage and like marriage, but it actually for a lot of women isn't beneficial.
Where'd you get that study? Because I'm looking, I just Googled it, and once again, it's just Google, but it says married women tend to live longer and
I
have
can
better
go
health.
find it. I can go find it. I mean, we know they've done studies recently about like the happiest people, and the happiest people are single women with no children. Now, I don't know whether that means I don't know whether single means unmarried, or whether single means I would have to go look it up, or single means don't have a partner. But the studies say that single women are happier than married women.
I think that would matter on what age they're at. I mean, I think that has a big part of it. I mean, I think you look differently if you're 20 versus if you're 70 at something like that.
No, but the overall outcome was that single, and I think part of it is because and I'm speaking very generally here, and I saw there's a great philosopher, he's on here, he's called Alan de Botton is his name, and he was talking about male friendship versus female friendship, and he was talking about how men in friendships they tend not to have like really deep connections with their friends. They tend not, if they're going to talk about personal things, they tend to talk about them with a female friend rather than a male friend. Male friendships are very based on like activities like sports, or you like fishing, or like going to the gym, whereas the friendships amongst women share a lot more with each other about feelings and about what's going on in their lives. Like when, if a man's not going to go to his friend and go like, I'm really depressed, I'm suffering with ED, me and my wife aren't, doing the do anymore. I'm worried about my job. Men tend not to, not all the time, but tend not to have that depth of friendship that women have. And women tend to support each other in a like a more visceral way than men do, and they're more honest with each other. And so men rely on romantic relationships for their emotional health, whereas women don't need to rely on romantic relationships for emotional health. They can get the things that men get from their romantic relationships from their friends.
Fully agree with I mean, just being a 56-year-old man and having men friends and my wife, and it's just so much easier to talk about stuff with girls. How are you so wise, Erica? I'm just curious.
I don't think I am I don't think I am especially
Get
wise.
the accent.
You are.
It's the accent always does it.
Yeah, she's not
brilliant.
she's not smart or wise.
She's
It's just her
brilliant.
accent. It just makes her seem like it.
Yeah. Don't give me any credit. I just sound smarter.
Yes, sir.
I this is what I do. I consume a lot of things from a lot of different people, and not from one side or the other particularly, but I just consume a lot of information, and I think I don't think I don't have a photographic memory, but if I hear something, not if I read it, if I hear something, I'm very good at remembering it.
Okay. And the accent is a 10x multiplier and everything. Okay, yes. You come across incredibly intelligent and wise. I'll just say that. And you know what? Based on what you said earlier, little stupid babies didn't make your brain turn to mush. That's probably part of it also. I don't know if that was a sexist comment. I apologize if it was. I didn't mean that in a sexist way.
No, what is turning my brain to mush right now is perimenopause. So, which also turns your brain to mush.
What's perimenopause? I know what menopause is. What's peri?
It's like pre-menopause. Essentially, you're not in full menopause, but she might be experiencing some symptoms off and on.
Yep.
Yeah,
My
so
wife.
you're not considered fully in the menopause until you've stopped menstruating for a year.
Okay.
I'm not in that place. I'm not there. But you do get symptoms, and one of mine is brain fog. So quite often people will hear me say, I can't remember the word, or I just had that thing and now it's gone. And I fully put that down to perimenopause.
My wife, she's fine, but she had breast cancer last year, and she had to start taking tamoxifen about 3 months ago, which basically sucks every bit of estrogen out of your body, and it's like just hitting a brick wall with menopause. And I'm just gonna say, as a 56-year-old man who has a daughter and a wife, it's hard being a woman, and my heart goes out to y'all. There's nothing easy. Y'all have the most complicated things that y'all have to deal with. We are just stupid men, and y'all have, I don't know how y'all deal with what y'all deal with. So thank you for what y'all do.
I was, because I have older parents, I was going through puberty whilst my mum was going through the menopause, and all I can tell you is that my dad had his head in his hands more often than not, because we would just go wild.
My mother had a hysterectomy with the worry of ovarian cancer, so they took everything, and she was sent into menopause early. So I was like in college when this happened. So again, like, I'm just starting out in life, and my stepdad, who I considered my dad, would call me like every couple weeks just to check in. He was that kind of dad. Loved him for it. But I would be like, how's mom? How's the hot flat? How's she feeling? All this. And he's like, I'm just giving her anything she wants. I'm like, there you go. That's how you do it.
I signed up for it. I've been married 30 years, but my kids didn't sign up for some of the stuff my wife's done. It's not her fault the way she's acting. So I'm just playing referee a lot right now. Like, okay, mom doesn't mean it. She's just going through some stuff right now and everything. But yeah, it's tough being a woman from everything I've seen. So thank y'all for putting up with us men.
Can I just say something independent? That was really cool. And also, if you want to support us women more, maybe, in upcoming elections, like midterms, maybe look towards people who don't want to take more things away from us.
That would be a good start.
I'm not trying to get this on another topic, but besides AB, of course, there are other things like we are seeing now with issues with obtaining, being able to register to vote now, with this issue of taking,
don't even get me started. God,
I know. There's a whole bunch of things. So I'm just saying, if you want to support us more, we would really appreciate it. Just saying.
That annoys me so much talking about I don't even want to, but go ahead, man.
I'm in Texas, so I understand the whole thing with what women are being taken away. Look, bottom line, this is my 10-second journey. I've been a Republican my whole life. I'm 56. The last 2 times around, I couldn't vote because of Trump, just the way he was in 2020 and 2024. I became independent, changed my name on here. I haven't made any decisions. I can't vote for any MAGA type of people. I can't vote for anyone who's going to take rights away from my 16-year-old daughter. Flat out. That's just so. There's a possibility I may vote blue for the first time. Maybe.
What do you mean? Why maybe? Why maybe?
I'm such a capitalistic pig, so pro-business, and I know that Democrats are also. I would vote for
very much there.
A center left all day long. I mean, I want someone like Buttigieg. I love Buttigieg. And he's just, I think he's one of the most brilliant people, and I wish our country would be ready to elect him. And I hope they are. I would love to see him run.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So in Texas, you're going to have a senatorial race pretty soon. And I know James Tallarico is one of the people standing, and I've heard that Jasmine Crockett is also, I don't know, standing or considering.
That is correct.
Out of James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett, who would you vote for?
Well, I'm afraid to say Tallarico because then y'all will say I'm racist and I hate women, which is not true.
No one's going to say that.
I hear that a lot from people I know who will, if I say that on a live, that gets thrown in my face. I'm like, I'm just not. I don't know much about her. Tallarico happens to have gone to the same college that both of my sons are at right now, so I'm emotionally attached to him from that standpoint. But I can't give you a valid reason. I don't know. I don't know at this point. I haven't done any homework, so I can't answer that.
I think most of us would say that both of them are amazing. I really, I mean,
I think they're both great. Yeah, I think they're great.
Yeah, I really like both of them. I think I would love to see Jasmine Crockett. Sadly, I think yes, sadly, I think James Tallarico would probably appeal more to Texans than Jasmine Crockett might. Not that that's right, but I think that he has, if he's picked as the person, he maybe has a better chance of winning.
Yeah.
But one of the reasons for that is unfortunately racism and misogyny.
Right. Did y'all know there's more registered Democrats in Texas than registered Republicans, and the Democrats don't show up?
I've heard that before.
I didn't believe it, and I looked it up like 2 weeks ago. I was shocked. I'm like, oh my gosh, how is this possible? But I mean, 20, 30 years ago, we were a very blue state also back in the time. We had blue governors and everything. It's just changed over the last 25, 30 years. Look, I've been living here I have lived here a long time. I don't see how it doesn't swing blue in the next 2 to 6 years. I mean, that's just been the trend line.
I would like for that to be the case.
It seems like, though, we're getting a lot of people are moving from like California to Texas. I know they're moving to Florida also. We keep getting more, and I don't know if that's ever going to flip the electoral college where we get an extra vote, having an extra congressperson.
Well, the way it stays red is gerrymandering. And we know that they've already gerrymandered Jasmine Crockett out of her district.
Right.
So that's the way they keep it red, is gerrymandering.
Yep.
But gerrymandering's been around a long time on both sides, hasn't it? I mean, I think Republicans may have been the very first ever, but doesn't both sides gerrymander? Excuse me.
There is gerrymandering on both sides, but if you look at it in total, there's quite a bit more when it comes to Republicans. I can show you actually a chart on it real quickly if I can find that.
If you want it, I believe you.
No, I'm not trying. Yeah, I just want to. It's just for gee-whiz information. But Eric, I know you were trying to say something in the meantime.
Yeah, well, it tends to be, if you look at the districts in the different states, it tends to be Republican-held states where they have these really weird-shaped districts. Where's the state where they have the duck district that literally is shaped like a duck? Has I can't remember where it is, but yeah, they both do it to an extent. But and there was also a state. Was it Mississippi? It may have been one of the states. They gerrymandered it so badly that a case actually went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court went, no, this is just silly now. And that doesn't often happen.
I'm trying to find the map here. But you could just look it up. If you just go to Google and type in gerrymandering map, I think it's this one.
It's
go ahead.
Jim Jordan's district is the Duck District. I knew it was somebody well known who had the Duck District, and it's Jim Jordan.
So to professional or whatever her name is, professor, there is definitely a chance that I vote blue for the first time in my life, which is hard because 98% of my clients are red. 99% of my friends are red, and most of it's just out of ignorance. My friends are red. They're not MAGA. They just don't know any better. They don't care about politics. And it's a very uncomfortable conversation where I just got to keep my mouth shut because I've tried to educate. I don't know.
I know the feeling. Doug will tell, I live in Florida. I live on the east coast of Florida while he's more on the west coast. And I'm also in a very red county as well. My county is like super retirement county. Like the average age here is like 53 or something like that. So I get it. I do understand, especially because I am teaching students at a state college that most likely have parents who are also Republicans. My brother's a registered Republican, and he voted for Trump in 2016. And he was like, I can't believe I did that, because he's also a Marine, he's a veteran, and all that stuff that came out, he was really upset by it. He was really hurt by it because those were his brothers and sisters, in a sense, when he was in Iraq. that didn't come back. And so I think there's still time to learn now, but I guess after, like you said, after this last election, it's almost like I don't know how people are still okay with choosing this as an option, because we've asked people before, like, oh, if you could go back in time and change your vote, would you? And some people are like, no, I guess I wouldn't. And you're like, but you're not happy. And they're like, no, but so
this is
it's weird.
Yeah. So this is the map of the gerrymandering. There's a website, it's gerrymandering project something, but the red ones are the ones that there's Republican control in terms of gerrymandering. So you can see there's a whole bunch of them. Blue ones are obviously Democrat, and the green ones are just independent redistricting commission. So it's independently done. But anyways, you can still see, there are Democratic control ones that have been gerrymandered, sure, but we see more.
Does that say California? Sorry.
California is independently redistricted.
Because if you look at the number of Republicans in California, let's say it's 40%, but the number of electoral votes, it works out to where it's like 80% of the electoral votes go blue. I mean, I don't even know how to explain what I'm trying to say, but it's not equal to the population, how many votes they actually get.
What I mean by independent is that like California can't just like on their own just decide to gerrymander it or redistrict in a different way, right? Like they had to go through an independent means of doing it when Gavin Newsom wanted to do it recently, right? It wasn't like just up to him. Okay. They had a vote on it, which I think is good. Right? But in comparison, you see other states that can do it on their own, which I think you and I would agree that's unfair, to say the least.
I was going to say something about something and I can't. Oh, that's what I was going to say to you, Independent. The great thing about voting is you go into a booth and you do it on your own and nobody gets to see who you vote for. So you can tell anyone you can tell them you voted for someone completely different than who you actually voted for. Nobody will ever know unless you tell them.
And you're right, Cora. The fact that I didn't vote for Trump was not public knowledge to my clientele my last two presidential cycles. And yes, you're 100% correct. Well, and that's why I will probably vote blue. And no one's ever going to know it.
Do you know what? One of the things that I teach, because it's mandatory in British schools, I teach about religion. And I constantly get asked by the kids what religion I am. And this is how I know I teach it correctly. Because they have no clue whether I'm religious, and if I am, what religion I am. And the fact that they don't know means that I'm not giving preference to any of the religions, and I'm not giving preference to when I teach them a worldview like humanism, because they have no clue whether I'm religious or not, and if I am, which one. And when I teach politics, which I also do, they have no clue who I vote for, because the way that I do it shows no, and in fact, because what we do is we get them to go through the promises that each political party has made in a previous election, but we don't give them, and they decide which one they'd vote for, but I don't tell them what the political parties are. I just give them the promises that party made, because what I'm trying to teach them is that you should look at policy, not just go with a name. And so I teach them to read policy, and because we have so many political parties, I show them the top 5, but they have no clue which one I voted for. So yeah.
How long have you lived here, Erica?
I don't live in the United States. I live in the UK.
Oh, you're there right now.
I'm on my side. In fact, I'm going to have to go to bed because it's nearly 3 a.m.
Yeah, I was going to say,
what time is it in the morning there?
It's like
2:48.
What kind of job do you have where you stay up till 3 a.m.?
Oh, I don't normally. I'm a teacher, but I'm off next week. It's we all the schools have their week off next week, so yeah, I am able to. I'm a night owl anyway. Doug will tell you.
Yes, you are.
Even on a school night,
Yes,
sometimes I'm in here at 1 a.m. because I'm a night owl. But yeah.
Okay. Well, you're my homeland. You keep London. Are you in London or where are you at?
I am in.
Are you a Liverpool girl? You're a Liverpool girl.
No, nowhere near Liverpool. Whereabouts? I'd say whereabouts were you in the UK?
I was born in London in Kingsbury, and then when we moved
Okay.
back, I lived at
Oh
St.
my
John's
goodness.
Wood for a while, and then
Okay, so my mum is from Stanmore, which is like 4 stops up the Jubilee line from Kingsbury.
Yep.
So you're from my mum's neck of the woods, but we live. I live about 40 minutes north of London. If you went up the M1, I'm about 40 minutes up the, no, not Slough. I'm about 40 minutes up the M1. I live in a city called Milton Keynes, which is in Buckinghamshire. So yeah, I'm just a bit north of London.
I know all these names, actually. Okay, well, I just got to say thank you for the greatest zombie movie ever made, 28 Days, coming out of England. So I know this is a total tangent, but thank you very much. I know you don't care, Erica.
Very, very good. I'm a horror fan over here.
I like
Y'all
that
can
movie.
appreciate it. Y'all can appreciate that's one of the best zombie movies ever made.
terrific.
Cillian Murphy kills it. It's so
I'm-
good.
I have
Absolutely.
to
Yeah,
tell
yeah.
you-
That's what.
Yeah.
Is that one of his first movies? I would imagine so.
It
because he
is.
was pretty
Yeah.
young.
It is. Yeah, he's so young in it. Like I love
He is, I
watching
know.
older movies and seeing like actors. I'm like, oh my gosh, look how young he was.
I was going to say to the person in the comments, John B, who said nobody cares, Erica. He asked me.
I asked. I had to be polite.
So he actually
he
cares
cared.
because he wouldn't have asked if he didn't care. There's that line of reasoning.
Our country, our world is screwed because there's. Hey, just gotta say one thing. Look, the people that are on TikTok are not a true slice of America. Erica, you got to understand that. This is, you get some of our worst and some of the best of the best, but you get a lot of the worst. Your average Republican is not these MAGA people on TikTok. You've got to understand that, Erica, and you can't because you don't live here.
Listen, I understand. I went to
KJP, thank you. Thank you.
I spent 6 months of my life at the University of Georgia. I've met a whole ton of Americans with a whole ton of different political views. And just the same as, you know, the reform voters are not everybody in the UK. I understand that MAGA aren't everyone in America. I get that.
Most people don't care about politics in America, is the reality of it. I think less than half of us even vote for president.
Well, let's see. Last election we had what 77 and 74 million, I think it was. So
77 and 75.
150 out of 350. So it's like 40%. Well, some are children, so they can't vote.
152. Well, yeah, I don't know what the typical voting population would be of who could vote, but yeah, there certainly could be more.
But yeah, but it's the same here. We only get for election day, we only get a turnout of somewhere between 60 and 70%. It's no different. Like a lot of people are either lazy or they don't care, and that's sad because it affects us all.
Erica, do you have like a day off where you don't have to take like PTO or anything for that specific day?
No, we don't. However, we call them polling stations here.
Mm-hmm.
Our polling stations are open from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. So nobody needs to take a day off because the polling stations are open long enough. And not only that, so I live in a city that has around 200-ish thousand people living in it. We had something like one polling station per 2,000 voters, something like that. We had like over 100 polling stations just in the city that I live in. So voting is really accessible. Anyone can request a postal ballot, and anyone can also request what we call a proxy vote, which is where someone else goes in and votes on your behalf. So as long as you request it far enough in advance. So we don't have any on the day registration though. You can't do that anywhere.
Yeah.
But as long as you are registered to vote, there is a way that you can go and vote. And the polling places are done per amount of people, so it's not like in poorer areas there are less or anything like that. So yeah.
I was just curious. That's interesting. Very interesting.
Has England become more racist? I mean, I read stuff, but I don't know if I'm reading stuff that's biased and all that against immigrants. I mean, it seems like it is, but I may be just getting bad feeds.
Okay.
And I've got
So-
family over there, so I hear stuff from them, and they could be racist. I don't know.
So I don't know. I think it's much like the United States. I don't know if it's become more racist or whether the racists are just happier talking about the fact that they're racist. I remember, okay, this is going to be a bit tangenty, but I'll be quick. I remember the London 2012 Olympics and everyone being like, yay, the world is coming to our country and it's going to be amazing. And then by 2016, everybody was at each other's throats due to Brexit and stuff. I don't think people are more racist. I just think they're more happy to talk about.
Yeah, it's probably
their
been exposed
racism.
more, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I think I lived in this dream world where racism in my head had disappeared.
Yeah.
But because I'm a white person who lives a privileged life where I've never experienced it. But I'm sure if I talk to my black friends or my Asian friends, they would tell me that the racism existed that whole time. It's just that I never saw it.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that.
I agree. I think social
Hold on, let me
media,
just
the
do
internet,
my quick announcements real quick. Hold on. Guys, if you're joining live, click the red follow button in the top left. Make sure you guys all send in your heart me. Please subscribe to me on the tube. It is Dougielifts. The link is in the bio. And I do have the gift goal of the hats. If you guys want to have a mustache, I'll do your yeehaw thing that you guys love. If you guys can help hit that. Make sure you guys follow the panelists. Show them a little bit of support if you guys can. It's not needed, but it is very appreciated. All right, go ahead, Alex. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go on, Alex. I was just
saying
going.
that's something that I see with a lot of these, like, I guess you could call them hate groups, because that's what they truly are. Because if you look at, the internet has given these individuals areas to go and just spew, right? I've been reading a lot of Laura Bates, who's from your neck of the woods, Erica, who does a lot of research on the manosphere and incels.
Yeehaw! Sorry.
Sorry. No, it just makes me laugh every time. But it is interesting to hear, like, now she had a new book come out all about the internet and AI and how that has turned what was incels.
Yeehaw!
Ooh, that was a
Hang
good
on.
one.
Someone needs to send me one so I can embarrass Doug.
Yeah. We'll have a competition here.
I just want to point out to Dreamer in the comments. First of all, Dreamer. Oh, yeah! Anyway,
Stupid.
I just want to point out.
Another one.
Oh, who was that? Me? Okay.
I don't think I got one. Yeah, I got to pull my phone to make sure.
My yeehaw is much better than Doug's. Just want to say.
I was gonna say your voice sounds much
I don't
better.
know. I think I get a handicap with mine, like in golf. I think I get some sort of handicap.
I just want to point out to Dreamer in the comments. First of all, Dreamer, you've added yourself in your comment, which doesn't make you sound bright to start with. But secondly, you said being overrun with
Erica,
Muslims.
you're getting kind of mustaches. You got to do it.
No, that was you.
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw! Anyway.
It's like a mustache off.
It really is. So first of all, Dreamer, you added yourself, which is bizarre. But secondly, we are not being overrun with Muslims. The population of the percentage of this country who are Muslim is 6.5%. That's not overrun, my love. I don't know whether you do numbers, and if you do, whether you can actually think about them in any feasible way. But that's not overrun. Okay. Hope I'm cleared that up for you.
I hear like Paris is so dangerous at night and all this stuff. I mean, is that just propaganda?
I mean, I think any city can be dangerous at night, depending on where you're at. I mean, I just,
And depends on who you are, because I can walk around at night in a parking garage and feel kind of.
Yeehaw!
I keep getting told by people in my own country that London is dangerous at night. However, I've been doing stand-up comedy for like 16 years, which means leaving gigs late at night on my own. And I have never experienced now, and this is anecdotal because it's about me. I've never experienced any kind of crime, like of that nature ever in my life. But also, um, the other thing that I would say about it is London is safer than any major US city. I don't know about Paris, but London is safer than any major US city. It's safer than New York. It's safer than LA. It's safer than Chicago. Like it's so safe in comparison to any. And in fact, what I will also say. Wait, hey, the person, don't you have weekly stabbing in London? Listen, the per capita number of people that unalive from stabbing in the United States is like a quarter more than it is in the UK.
Yeah.
And we don't have right. I can literally quote you stats off the top of my head. In the year 2023, which is well, they've probably the 2024 figures are out now, but I haven't looked. But I know 2023 off the top of my head. 2023 in this country, 672 people total were purposefully unalived by another human. They were M-worded, right? 672. That's in a population of 70 million. That is 1/5 the population of the United States. Okay. However, if you multiply that by 5, no. So if you, oh God, if you multiply that by 5, you get like 3,000, 3,500, 3,700, something like that. I'm not doing the math. The United States had 15,000 just by pew-pews alone. 15,000 just by pew-pews. We had 672 total. So this country is far safer. Far, far, far safer.
Mm-hmm.
To also point out, when you look at like what would be a more lethal way to harm somebody, we know that being pew-pewed has a much higher mortality rate than being stabbed.
Oh yeah, because you can use anything to protect yourself. You can use a chair. In fact, in London, there was an attack by one of the bridges. I can't remember which bridge it was, in a building by one of the bridges, and it was a guy who they were at a meeting. Like it was something like it was a group of people who were ex-prisoners. They'd been incarcerated, and they were having like a some kind of meeting of like a reintegration into society meeting, and somebody at that meeting then went around trying to stab people. Somebody pulled a narwhal horn off the wall in the building and used it to protect everybody. A narwhal horn.
That's awesome, actually. Could you imagine the stories he tells at parties?
Yeah.
About how he...
You know, you can use a chair to protect yourself. You can use a freaking book to protect yourself if you know that it's coming. You can't run away from a gun. You just can't.
And also, it depends on like where it hits too. But you know, a lot of times a knife is not long enough to penetrate, say, past the subcutaneous tissue, your adipose tissue, your fat. Now, again, depending on where it's at, there are, you know, vital organs that are in more danger if they were like in the chest. But a lot of people, it's like you just hit a bunch of subcutaneous tissue versus a bullet, which does so much damage, especially if it's hollow point. Can break off. It's a whole mess. But yeah, I always, that whole argument about how the UK has more of this type of violence, and it's just like, but why are we playing this game?
Well,
we still have a problem in America, a huge problem.
I just looked it up, and in 2024, the UK had 4.4 knife unalivings per million. The US had 5.1 knife unalivings per million. So it's like significantly more. Plus, you also have, and in that year, by the way, 25 people, of that 672, 25 people were unalived with a pew-pew in this country, 25 of them. You had 15,000 pew-pew unalivings, plus all the unalivings from other methods.
I've learned over the years that Guy Ritchie films are not adequate displays of what really happens in England. Sorry, I was just watching The Gentleman the other night, and there's a scene with Matthew McConaughey who gets what's called a paperweight, quote unquote. It is a tiny, tiny little pew-pew. And they're like, this is illegal here. Are you trying to get me in trouble? And I'm just sitting here like, yeah, they're not allowed.
Yeah.
Hey,
Somebody
Eric,
said, sorry, somebody in the comments said the worst school unaliving was done by fire, not even by pew-pew. Actually, the worst school unaliving was an accident, and it was in a place called Aberfan, and a heap of industrial waste collapsed on a town. So that's the worst school unaliving we've ever had, and that wasn't even done on purpose.
Eric, did you say you're a stand-up comic?
She did say that.
I do.
Are you on YouTube? Are you on YouTube?
I'm not, because I'm a teacher.
Yeah, you
I
gotta be
can't
careful.
put any of my stuff online, really. I also have a private account on here because I'm a teacher. So yeah.
What grade do you teach?
Young
Young kids. I think you said something earlier. It was young kids.
No, it would be like middle school.
What age? What?
It
Middle
would be
school.
middle
Okay.
middle school.
Curious.
Yeah.
And professor, what do you teach?
Yeah, good, Alex. I was just about to introduce the other guests.
Oh yeah, I teach mainly anatomy and physiology at the moment, but I've also taught gen bios, marine bio, life science, which is like bio for non-majors.
All the bios. Okay. Thank you for answering
Well,
all the
except
bios.
microbiome. I don't do tiny things.
Hold on, let me see.
Sorry, Doug.
Let me just introduce. I don't want to call this one guest. How you doing? New guest.
I'm doing well. How are you doing? Happy Saturday.
You as well. Are you opposition? Did you vote for Trump or?
I
like
did vote for Trump.
Cool. Okay.
And Doug, before you start, hang on. I'm gonna go to bed because I'm now starting to see double. So
okay, we don't
I
want
need
that
to go to
happening.
bed.
All right, Erica.
No,
well, great
we
having
don't want
you.
that.
Make sure everyone you give her a follow, okay? All right, Erica.
Yeah,
take care.
everyone.
Bye, Erica.
Okay,
All right,
love you all.
take care.
Bye.
All right, love you too.
Bye.
Bye. All right, independent. Let me go ahead and bring you down as well, okay? But I do appreciate you coming on up in the conversation that we had. All right.
Appreciate it. Night, Gabriel.
All right, sir. Take care. Take care. All right, Alex. You can stay, of course. All right, guys. So, how old are you? I didn't get your age.
30 years old.
All right. What's with your profile name? I'm curious about that.
You're looking at a fat girl on a diet right there.
I don't.
My little meow meow.
Okay. How do you think Trump is doing so far?
It's doing okay.
All right. Anything in particular that you think he's doing well at? Like, do you still support him?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you still support him overall?
I like pretty much everything he's doing except the Epstein Files thing.
Okay. Do you think if he did do those things that it seems he did, would you stop supporting him?
Yeah, if he was a pedo, I would say he needs to go.
Okay. I'm glad we can agree there. Do you think it's problematic that they seem to not want to investigate it? Like, for instance, with Pam Bondi the other day, she didn't want to answer any questions about it. Like, literally, she was asked direct questions about it, and she just couldn't answer them. Do you find that to be sketchy?
Sketchy?
Well,
yeah, sure.
Okay. So wouldn't that be something that we would want to look into more? Because if he was innocent, or anyone for that matter, like, wouldn't they just talk about it openly? But it seems like she just couldn't.
I'm gonna be real. I haven't done anything, obviously, in the Epstein file. No, I wouldn't go put my name out there.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, if Pam Bondi knew for sure that Trump was innocent, wouldn't she just speak about that openly when asked the questions instead of literally just not answering questions? She would ask. If she would be asked a direct question, she would either just be silent or just bring up something that had nothing to do with it.
Okay, I mean, look, here's the way I look at it: is it's really, really hard to prove somebody is innocent or guilty with these files, right? Okay, so your name's out there. Were you on the island? Sure. Yeah, I was on the island. That doesn't mean you were guilty, though, right? The public's going to perceive it as guilty. So do you really want to put your people? I don't think it's fair to those who went to the island, did nothing illegal, to have their names be exposed. I do.
I agree to some extent that obviously you can be in those and let's just say e-files. TikTok doesn't like if you say the name, whatever. So I agree. You can be in the e-files and not have done anything bad. Elon Musk, for example, appears like he did nothing bad, although it seemed like he wanted to go to the island, which was weird. But he didn't get the invite. He didn't get the invite.
I don't think Elon's a pedo. I think Bill Gates is.
I'm not saying Elon is. All I am saying is the things that Trump specifically has been accused of, if true, is like disgustingly bad stuff.
Yeah, that's the key word, though. If true.
Right.
But that's
but
why
like,
it needs to be an investigation.
Yeah.
So we can see
So-
if it's true.
Really quick, the person in the chat, if you were accused of something, you should try to clear your name. No, I would just ignore it, honestly. I wouldn't try to clear my name. I would just move on with my life.
I don't think
But he's
this is
the
something
president.
you want to ignore for too long, because then more and more stipulations and rumors.
Yeah,
Internet is a
look,
buzz. with
I'm just
this.
telling you, if I was the president, especially if I was a second-term president like Trump, and I got accused of shit, yeah, I would not address it. I would personally just not address it, move on. I would say I'm not involved. That's the end of it. We can run an investigation, but no, I'm not going to sit here and defend myself because I did nothing wrong. There's nothing to defend. That's what I would say.
Okay, but we're not just talking about an average person. We're talking about the president of the United States.
Yeah. Yeah, if Congress wants him out, impeach his ass and he's gone.
But the thing is, they're not. They're protecting him.
Because Congress has a Republican majority.
Right.
I mean,
They're
if you want to go
actively
impeach,
protecting him.
yeah, sure. If you want to go impeach a president on a rumor, then go for it.
On a rumor?
It's not a rumor, though.
Okay, what's not a rumor? You said
But a rumor would be.
Rumor or a fact, because there's no investigations yet.
Okay,
So there
but
needs
really,
to be an investigation. And
just
it's
to
not
throw
a
it out there,
rumor,
earlier
that's
on you said if the accusations are true,
right.
that means they're a
An
rumor.
investigation.
Well, a rumor.
Yeah, sure, investigate. Go ahead.
A rumor would just be a random person potentially saying something. These are loads and loads of people, and this was like reported to the FBI, right? So this isn't just a rumor. It's a little bit more than that. It seems like you want to downplay it, almost.
No, I'm not downplaying it. I think if he did something bad, then yeah, impeach his ass. I mean,
But they
what's
don't
controversial
want,
about that?
But they don't want to, though. Like they are actively trying to cover it up. That's the problem.
What if? Here's the question though. What if he did nothing bad?
Oh, then let's find out. Let's investigate it. By
How do you
investigating
prove someone
it.
didn't do something bad?
By investigating it.
But okay.
That's what
How?
lawyers
Okay,
do.
hold on.
Lawyers need to
Here's a
prove
question to
beyond
you.
the
Though.
shadow of a doubt that there's either there's reasonable doubt or there isn't reasonable doubt. That's the whole point.
No. See, you're approaching this wrong. You are innocent until proven guilty. You have to prove someone is guilty. Prove
No
he is
one
guilty.
disagrees. No one disagrees.
Yeah.
We don't disagree.
Well, no,
with that.
she just said the opposite.
I'm sorry.
She said
I'm
dirty.
sorry. Just
hold
wait
on.
a minute.
Yeah. Well, Pumpkin,
You have
just
to-
Pumpkin, hold on. I just want you to, if you could just give your name just for TikTok TOS, then you can go ahead. Your age.
My name?
No, your age. I'm sorry. I meant to say
I'm
your age.
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm 38.
Okay,
and
good,
I'm
good.
an attorney.
Okay.
And you have to do discovery to figure out whether people are doing what they're doing or what they're not doing. Part of the reason, I'm sorry, I didn't know who was talking. Is it Professor?
No. Well,
Fat
I
girl's
don't.
the dude.
Fat. I don't.
Oh, Fat
you don't have-
Girl? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a weird name.
Well,
but
I'll
whatever.
have no mercy on you whatsoever.
Okay.
So you have to do discovery with people. And that's part of why Donald Trump does not want people to investigate him or prosecute him, is because they'll have to do discovery. They'll have to get subpoenas. They'll have to ask people who don't want to give their names, don't want to give their dates, don't want to get where they are to do things. And I have to tell you, fat girl, part of the reason why I became an attorney is because I was a quote unquote, you could say victim or victor or whatever they're saying right now, of schmexual abuse myself from the ages of 4 to 11. And I have to tell you, it's gonna get so much worse for your party. And frankly, for the Democratic Party, it's gonna get much worse for everyone. They're going to realize exactly how many people in their lives have been predating, being a predator upon their children and upon their nieces and upon their grandchildren and upon their moms and upon their dads.
Mm-hmm.
You have to realize that this goes way beyond party lines. And right now, you have the opportunity to say, I have the evidence that this person is a schmexual predator. This person goes certain places so he can do certain things with certain children. This person obtained his wife. I'm not saying proposed, and I'm not saying went into a relationship with, because our first lady Melania Trump, even though I don't support the administration at all, he met her at the Kit Kat Club. That was a club that was meant for people who wanted other people to meet very certain people who were below a certain age. And even though as much I don't like to have sympathy for this administration, I have a lot of sympathy for his daughter and his wife, because I can tell you they were groomed.
So is this a therapy session or a debate? What's your question?
All right. Well, you know what? That's how a lot of people will react to you when you're saying, I was schmexually abused, this happened to me, that happened to me. They'll say, oh, well, are you in your feelings? Why are you calling wolf? And I have to tell you, this conversation is no longer for fat girl. This is for everyone else. Don't ever, ever, ever be scared to say, this happened to me and A, B, and C did it. Don't ever be afraid to jump out of your window in your bare feet, run down to the police office, the sheriff's office, the cafe across the street, and tell a person that this and that happened to you. Don't ever be afraid to do that, because fat girl proves it.
All right. Not sure how the Epstein files, how you made that about yourself, but good job. Do you have a question for me?
It's not about
I didn't
herself.
make it about myself. No one makes it about themselves. I didn't make it about myself at all.
Okay.
It's about all of the people that have been harmed via like SA, anything like that, and they're not taken seriously, right? They're written off like some things that you're saying and making it seem
And
like
those people are
good.
Oh, they're seeing at a national level right now, right? What if, because we know the statistics on when women are assaulted, it's a scary statistic, right? Like 1 in 4 have been through some type of assault, harassment. So what if we have somebody right now who is being assaulted and they're seeing at a national level that nothing is being done to protect these women because nothing's happening, right? There's no investigations like Pumpkin was. And that's why I was trying to explain. I am not a lawyer. I'm a professor of anatomy and physiology. But yes, discovery was the word I was looking for. That's what you have to do. You have to actually investigate this, and nobody is. Everyone's sitting on their hands at the moment because Trump is being protected by his Congress members.
And let me tell you, quite
There's still
frankly,
no question that was asked in that.
You
all
can
right.
still respond. There doesn't have to be a direct
Okay,
question for
yeah,
you to
sure,
respond.
you're right. I mean, yeah, that was a statement. Good statement. I agree. If Trump's doing bad stuff, he should be impeached. I've been saying that from the beginning.
I know, but your lack of empathy, your lack of motivation to care about this is concerning. Like you're like,
But see,
whatever, this way, that
What
way.
do
I
you
don't
want me
really
to
care.
say? I'm
see,
literally
Doug,
saying if he's
this
doing
is the
bad stuff, he
thing.
should be impeached.
This is the thing. You should not criticize them for their lack of empathy, because that is what they revel in. Their lack of unkindness, their lack of empathy, their appreciation for objectivism. And if you don't know what objectivism is, you have to go and read The Fountainhead, Atlas Shrugged, all that kind of stuff. They have a delusion in their mind of what America is. Fat girl, you are delusional.
Okay.
And what we have to say as liberals and as leftists is I'm not willing to debate reality with you anymore. If you want to debate reality, go to a psychiatrist. That's where you go to debate reality. Reality has a liberal bias because reality is quote unquote liberal or leftist. If you want to sit up on this panel, fat girl or whatever your name is, and try to rage bait people and try to be a sort of extra perceptional nihilist, that's your problem. I hope it never happens to your daughter, and frankly, I hope it never happened to you.
What have I said that's controversial?
Anyway.
Controversial?
I mean, I came up here and I said I
what?
think Trump's doing good
Honestly,
except
you've
the
said
Epstein stuff,
nothing
and all
that's
I've done is getting
controversial.
bitched at.
You've said nothing that's controversial.
Okay,
Absolutely
great.
nothing. What you have said is what the Republican Party has insisted on since Lee Atwater. We can't say the N-word, so now we'll say busing. So now we'll say lower taxes. You've said everything you needed to say. And quite frankly, you should be expelled from American society because you are uniquely against what the founding fathers said that we should do.
Like freedom
You
of speech?
haven't read
Trump is
Common
not
Sense
protecting that either.
by Thomas Paine. You haven't read the Machiavelli from Prince. You haven't read Socrates. You haven't read Plato. You
What's
haven't
your
even
point
read the
in this?
Constitution. What's my point? My point is that you have no point in this country.
Your point
That's
is
my
that I
point.
have no point. Okay, well, point
Yeah.
taken.
Yeah. So maybe you should drop. Why don't you go ahead and do that?
This is your live? I mean, host, if
It's
you want to
not
drop me,
my
you can drop
life,
me.
but it's my country. So maybe you should drop since you have no purpose in this country. How about that?
It's just that,
I don't
it's
get why it's controversial because I literally said I think Trump's done bad with the Epstein files, and that if he's been a pedo, he should get impeached. That's been my stance this whole time, guys.
I
Okay.
know.
Well, are you going to vote Democrat in 2026?
No.
Well,
Okay. Well, then you should drop.
then you're not voting against
why don't you ask me why?
But you're not voting against a guy who more than likely is not only a P3O, but there was unaliving involved with it. There was a lot of things that were involved with it beyond just. I don't want to say just that, but beyond that.
I'm not voting for the person. I'm voting for what's best for me.
So you don't care if he
You know what?
Like
This
what the
is a
fuck?
new day and a new age. We have gotten rid of slavery. We have gotten rid of black codes. We have gotten try to get legally rid of anti-misogyny. We have directed ourselves toward an empathetic country. So if you don't care, you should move to somewhere like Siberia.
Right. Well, you did get kicked anyways
They
by
don't care
one of
there
the
either.
guests. So, Brandon, thank you for the blue at with a V. I really appreciate you, Brandon. W. Brandon in the comments, it says, "Fat girl, you condescending chocolate starfish. Goodbye."
Was that what it really said, or did you have to think up another word for that?
No, I just had to click on it to see the whole thing because it got cut off.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like trying to
No,
make
I
up like a
didn't.
synonym or something.
I'm reading
for
what
it.
I don't know what that means. Chocolate starfish. You condescend. What does that mean?
Think about a body part that looks like.
Right, but why the chocolate part?
Yeah, it's Limp Bizkit.
It's Limp Bizkit reference, I guess.
Okay. Guys,
even though I'm a millennial, it's okay. We're here.
Pumpkin, I appreciate everything that you had to say. Is there anything else that you want to... I know he's gone already, but anything that you wanted to say? Anything else?
Well, I just wanted to say that you really have to protect your children. You have to really make sure they're in safe situations. My mother and my father were completely involved in everything that I was doing, and it still happened to me. And if you're ever wondering why a woman like doesn't want to have anything to do with you, I mean, it could be that. It could be something else. You know, you never know. But I'm just saying, this country needs to now run on empathy. We see what happens. That's the beautiful thing about the United States. You can see exactly what happens when people do A or people do B.
Yeah.
People have done B, so now it's time to do A. That's it. You need to be your own founding father and vote accordingly and legislate accordingly and run accordingly. That's what you need to do. And if you're conservative, you need to be truly conservative.
For sure.
And you need to read your own literature on that, because I'm not willing to, give you the A, B, and C's.
Yeah, no, I
So,
hear that. All right. Well, hey, Pumpkin, I appreciate everything that you said.
Thank you for having me.
100%. Thank you. I'm going to bring you back to the comments, but take care, all right? All right, guys. Let's see if we can bring some other guests on up. We are looking for opposition, guys. Keep tapping, keep sharing. Click the red follow button on the top left. Follow Alex there at the bottom as well. Guys, I do have my gift goal. Make sure you guys help hit that if you can. I have the heart me as well if you guys can do that. Make sure you guys all sub to me on the tube. If you're watching me on the tube right now, sub. If you're not, also sub to me. Subscribe, okay? K-Nate, how you doing? K-Nate, how you doing? K-Nate going once. K-Nate going twice.
Their thing is like lighting up like they're talking, but there's no sound.
It's like they're breathing very heavily. All right, well, goodbye. Yeah. All right, let me see what's going on. Hey, Kiwi? Kiwi,
Yes,
am I saying that
Kiwi.
correctly?
Yeah,
How are you?
it's cute, like the
Okay.
ship.
I just need to know your age. I just need to know your age before we move forward. How old are you?
I'm definitely over 21.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate that. What's up? What's anyway?
Well, I was just listening to a couple of the guys that came. Well, the previous guy, the fat cat guy that came on, and I'm listening to him, and I'm thinking, it seems to be more than a lack of empathy. It seems to be as if in his whole life he never knew anyone that ever had anything go wrong in their life.
Hey, you sound. Hold on, I'm going to cut you off. You sound like you're a bit far from your phone. Is there a way that you can get closer to it? It's a little difficult to hear. Yeah, it sounds like you're on speaker or something.
No, it's is that any better?
I mean, we hear you. I hear you, but it's a little difficult to hear. Are you right next to your phone, or I'm confused?
Hold on. It could be my phone. My phone is so old, so antiquated. Can you hear me any better now, or is that still
I mean,
bad?
it's audible. Yeah, if you want to go ahead real quickly, yeah, you can speak. It's just a little difficult. The
Yeah,
noise is sort of off.
I just wanted to say a quick thing. It's just that
Sure, sure.
when I hear things like that, it's very disheartening because I think maybe his whole life he's been taught to care about nothing but himself and what he can get. And it's very
I agree.
selfish. It's very self-centered, and it's very disheartening. And I keep thinking that even if he had just had some education in his life about the diversity of the world, about the borders, about history, about the different sides of history, about race relations and the fact that we're all genetically very, very similar, and that the phenotype is only just 0.005% or less is phenotype. Maybe so inconsiderate. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, 100%. No, 100%, absolutely.
I mean, I think he has no empathy because I don't believe he's ever been taught empathy,
Right.
or maybe it could just it could be a brain thing where some people just they have incapable of having any caring.
Agreed.
That can be that too. But
Yeah.
it seems to me that a lot of people, they just never have the opportunity to open their mind to see that there's more than just their corner of the world, and that we're all not making enough money, and that's usually because our employees aren't paying us enough, or
Yeah.
we can't afford education, or the billionaires aren't being taxed enough. But it's not because of our color or our religion. It's 9 times, or even how much time we spent in jail, because most people don't spend any time in jail,
Yeah.
and they're making it seem like anything that's other is automatically criminal, and that is not the case.
Yeah. All right, Kiwi.
And,
Hey, I appreciate everything that you had to say. Let me see if I can get to the next guest because I am kind of typically looking for more. Tammy, thank you so much. Tammy. I am typically looking for like opposition right now, so I'm gonna bring you back to the comments. But
I think Trump Caligula needs to just go.
for sure, 100%. All right. Hey, take care. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Okay. All right. Guys, I am looking for opposition. I don't mind at this point since I'm not gonna end the live now. But if you are friendly, if you wanted to say a quick thing, I can make time for you now. I am really mostly looking for opposition now, but I'm fine having a friendly say a quick thing if you wanted. And in general, I'm going to try to make more time for friendlies. I know friendlies do want to come on up, and I don't want to make it so they never can come up. So towards the end of the live, I'm totally okay with friendlies. Just saying a quick thing. We don't want to make it like 5-10 minutes, but like a real, like a minute, 2-minute type of thing.
Crap, I'm sorry. This was an accident.
Oh, you're okay. No worries. I'll bring it down. Take care. Oh. Guys, keep tapping and sharing. We are looking for ops. Again, if you're friendly, you can say a quick thing. Make sure you do subscribe to me on YouTube, though. Okay? That is very important.
I was actually going to say there's a lot of because this whole decline in empathy it's fascinating to me, right? Like anything that happens just itches my scientific brain of why, how, all that. And it's really interesting because there's so many different aspects to what has been happening to the empathy in this country. And again, some people, claim not wanting to talk about feelings, right? Empathy's weakness. Or there's others that are like, yo, I was empathetic as hell during COVID and I'm fucking tapped. I'm done. I'm tapped. Like there are people who are like, they can't have feelings towards others because their life, something might have happened where they now are they're just so busy and overwhelmed and stressed. I don't know. It is a really fascinating, there's a lot of things that I hope psychologists and sociologists write about for future years.
Yeah.
Because just this movement in general, not even the 2016 admin was this volatile, I feel like.
100%.
It just feels so much worse.
Yeah. Number one, Brandon / God of Logic. Thank you so much. Thank you for the raid. I greatly appreciate you. W God of Logic or Brandon, whatever one you want to type in, that's fine. Long time no talk / C. I'd like to go on one of your panels in the near future, or you come on mine, whatever. Just haven't seen in a little bit, but I hope you're doing well. What else? I was about to say something. I was 100% about. Oh, Chad, in the comments, get the fuck on up over here. Chad, we all see you saying dumbass stuff. Come on up.
I thought you said chat. I was like, what the chat?
I mean, he's saying really stupid stuff in the comments.
I've been seeing it. It's a Chad, right? Yeah.
He's just absolutely. It's ridiculous.
Come on, Chad.
Chad, everyone wants you to come on up right now. Okay, so get the F on up over here. Man, I feel like.
How's your weekend been so far?
Not bad. Not too bad. I had some clients to work out yesterday. Had one earlier today. Have a few tomorrow. I'm going to work out myself tomorrow. But other than that, it's been pretty chill, so to speak. Stop bringing a chat. What's up, Matt? How you doing, man? Chad can only handle cynicism. Chad, where have you gone? You seem to be running, man. You're not in the comments anymore. I saw you. You were in the comments for a while, buddy. And now you're just... There you are. Chad, come on up. Chad.
Don't be scared.
I know. Listen, man, it looks like you go to the gym. That's cool stuff, right? We can relate on that a little bit, but I want you to talk about other stuff when you come on up. But I don't have a... I have a feeling you're not going to come on up. You strike me as someone that's too afraid to do so. Weak. You're weak. And afraid.
Weak like his calf muscles, most likely. Sorry,
it's no calves, Chad.
Comment on those. Man, they just don't like it when you talk about their calves.
No calves, Chad.
No calves, Chad.
I've developed some pretty nice calves over the years.
It's a hard group to. I mean, you know this. The difference between like with slow twitch muscles, they're so used to it. You gotta put in a lot of time.
I'm gonna find a picture of my calves. I know it's TikTok after dark. I'm sure I can show calves and we'll be okay. Dougie after dark, if you will.
Just not the feet. Don't include the feet. That's extra.
No feet. I'm gonna block out the feet, but you guys will see my my calves. I actually haven't worked calves in a little bit, so I'd like to get it back to what it used to look. We are looking for opposition. If you voted for Trump, if you're conservative / Republican, or you disagree with my background, there's a request button at the bottom next to the comment thingy. It's a blue and black or blue and purple little person thing. Go ahead and click it. Everyone else, keep tapping, share. Make sure you all send in your heart me and all subscribe to me on the tube. It is Dougielifts. I would appreciate that. All right, let's see if I can find it.
Raven said that, yes, so stilettos, like putting your foot in a consistent plantar flexion like that. I actually was friends with a girl in college who had great calves. She was a runner, but she also did beauty pageants like for a while.
Oh,
and
yeah?
she would, to break in her new shoes, yeah, she would wear them around her house, like, you know, cleaning up, vacuuming, and like her calves were solid calves. And I'm like, what did you do? She's like, well, I just got used to walking in heels for most of my life.
Oh, well, I guess that'll do it, right?
I mean, it's when I talk to my students and I have them like walk like that, it's so funny to watch like the male students be like, how do women walk like this in heels? I'm like, right?
All right, I don't know if you guys can see
Newfound
this.
appreciation.
I had some pretty juicy calves and legs. That's me.
I was gonna
That
say,
is me.
you can see. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Also, your vastus muscles look great.
I did have to shave my legs at that point. I know it's a little weird. I did shave to see it more because right now they're hairy. They look
But you
like
can
that. It's
see,
just
like-
hair. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see that delineation too, and
Here, and
I was
got one
gonna
more.
say,
This
those
is me
vastus
working my
muscles look
calves.
good.
These are
Oh,
me
yep,
working my
look
calves.
at that nice little W there. Interesting.
Oh,
One
yeah.
of your gastrocnemius heads is a little bit longer than the other. That's kind of
Yeah, not quite even. How dare you call me out on that?
I'm not an IFBB pro judge, so don't worry. I think they look great. I actually have a longer tendon in my bicep, which is so frustrating because, like, if you know about building like your biceps, the
Oh, yeah.
tendon length can like change how it looks, like the belly, and it's so frustrating because I'm like, I want more definition, and I'm like, well, tendon's a little long, so it makes that belly bulge harder to achieve.
Yeah.
And again, woman, upper body's just harder work.
It sure is. See that, Chad? Do my calves beat yours, Chad? Yeah, we shall see.
Chad changed his profile. Let me guess, is this
It's not that difficult to work calves, guys, I think. And I know people really don't like it when we get off topic, so I'll say this real quickly. I see a lot of people work calves incorrectly. So you don't want to, pretend this is the platform that you do calves on and this is your foot. I see a lot of people bounce at the bottom. They bounce, come on up, bounce, come on up. When you're working calves, all right, pause at the bottom. This is your foot. Your leg would be here, right? Stretch the calf, pause. Don't bounce, because you're taking away the most important part of working a muscle, and in this case, the calf. Pause at the bottom, come up, pause in the flexion. Pause when you flex the calf. Pause when you lengthen the calf. Okay? Couple sets. Typically working with your legs straight, with your knees straight. So that's gonna bias the gastrocnemius. All right. So you have two parts to your calves, guys. You have the gastrocnemius and you have the soleus. The soleus is a very small part of the calf in which you don't really see. Right? The gastrocnemius is that big part that people
unless your calves are super defined, I don't usually see a soleus that.
You never would. It's such a small, it's such a small muscle. So to bias the gastrocnemius, guys, don't do seated calf raises. You know how there's that machine where you're seated and your knee is bent. I'm not saying don't do it, but I would focus on straight leg calf raises. Whether you're on a leg press when your legs are straight or you're standing, just make sure your knees are completely straight and locked out. That will bias the gastrocnemius. Honestly, a couple sets, 2-3 days a week, that will do it, right? They are hard muscles to work, I agree, but make sure you work them correctly. But don't bounce. That's it. Yee-haw! Now, speaking of real quick, if you guys are looking for an online trainer, I do provide that. So you guys are welcome to reach out to me. All right. Obviously, no contracts or anything like that. You're welcome to reach out. You can ask questions and stuff off the bat first, right? I'm not going to say you can't ask me questions. I am going to start providing. So number one, I do provide online training, obviously. What I want to do also is provide a basic training plan for somebody who doesn't necessarily want to have a trainer that works with them, but you just want something to follow. I'm going to make that. I just got to figure out how to navigate that and everything. So for anybody that's interested in that, I would like to do that moving forward. Anyways, if you are a Trump supporter, please come on up.
Did Chad disappear? Where'd he go?
I don't see him anymore, so I would think so.
He changed his profile pic and said that's
He
it.
changed it to his calves, somebody said.
I was just ragging on him a little bit. I didn't mean to make you feel all I gotta prove it. Come on, guy. Calm down. It's fine.
That's fine.
Oh, he got muted.
Oh, well. Chad, you're probably not in here anymore. Because most people are in here because they like the attention. So the moment they get muted, almost it's usually within 10, 20 seconds they leave the live. Because I can see sometimes who's in the live or not. They just like the attention. They like it that people are talking about them. So the moment that happens, they're out of here. And Bear said he's working his calves incorrectly. Or there's a reason why his profile picture was only torso up.
I think Rika said, I think he can't form complete sentences, so speaking. Yeah, I mean, some people, they're not very articulate. Maybe he's shy. He's a shy boy.
He went to buy some heels, somebody said. Hey, may I help him out, Chad?
They make wide ones. They make wide ones.
Let me check. I might be able to see if he's still here. Give me 1 second. Chad declined. By the way, I can see how many times he declined the invitation to come on up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He declined it 8 times, guys. Oh my god, that's funny. All right, so let me see if he's still in here. Let's check. Chad, where are you? Chatty boy, Chad. I don't think he's here. I do not see him in the invite box.
Paige said that he follows you?
He
Huh.
follows me? See, that's always odd
No,
when
Paige. It
an
says,
opposition
yeah.
follows me.
Paige said, but Chad follows me. That's interesting.
Oh, follows her, follows Paige. Gotcha. I thought she
Yeah.
was saying me. Well, hey, what are you gonna do? You know,
Yeah.
follows you. Gotcha, Paige. Gotcha. People watching in the tube, again, make sure you do subscribe to me. I see people in here. Subscribe. And guys, the tube is starting to increase in viewers. We are at a total of 4,500 views for the YouTube live. And my first handful of times streaming there, I got maybe 50, 60 views. So we are increasing, guys. We are increasing. Which is good stuff. We do have a guest.
Ooh.
Hey there.
Hey, John.
How you doing?
Good, man. Good. How old are you?
26.
Okay. And you voted for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How do you think he's doing so far?
Good. And I'll say my main stance, which is why I vehemently agree with him, is was on the border, illegal immigration.
Okay. And that sounds like that's your most important issue or most important topic. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Why, in your viewpoint, is it incredibly important as it's like the number one thing?
Sure. I get this view has a lot of people thinking that it's like you discriminate against others. That's not it at all. My viewpoint is I want to preserve my country, our culture, our religion. I want to preserve it as much as possible without it being infringed upon, which doesn't mean that nobody could come to this country, but I would prefer that there was a cap on it, meaning a certain amount of people a year allowed here.
Gotcha.
And
Can I ask what religion you're speaking of?
yes,
and culture. Religion and
I was
culture.
specifically Catholic, but Christianity.
Okay.
So
well,
Christianity.
but these immigrants are almost exclusively Christian.
No.
Yeah. What else would they be?
Either an agnostic or nothing at all, or a lot of Muslim. Like I see what's going on in UK. In the UK,
we're not in the UK.
No, we're not. But I'm saying what's going on there, and the reason I'm so strict on immigration is because I want us to preserve our culture and our religion and whatnot. I don't think other people are compatible with the way we live here.
74, roughly 74% of immigrants are Christian.
Also, yeah, just Hispanic adults. 43% of Hispanic adults in the United States are Catholic.
Okay, what amount of them speak English?
What does English have to do with religion?
Well, nothing, but it's our country.
So
we speak English here. I have a couple
no, we
metrics.
don't. I mean, some do. Some speak Spanish. Some speak Chinese. There's no forced language here.
Sure. Well, no forced language, but this is America. Our language is English, right?
Well, where officially is that true?
Are we really going to play this game?
Yes. You brought it up.
Yes, we are.
Well, absolutely, I brought it up, but everybody I think here knows in America we speak English. China, they speak Chinese. Mexico, they speak Spanish. Russia, they speak Russian.
They also speak other languages in other
Not
countries.
the majority.
But what does it matter though? What's the harm of immigrants?
What's it matter?
Yeah,
I just said I want the majority to stay the majority here in the United States.
But
if we don't
why?
have the majority, we don't have a country.
Yep. But okay, what's the issue? Give me an objective issue that occurs if some immigrants come here that speak Spanish and maybe not English so well. How does that harm you?
Nothing. The majority, a big problem.
Who is that harming though?
Americans.
How?
Well, for example, I don't want this to become South America. We speak English here. So You get enough people coming here from South America or wherever the fuck, they're gonna change the culture, the language, the way we live. I
Well,
don't
how is
want
it going to
that.
change your life, though? Like, what's going to change
I
in
just
your
said
life?
it.
But the culture isn't your life. The language, you're still going to do what you
Of
do.
course
How
it
does that
is.
change?
I've
How?
grown accustomed to a way of living in the United States of
So you're
America.
just
And
worried
okay,
about
but
being a little
physically,
bit uncomfortable?
what's
No.
going to change though? Like for me, I don't care who the fuck comes here. I'm still gonna train people at the gym. I'm a personal trainer. I'm still gonna drive my car. I'm still gonna do this. Literally
How are
nothing
you
in my
gonna
life
train
would
them when they
change.
speak Spanish?
I could still train human beings.
Go on Google
Can still
Translate.
teach people who speak Spanish, by the way. I
You are
work at a
so
Hispanic
naive.
Serving Institute, by
You're
the
so
way, John.
naive, young
I
lady.
have more than 25% of my student population is Hispanic. And guess what? I can still teach them and they can still
Really?
go on to become, yes, actually I can. The
25%?
surprise, that's what a Hispanic Serving Institute means. It means that your student population has to be more than 25% to
No
deem it an
problem.
HSI. Which, by the
Get
way, 78% of Americans speak English in their home. 13 to 14% of the population speak Spanish. So again, you're really worried about that. That's a big gap.
so give me your
What are you worried
address.
about? How are we going to
Hold
turn around
on.
and start speaking Spanish tomorrow?
Wow.
That's what it seems
Are
like you're
you
worried about, right?
gonna let me speak?
I was
You're
trying to
welcome to
finish my
speak.
sentence when
She
you
is
started
just speaking.
talking.
No problem. Give me your address. I'll make sure to call ICE. Game over.
What does that have to? Huh?
Give me your address. I'll call ICE and we'll see how many are illegal
What does
at
that
your business.
have to do with
At
her
my
address?
college, where they have to
Whatever
register.
business you're running.
I'm
Let me
not running
call
a
this
business,
up
you
and
ding
we're gonna
dong. I
test
teach
it
at a
out.
state university. I teach at a
You're gonna
state college in Florida. Ron
fantastic.
DeSantis knows about it. He gives us money. How
It
are you
just
going to
seems like
justify that? That's such a weird
it just
thing
seems
to
like you're
say.
scared of people that aren't like you.
Yeah,
It
that's
looks
what
like
I'm
this stems
getting.
from fear.
Let's
I
call
think you're.
ICE up
It
and
just
you'll
sounds
be
like
out
you're
of
a
business.
scared little man.
How am I going to be out of business when I teach
Because
at a
all your
state
people are
college in
illegals.
Florida? I'm in Florida. Last I checked,
Even
in
better.
Florida, we have a governor who is trying to be just like Donald Trump. But
Even
he's
better. We're
still,
gonna get more of them out.
but we're not, though.
No,
We're
we
not,
are.
because
You're
you're not
not.
making any
We are.
sense. You're talking
We
about a
are.
state college, an established college.
They all speak
How are you going to
Spanish.
shut it down? No, they don't. I didn't say that. I said I have students who speak Spanish as their first language, and yet
Yeah,
they
they're
still
illegal.
learn English
They're
and they
illegal.
still take my courses.
They're
Dude, it just
illegal.
sounds
How
like
do you
you're a
know?
scared little boy who
They're
is scared
illegal.
of anything
And they're
other
gonna
than
get
you.
got.
But
They're
you're
gonna get
you're,
got.
you're just
I'm gonna
reiterating
make
what I'm
sure of
saying.
it.
You're doing it right now.
So
You just
I'm gonna
sound
do some
scared.
research.
So talk to me, dude. Hey, talk to me like a grown fucking adult. You just sound scared of people that don't look like you. You can't give me any harm that's occurring from this at all. Your life doesn't change. My life doesn't change. Nobody's life changes. Nobody on the left is. Nobody who's a Democrat disagrees that if you're here without the proper documentation, you're quote unquote an illegal immigrant. That there's a
Okay.
removal process. Nobody disagrees with that, man.
Do some research. You're all gonna get fried. You're
That's
done.
not a
You're
response to
finished.
anything I just said.
That's
You're
a
not
weird
even
thing to
you're not even
say.
engaging with me,
Oh,
and you
he
just left. You
ran.
just left like the biggest fucking wuss ever. This just reiterates what I just said. You were scared. You can't even have a conversation. You just want to tell us how scared you are of different religions and different languages. Ooh, that's gonna scare you. Ooh,
And how
Spanish. Ooh.
we're going to shut down my state college for having Hispanics. I'm sorry. Like, what?
This great replacement theory is wild, and it's spreading like wildflower, right? I didn't drop him at all. You can claim that I dropped him, Jen. I'm very
No,
honest
he
when I
ran
drop
'cause
people.
he's a
He ran.
chicken.
So when I drop people, I say I drop people. When they drop, I say they drop.
And he wasn't even making a valid argument, because everything
No.
he was saying could easily be proven wrong by a Google search. Like saying Hispanics have a different religion. No, a lot of them are Catholic. What are
Yeah,
you
Jen, if I
talking
dropped him,
about?
he would be requesting right now, which he's not. He dropped like a scared little man he is. And I invited you on up, Jen, but you're going to say, no, I'm not going to come up because you're just going to drop me. Get the hell out of here. You too.
Yeah, because I'm sorry, he was being just
No, he was.
gross.
Yeah. He was.
Not making any points and just spreading lies and misinformation. And he wouldn't even like agree with the fact, like, oh, I screwed up. And I don't even, if I ran my state college, do you think I would have any time for TikTok? Like, it's not mine. I just work there. And again, I'm in Florida. Last I checked, DeSantis is totally on board with Trump's deportation and inviting ICE here.
And funny enough, the gym that I train at, a lot of them do speak Spanish. It's in an area. We're in Florida. It shouldn't be a surprise. It's in Florida, and I live in Tampa, where it just happens to attract a lot of. Not happens to attract, but it's just an area where Hispanic people are. So I've had clients that speak almost exclusively Spanish, and guess what? They get trained exactly the fucking same because the bodies of somebody who's Hispanic are different than the body of somebody who is quote unquote American. Like, physiology is physiology. I don't give a fuck where you're from. I can still train you, right? I can count up to 100. Actually, I can count up to 1,000, 10,000 in Spanish. All I need to know is do uno, dos, tres when I'm counting your reps. I know how to say keep going, stop, etc. That's all I need. It's not that difficult.
So I actually have students who will sometimes ask me to, like, anatomical terms might, or what I'm saying might not translate. And I will have students come over and teach me how to say a certain physiological function or kind of just, I love that. I've had students teach me like anatomical words in Spanish. And I'm like, that's really cool. I would love to learn more about that.
Oh, for sure.
And again, like I said, I have other students who act as interpreters out of just the goodness of their heart because they're like, yeah, maybe I can explain it better. And I'm like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, one of my good friends is Puerto Rican and did that to a Spanish-speaking gym goer because we were in kickboxing. We were doing kickboxing together. And the trainer was trying to kind of talk about this type of movement, and he didn't understand. So my friend, Elke, went over and speaks fluent Spanish and translate. And so we could all work out together. It's not that hard to be a good person and just be accepting of others.
It really shouldn't be difficult at all. But hey, what do you?
And you're right, Raven. Yeah, a lot of medical terms are Latin, so they do tend to actually have a better grasp on how to break the word down sometimes than my English-speaking students. Like, I try to tell them, when you see this anatomical term or this medical term, like, think about it by breaking it down this way. And they've already got the upper hand because they understand, like, the root word or, something along those lines. Yep.
Well, whatever. He's going to just be angry for the rest of his life. That's his problem to work with, not mine.
And it'll just age him because we know that, containing all that hatred of groups of people that have nothing to do with you, it ages you from the inside out. Just not good for your health either.
It is not an Elise bet.
Just being that angry all the time.
All right. This is why I look so young.
Yeah, see? You do, Raven.
Hatred does age you. I agree, okay. I agree 100%. 100. Caroline Levitt looks great for 60.
Like, when I found out how old she was.
How old is she?
I'm just sitting here like...
Caroline Levitt? How old is she?
27?
Wait, what?
I don't think she's hit 30 yet, has she?
Get the fuck out of here. Really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, it's not good.
Hold on. I thought she was 28. In her fucking 40s.
She's 28.
I swear to God, I thought she was in her 40s. No joke. I'm not even trying to fuck around. I thought she was in her 40s.
Right?
All right, well, Guys, that's what happens when you are a hateful, racist, bigoted person who spews lies constantly.
And
That's
who
what
just
fucking
said
happens.
lip injections at 28? Yes, the amount of work that these women are having done on their faces so
wild.
early in life
It's wild.
is really not. It's so not good for the functional tissue that's left in your face, right?
Right?
It's really not. Like, I'm sorry, but they still haven't found a way to break down filler 100%. It's still lingering in people's faces. But like the amount of work and the trauma that your tissue goes through by constantly like plumping up the lips, like that trauma over time is gonna, like, your lips are gonna become lumpy, which does happen, by the way, with filler in the lips. It can like get lumpy and like uneven. She's 28. She doesn't even really need it yet.
No, that's not gonna go well for her pretty soon. Guys, keep tapping and sharing. Let's get those likes on up. We should literally be at 1 million by now. All right, we should be like a tenth of the way there. So get those taps on up, shares on up. Send in your fucking heart me's. Make sure you follow me. There are 300 plus people in here. I know you all don't follow me. Even if you don't like me, just move your finger up. Boop. Hit that red follow button.
Where did they go?
Listen, I think in general, it's been harder to get guests. In my opinion, I just think it's more and more difficult for them to support what Trump is doing. A year ago, we were getting a lot of guests because there was more support of him. He had a higher approval rating, and there's just a lower approval rating right now. People don't like him, and they're not going to want to come up to support him. And guys, it's time to show you his approval rating once again. I know I do this often, but it's good stuff to show when we're in between guests. So we are going to go through the approval ratings of the great and powerful Donald Trump. Sense the heavy sarcasm.
The wizard was a fraud. So.
I'm glad you got it. All right, so let me put my phone up because I need to make sure that how it looks on my screen is how it looks on your screen. You guys all can see that, right? Do I need to make it bigger? Yes, no, maybe? Is it all big enough, guys? We're going to go through the approval ratings. Okay. As long as it's big enough. Size does matter. Size absolutely matters here. All right. So, and Mod, just try to bring up ops in the meantime if you can, okay? This is just an in-between thing that we're doing. It's too big. It's never too big, guys. It's never, ever too big. All right. So, let's go down. So, after a rough week, and guys, this is Nate Silver. If you guys remember 538 polling, this is Nate Silver. He just does his own polling now as his own aggregate polling. So, remember, guys, this is not just singular polls. This is the aggregate. So, anyways, after a rough week in the polls, Donald Trump's net approval rating is back down to its second-term low of -15. The share of Americans who approve of the job he's doing hit a second-term low of 40.5%. So roughly 40% of them. You can't read it? Well, that's why I'm reading it out loud to you guys. 40% of Americans approve. Those numbers mean that Trump is now slightly less popular than Joe Biden was at this point in his first term. -11.5 net approval Joe Biden had. So we all know that Joe Biden got his approval rating wasn't good as the term progressed, and Trump's even more unapproved, so to speak, and less popular than himself during term 1. Which is crazy. Guys, he's even less popular than he was during term 1. So anyways, let's go down to what does matter. You guys want to see the polls? Let's show the polls. All right. You guys all see that? I don't need to make it. Fuck it. I'll make it bigger. Again, it can never be too big. Let's make it big, big, big. Let's make it ginormous. Ah, shit. See, now it's too big.
See, there is such a thing as too big.
God damn it. You're right. There is such a thing as too big. All right, there we go. I think I just made it back to the size it was, but whatever. All right, whatever. You guys see it. So anyways, it just keeps getting further. The red is his disapproval. The green is his approval. So on average, his disapproval right now is 55.4. His approval is 40.5. Although his disapproval could be as high as 60. And his approval could be as low as 35. But this is where we're at, okay? And I will show you what that looks like as a net approval, because this is better to look at. Look at this. This is fun stuff right here. The great and powerful Donald Trump started with a plus 11.7 approval, meaning his approval was nearly 12 points above his disapproval. Took roughly 6 weeks to get in the negatives. We are now at minus 15, a second term low, record low, rather. It hit minus 15 back in November 23rd, which I believe was the end of the government shutdown. His approval went back up a little bit, and now we're just back down. Remember, guys, we're only a year in, okay? That's like his economy. We're only a year in, so expect for this to get worse, right? We're just a year in, so minus 15, yeah, it's bad, but this can get to negative 20 within 6 months to a year, which is just horrible for a president. Now, if we look at each issue that people vote on, immigration, not good. His approval's only about 41.7 on immigration. Economy, which people voted for him for, approval 39.3. Trade, which people seem to like him on, at least supposedly, approval 39.1. Inflation, approval 33.8. Now, if we want to look at net approval ratings on those, immigration, he's down 12 points. The economy, he's down 16. Trade, he is down 16. We'll round that up to 17 because that sounds better. And inflation is 25. Now, it was worse at one point, guys. Inflation was actually worse. It went back up. Same with the economy a little bit. The reason why, in my opinion, is because people just judge it off of gas prices. So when gas prices get better, they think the economy is better and inflation is better. So that's why I think we've seen inflation go up a bit or down, whatever, his approval gone up. But nonetheless, still not looking good. So, anyways, guys, that is your daily description of his approval rating. We will, I don't necessarily need to do this every day, but I like to.
If you and other debate creators who are doing these lives, right? There's so many. I was just on Hector's live before yours, and that John Stone guy was up there just embarrassing himself. It was so bad.
He's permanently banned from our life. Guys, a permanent ban is 150, okay? A permanent ban from somebody is 150. That's a collective 150. It does not need to be from one person. And I don't necessarily expect it to be from one person. 150 for a collective ban.
I was curious.
This is only my opinion, though. What's that?
Have you noticed, with talking points, right? Tammy even said this in the chat because I was listening to that last guest came up. It's immigration, right? And it seems like the last couple months, that's been the same thing. Well, I like what they're doing with immigration, or I like that he's close, right? I haven't seen a lot of them mentioning, well, I like what he's done for the economy.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's because we're seeing a trending disapproval, right? So I wonder if they're finally all we have nothing left that we can argue with because clearly it's not.
I agree. However, there's always, and somebody said there might be a hard floor at minus 15 points because there's always going to be that MAGA crowd that will never give up on him, and that is a sizable chunk. So it may not go below minus 15 as far as immigration. There's always going to be some people that approve of what he's doing. And that's the people we're going to get. This biases the people that have strong opinions, right? These lives are never going to bring up the people that are either way, because it just doesn't attract those people. Sizable chunk. Fuck, I forgot what I was saying.
There's still a
immigration.
Subset of MAGA. Yeah, there is still a subset of MAGA that just either they can't, they won't. It's a combination of both. They just can't. It would be like stripping their arm off their body, right? It's become
you're right. It's almost
so
that bad.
much a part of them. It would be like them losing an arm.
Yeah. No, you're right, and that's why I think it's so difficult for some of them to stop approving of him, stop supporting him. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, though. When people talk about the economy, right, they often mention, the Dow is mentioned, right, by Pam Bondi, how it's above 50,000. Cool for the people that invest, but that is not something that's necessarily indicative of the people who are in the middle or lower class, right? Because like they don't necessarily invest in these things like that. So just because like stocks are doing really well, that doesn't mean your personal life is going really well in terms of like the economy. And I think those are two different things. That typically only applies to people who are in like the upper class or maybe the upper middle class, but that's not necessarily indicative of anybody else. What's up, Rook? How you doing, man?
What's up? I just wanted to come up and say one thing. I must have missed the day in law school where we learned that pedophiles are above the law if the Dow is rising.
Yes, 100%. 100%. Yes, EQ. Stocks for the rich. Exactly. Yep. No, I mean, that should be the biggest issue. That's why the guy who was up here who said, like, yeah, if he is, found guilty of these things, remove him. But he said it in such a nonchalant manner as if it didn't really matter either way. Like we are talking about like the worst thing a human being can do, just about, right? Like it's in the category of like the just most heinous things ever. And his nonchalant attitude was concerning.
Yeah, that's what I could definitely see. Like with QE, what they were. It's not a kind of like meh sort of response,
right?
That's what he was giving off was like very well. If he's in there, he's in there. Meh. Like you should be furious for these children who are now adults who were harmed in so many different ways.
Right.
Like why are we? You can't look at that as, well, if it happens, no, what? No, that's not the attitude we were looking for. So I can understand, this lack of empathy issue, but I'm sorry, I can't look at those people, those adults, and be like, well, yeah, you're here, so the word's getting out. No, I want justice for them. 1,000%, all of them.
I know, 100%. Yeah.
I mean, and half of these people have decals on the back of their, big lifted trucks of them, like, what's
I know, right?
TikTok friendly way of.
I think I've seen what
hold
you're
on,
talking
let me
about.
just see if hey, Approach, how you doing?
What's up, guys?
Hey, how old are you? I just need to know your age for TikTok US.
45.
Cool. What's up?
What's up? I had a contention about that we're destroying America, and I had a counter argument.
Okay.
Well, I'd argue that what has really been destroying America is 100 years of Democrat legislation.
Okay. What do you mean
I
by
can
that?
explain if you'd like.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I mean, personally, I've been able to trace it back to a man named John William Burgess, who went on to establish the very first school of political science, history, and economics. Okay? So he got his doctorate. Go ahead.
No, I just said okay. Yeah, go ahead. You can keep talking.
Oh, yeah. So he got his doctorate in Berlin, and he studied under German professors like Theodor Mommsen, Hedrich von Trenski, and both of these guys, they rejected natural rights philosophy, like the John Locke, the Montesquieu spirit type of philosophy, right?
Gotcha.
And so he comes back, right, and he teaches out of Columbia University, and he went on to teach people like Edwin Robert Anderson, who went to be the architect of the 16th Amendment, the national income tax. Okay.
Gotcha.
So at the same time, through John Hawkins and institutes like that, they went on to teach people like Edward Dewey, Woodrow Wilson, who went on to do the Federal Reserve, and then these guys brought more people into government, and they started disseminating this philosophy out of the University of Wisconsin. And so now they went and brought more people into government, and eventually the New Left at this point, which I would consider the New Left, went on to create things like the SEC, the FCC, the CIA, the New Deal stuff. And so these were all Democrat entities that were entered into our government that go against things like the contracts clause, the
What do you
equal
mean by Democrat
protection
entities?
clause.
What do you mean by
Well,
Democrat
these were
entities?
created under Democrat. These were Democrat-led policies and under Democrat presidents.
Okay.
So
So what's the net harm? I just want you to kind of land the plane a little bit. What is the harm of the things that you were saying in relation to today?
That we are sure. People argue that we are in late stage capitalism, air quotes. I would argue that we are in mid stage socialism. So these entities are government controlled.
This is socialism?
A mid stage socialism, if you count the consolidation of power into government. Okay, so
where are workers owning the mean of where is this happening?
So first off, when you have a socialist country, if we pay attention to the examples around the world, when you absorb the power into government and you put the smart people in charge of facilitating these programs or these entities within government, logistics, and so on, absolute power corrupts absolutely. So therefore, they're always going to look out for themselves and for their friends. And this is what we see when we take down those barriers called the Equal Protection Clause.
That's not socialism. No? Socialism is where they're owning the means of production. Anything but that is happening right now.
I understand, but see, this is all just a fallacy. This is all just a pipe dream. Because once again, when you put the smart people in charge of running the government, they will always, once again, look out for themselves and for their friends. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, as I said.
And that's what Trump is doing, I believe.
Well, so we can make an argument case-by-case basis on this, if you'd like. But my point is that when we talk about the destruction of America, I'd argue that taking down or creating entities like this in government allow our oligarchies to exist. And I would challenge you to name me one monopoly that exists as a monopoly without government intervention.
Amazon.
So you think that Amazon doesn't get any government intervention whatsoever when it comes to regulation or grants and things, or what's the word I'm looking for? Subsidization in some ways. You don't think they get anything like that?
Well, that's not really what government intervention means in the antitrust space. They haven't been broken up, and in fact have been allowed to gain power.
I talk about regulatory capture, I guess. So what I'm saying is it's very hard now for someone to get into that space. And when the government stepped in and we did C-19 and they had mandates and states remained closed, we lost millions of small businesses, right? And so that allows people like Amazon to flourish. So once again, it's
this
the government
was happening.
stepping in.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
This
please,
has been
go
happening
ahead.
since the 90s, though. Not Amazon specifically, but with online retailers pushing people out of, or pushing small businesses and brick and mortar companies out of physical locations. It's been happening, been a trend since the 90s. It might have been slightly accelerated during COVID.
Well, you can't do that, though. You can't do that without either government intervention or just selling out. Now, that's the American dream. You can build up a business and you can sell, or you can choose not to sell out. So, but sometimes companies are forced to sell or forced to go under because of regulatory capture. We can even go back to AT&T, and any type of big conglomerate agency, or not agency, but corporation like that. You had what was it called?
I'm sorry, can I clarify something real quick? Whenever you say that you can't do that without government intervention, do you mean you can't force other businesses out of business without government intervention?
Yes, you can do it. You can do it by selling out, but if a company has a better product, right, a better service or whatever the case may be, they don't have to sell out. They can advertise, they can find ways to grow. But typically the case is, and maybe I can at least concede to a certain point that it's possible, but in most cases what you'll find is government intervention, and you won't be able to do that without entities like, once again, the FEC, the FDA, the SEC, things of this nature. So That's pretty much my point.
You're saying FEC. I think you mean FTC, which is the antitrust regulatory body.
Well, no. I said the FCC.
Sorry, good job.
Yeah, I know, and that's okay. And then when I said and look, I believe in regulation to a certain extent. If you want to tell people they need to put bathrooms in their facilities, I think this is a good thing. Yes, I mean that's not too bad of a regulation. But when you overregulate, you stifle competition from getting into certain markets, and this is what we see. I mean, just look at the medical industry. It's the most regulated market that exists today, and it's very hard to get into. And I think it should be the most regulated market, but not the way it is existing with. I mean, it's just way overregulated as far as I'm concerned.
So I guess what specific regulations are you talking about that are stopping companies from entering? So I just want to.
Sure.
A lot of the reasons why companies can't get into markets, can't break into markets, is because larger companies, well-established companies, already have a very significant portion of the market share captured. So unless they come in with a brand new idea or brand new product that radically changes the market, like Amazon, for example, they came in with a convenience product, right? And it radically changed the market.
I might give you Amazon as probably the best example you can find out there of a monopoly that exists without too much government intervention, although they have seen some. But see, just like Google had cornered the market in search, right? Well, now we have things like ChatGPT and what else? TikTok even, and so people are finding other ways to search things. Now, they might have sold to Google, or these things happen too. That once again, that's the American dream. They don't have to sell, but what we have found throughout history is these entities within government helping shape and create monopolies. So, I guess my point is that these are all Democrat legislation throughout the last 100 years that has really led to the fall of our country, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I wouldn't say that it's Democrat legislation for one. I mean, the Sherman Act, the Clayton Act, the Federal Trade Commission Act. I mean, all of those things criminalize, or at least assign penalties for monopolization, attempted monopolization.
You mean to stop monopolization, right?
Huh?
Do you mean to try to stop monopolization? So.
Right. So it criminalizes those things.
That's actually a little bit different. But if you're trying to stop monopolization, I'm saying when you put up entities in government that once again kind of take down those shields of the constitutional things, like I mentioned a couple. So the Equal Protections Clause or the Contracts Clause. If you put up entities that really take down those shields for companies or entities or individuals like you and I guess my point is if we're going to talk to what led to the fall of this country, I would put way more on the Democrat legislation over the last 100 years, because all these things I named were Democrat legislation.
So how do these organizations, these government organizations, take down, for example, the Equal Protections Clause? Like what? I guess I'm not really understanding.
Sure. When the government's picking winners and losers in a sense, right? So once again, when you put the smart people in charge of controlling these things, they will look out for themselves and for their friends. And typically they're scratching other people's backs and finding ways to get rich off doing so. This is exactly what we've seen within large corporations, conglomerates within America, and how they got to where they are today, for the most part.
So
just concede.
No.
Just concede. Come on.
I'm wondering. I'm wondering what you mean by the downfall of the country. What specifically are you referring to as the downfall of the country?
Absolutely. So we want to see more people thrive, right? So people are always like, it's the billionaires, but a lot of these guys wouldn't be as big as they are without that government intervention. So I guess
you're saying it's progressive policies. I want to really make sure that we're using these terms correctly. Democrat,
I can agree with that,
but hold on. I think you would understand that a leftist, a progressive, a liberal does not necessarily mean Democrat, though. Those are very different things. Very, very different things.
Absolutely, but I'm saying that when we had people, I've given you the history of people and where they learned from, the rejections of that natural rights philosophy and that matter, and then when you create these things within government that are unconstitutional, like would you agree that the CIA is unconstitutional?
That what is unconstitutional? I'm sorry?
The CIA. The CIA operates as like a fourth branch of government. It's not really held accountable.
I don't understand what this has to do with progressive or leftist policies. I'm just wondering, because leftists overwhelmingly are against billionaires
Roosevelt
and sometimes
was a
even
leftist, for
multimillionaires.
Right?
Huh?
So Roosevelt was a leftist. Very clearly, most historians would recognize him as a leftist.
Are you an objectivist?
No, I wouldn't call myself that at all. But why? Why do you ask?
Well, you're speaking like an objectivist, so I want to know.
No, I'm speaking of just somebody who has looked at the history and done some type of pattern recognition based off of what I see.
What kind of history? The economic or the social history? Or both in tandem?
The history of policy, ma'am.
The history of policy? Okay, what's the history of policy? Tell me that from 1776.
Well, I don't know if you were around for the beginning of this conversation. I don't mind going through what I explained to them before.
I don't need to go through anything. I asked you to tell me the history from 1776.
Well, okay. For instance, do you know when? I'll give you the history, but I'm going to do it in a form of starting with a question, though. Do you know when America surpassed Britain economically? What year do you think it was?
You don't need to start with a history if you know the policy.
So,
what are the major policies decade through decade? It's been about what?
I already went decade through decade with these guys.
Huh?
I already did that with these guys earlier. Ask them.
Oh my God. You all are so insufferable. Who did you vote for?
I voted for the Orange Cheeto Man.
Okay. All right.
You said you were once.
That tells me all I need to know.
Pumpkin, though, look at his bio, though. look at his bio, because he said he once was a never Trumper, and somehow he's gone back on that, which is odd to me.
I don't believe that. I don't believe anyone that says they were a never Trumper and then you vote for Trump. I don't believe that.
Here, let me prove it by showing you this. Actually, I have something.
You don't have to prove anything to me. I don't believe it. You can't choose your beliefs philosophically.
Why were you
just saying? I can prove that I was.
Why were you a never Trumper to begin with?
Well, because I believed the media, right? And so, but the problem is that I also didn't trust my government as I've been reading declassified documents since like the early 2000s, right?
Okay. So, what's the fairness doctrine?
You want me to answer what the fairness doctrine is?
Yes. What does the fairness doctrine dictate?
Well, in 1985, the fairness doctrine ended under Reagan.
No, I asked you. What does the fairness doctrine
to give out an equal amount of balance of media to both sides of the aisle in that matter? Okay.
Okay. Good job. Thank you.
Trust me. I guess I'd say I'm not the one. I don't know. But no, I wanted to look. I really was a never Trumper, guys. Okay. But when I saw the media lying over and over and over and over again, stuff that all I had to do was look past a headline.
What were they lying about him?
Oh, I mean, I can give you many examples if you like.
Yeah. What big things were they lying in regards to Trump?
Well, things. I can start off with small and then get to big. So a big thing would be 51 intelligence officers signing a letter saying that this laptop was Russian disinformation, when we now know, because of the testimony of Erica Jenkins under the Hunter Biden Pew Pew trial, she said that the day before he dropped his laptop off at the repair store, they had a Pfizer warrant for his iCloud information because of suspicious activity reports they were getting from the IRS. Well, so when in that trial, she testified that all the information that Mayor Giuliani released that he got from Project Veritas was absolutely true and not fabricated. Therefore, they had to drop the lawsuit against Mayor Giuliani. So,
you know what? I have to make a value judgment. I still don't believe you, because since the 70s, Donald Trump has been accused of
Slow down,
assaulting
Scottie
women.
Pippen. Slow down, Scottie Pippen. Let's stay on subject here.
Why are you calling her Scottie Pippen?
Well,
wait, why
she
did
did
you?
a pivot maneuver.
there you
So she did a
go.
pivot.
There
She
you
did a
go
pivot
with
maneuver.
the racism. There you
No, it's
go.
because she did a.
You're a woman.
I think
You're
it's
a
very,
black
very
woman who
telling that
knows
you
a
said
whole
Scottie
lot,
Pippen.
so you must be a man because that is
She
what
did
you
a pivot
identify
maneuver.
a black
It's
woman
called a
with
pivot.
who can come
It's
up
called a
against you.
pivot, guys. It's called a pivot maneuver.
No,
I don't know. I think there was more to that. I agree with Pumpkin. I think there was more
You
to
can
that.
think all you want, guys.
Absolutely not. You want to call me
listen.
Scottie Pippen? I can
Yeah,
be
'cause you did a
Michael
pivot
Jordan.
maneuver.
I can be LeBron James.
Well, I called you Scottie
Okay?
Pippen.
You want to try me?
Yeah.
You want to try me?
I do.
Okay.
Listen, man.
I'll be your Huckleberry.
At the end of the day, why are you supporting someone who almost certainly is a P3O who has done the most god awful things to children that one could think of?
Okay, see, the
Because
fact that
he's
you
one
said
as
that
well.
shows how controlled you are by that propaganda. So I
Okay.
was too at one point.
So
I
everything
was absolutely
we saw in
controlled.
the E-Files was fake. That's all fake to you.
Well, if you're referring to 2019, the tip line that people were calling in, nothing that was substantiated nor adjudicated rather, then sure. Other than that, I'd like to see some other type of evidence that you have.
What do you mean the other
This
types
is
of evidence?
just like when I was here last time. This is why you should not debate reality with these people.
Okay, once again, I asked for evidence other than a tip line that was created in 2019 that someone called in.
It's not a tip line. It's not a
That's
tip
what it
line.
was, ma'am.
And you absolutely know that.
Yes,
That's
I
why
know
you're
that.
up here arguing in the first place.
No,
You
ma'am.
know
that's
it's
what I'm
not a
doing.
tip line.
That's exactly what it was. It was a tip line.
Oh,
Look at
please.
Hold on.
Oh,
the tip line of
please.
these women, and there's men also who are as young as single digit years
Yeah,
old. By the way,
2019. Yeah, that's absolutely. And then
hold
so
on.
none of those.
So we're talking about children as young as like 7, 8, 9 who have been.
Yes, that was from a tip line.
Hold on though. All this is from a tip line. No, it's not. There are many more that are not from it.
Show me the file then.
But
Show
it's
it to
weird that you're hold
Show me
on.
the file.
Hold on. You're gonna have to shut the fuck up. It's weird that you're defending it, even though it's clear that they're lying about something. Hold on. Why is it that Trump lied in 2019 saying he knew nothing about Jeffrey at all, but we now found out via the E-Files that in 2008 or 9 or whatever it was, that he did call the police saying we knew all along about him. So the fact that he's lying, the fact that they haven't released the E-Files even though legally they were supposed to, like 45 days ago or whatever it's been, it's odd that you're defending that. It's very odd to me.
So when you put things in certain ways and you can misconstrue the context of what someone is saying something, and even sometimes people misspeak in the way that some people easily are taken out of context, or it makes it easier for them to take out of context. But other than that, so far what we know is the last time Trump that he was on on an airplane or whatever of his, it was 1997. That island wasn't bought until late 1998.
I thought you said it was just a tip line. And now we have facts? Now you're telling us facts?
Well, no, I can prove all this stuff. Listen, ma'am, I got 10 receipts for everything that comes out of my mouth.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No,
Try me.
because literally 5 social media seconds ago, you said that all of these accusations were a tip line. You would be the worst prosecution witness
2019 from a
in
tip line.
history.
Prove me otherwise.
What do you mean? You haven't proved anything.
This was your guys' original claim. I can prove it. I can prove it was from a tip line.
0 plus 0 makes 0. You have 0.
I just want you to tell me.
We have 0.
Ma'am,
I don't give a damn what you're talking about. I don't care.
So
I know you don't care.
Can you tell me? So the Jeffrey E-Files Transparency Act, right? That went into effect. What date was it? November 18th. That's when it was passed, and they had 30 days to release everything unredacted. Can you tell me why it has been since December 18th and they still have yet to fully release them unredacted, even though legally that they were supposed to? Why not?
Well, I mean, Tomodachi yo. Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm talking to my daughter. So,
Oh, please.
anyways.
You weren't talking to anyone before.
That was my daughter. She's from Japan, and we were just.
I don't believe you.
Okay, that's weird. Okay, so anyway, so yeah, absolutely, sir. We can talk about that, right?
Was he talking to a daughter before from the people on the panel? Was he talking to a
I
daughter
never heard him
before?
talk to anyone else. That was the first
Yeah,
time
exactly.
he spoke to
My
somebody
daughter
else.
peeked her head out the back door, and
I don't
said,
believe.
"Hold
We
on
don't
just a
believe
second."
you. That's the thing
You
about
want me to show you a
narcissistic
picture of my
behavior.
Japanese daughter? I can do
I
that.
don't need
No,
you to
we
show me a
certainly
picture.
don't.
No.
It's not about a picture. It's about behavior. It's
Oh my
about
God.
consistency,
You're crashing
which
out.
narcissists do not believe in.
Okay.
Narcissists
I'm going
do
to
not
answer his
believe
question. We can
in
get away from this
behavior
weirdness.
or
Let's
consistency.
get away from
They
the weirdness,
believe
lady. I'm going to answer
in
his
changing the
question.
subject. They believe in talking to someone as
God,
if
I'm
they're
going to go
left.
on mute. Let me know when you guys want me to talk.
We don't ever want you to talk.
I don't really
frankly.
care about someone who's defending this. I really don't.
Well, then I got a question for you then. Okay. So we had Robin L. Rosenberg, right, from the Southern District of New York, a Obama 2014 appointee, stopped the releasing of files, saying that the request fell outside judicial proceedings and also violated several guidelines, and that is why the call to transfer of evidence to New York was denied. Then we have Judge number 2, Engelmeyer, from the Southern District of New York, appointed by Obama in 2011, said that there contained no new information and that it would further be violating certain laws without a sufficient reason of justification to do so. Then we have Berman, right? And that was actually 5 million files, by the way. Then we have Berman from the Southern District of New York, appointed by Clinton in 1998, said it was a diversion tactic from its own releasing in the files because of threats to victims' safety and privacy, right? Even though the victims' names would have been redacted, which that's some bullshit. How do you guys feel about those guys?
I don't give a
we
shit
don't know
who's.
if those are facts. We don't know
Wait.
if that happened.
Hold on, dude. You think I care if Democrats are in there? I'm not defending anyone. You're the one who wants to defend him. I don't give a shit.
This is fun. We're having fun.
You think I care that if a Democrat happens to be in there?
It's very odd you're laughing at this also when we're straight up telling you we want everybody held accountable.
I agree. I agree with you. And I want everybody who looks guilty, who is guilty, to go through the process. And that, and of course, we're all innocent until proven guilty, right?
That's the key word, wants.
But my other question is, did you guys know that Ghislaine Maxwell's nephews worked in the Obama State Department and on his campaign and Hillary's campaign?
I'm not like you. I don't defend somebody just because they're part of a party I happen to vote for.
Of the United States.
Hold on, dude.
Current president of the United States.
So I'm just saying, Xavier and his brother both worked in the Obama State Department.
Quotes,
I'm wondering how you guys feel about that.
President of the United States is in the Epstein files.
Oh God!
He's quoted. He is pictured, and you have just decided to ignore it. I don't care who's in the Epstein files. You know what I think should happen to people who are in the Epstein files? I think that they should be physically castrated because that is the most effective mode of non-recidivism.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
you are 100% right there, actually.
Well put, man. Very well put. Look, guys. Like I said,
You didn't address my comment, by the way.
No, I think I'm good.
You're
you
good
didn't answer
because
me.
you're probably one of them.
You
No, there's not. You think I'm
questions.
defending Democrats? I don't care if Obama's in there. I don't care if Clinton's in there. I don't give a fuck who's in there. They should all be investigated. I don't give a shit. But the thing is, you're not answering about his lies that make it seem very goddamn guilty. When Epstein was arrested in 2019 and Trump said he knew nothing about his wrongdoings or whatever, we know now that's a lie because he called the police after he'd been arrested saying he knew about it. So the fact that he's caught in a lie, numerous lies, by the way, that should cause you for concern, but it's not.
Well, hold on now. As we go down the timeline, I mean, we know that he, later on down the timeline, he kicked Mar-a-Lago. He kicked him out of Mar.
No.
It's really funny when all of you believe in facts. You believe in facts now.
Right,
Now
hey.
you believe in facts.
Hey, Approach, I do need to tell you something very important, though. This is very
Yes, I love
important.
importantness.
Okay,
Yes.
so the chat hates you so much they paid to drop you.
Oh, that's okay.
That was good. Wow, that was a lot of nonsense. But
I don't believe he was a never Trumper and then went to one. I just don't believe it.
None of them are never Trumpers. None of them.
All right. 100%.
I don't understand how they can defend it.
that's what he was doing, right? Never. We were simply saying investigations need to happen. The names, all of this information about who did this, all the participants criminals, let's call them what they are. They're criminals. They committed a crime against children. They need to be held accountable. Again, it doesn't matter what side of the aisle they are on, they fall under the category of P3DOs, and they need to be dealt with expeditiously.
Yes.
And like you said, Pumpkin, there is really only one way to stop them from doing it again, because they most likely already have.
I mean,
100%.
yes, but I also have to I have to really address this very gently. Since the inception of our nation, I mean, slavery was built around economics and everything. But one important part of slavery is that they would bring young Black slave girls out of their, little huts that they built for their mothers, and they would schmexually abuse them. That's what they're used to doing. If one of your favorite movies is Gone with the Wind, you have to acknowledge that young Black girls were used for abuse. That is what our country is built on.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a Christian, if you're a Muslim, if you're Jewish, all of your books include what Jeffrey Epstein did to young women. You have to acknowledge that. And if you're going to stay in those faiths, you either have to come to terms with that. I don't know how you would, or you have to abandon it.
Yeah.
And I think an important way to envision our nation is physics. The second law of thermodynamics is going from a high entropy state to a low entropy state. It's not possible. So if you're at high entropy, it's almost impossible to go to low entropy, which means you need to disperse your energy and enter into a different system.
Yeah.
And that's just it. I mean, we all have to agree that, kind of like I was saying the last time I was on, is that we all need to become the new founding fathers. We need to reread the documents. It's Thomas Paine, Common Sense, Machiavelli, The Prince, Plato, Socrates, rereading our books on logic and modal logic, and coming to a certain kind of consensus. Even if intrinsically you don't believe that people who are a different color are equal to you, you need to come to that consensus publicly.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. Guys, remember, we're looking for opposition, so if you voted for Trump, come on up, hit the request button. Jesse, what's up?
Yo, what up?
Hey, how old are you?
47.
Cool. What's going on?
I just popped in. What up? So, MAGA is destroying America. Okay?
Yeah. Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you disagree with that prompt?
Are we like so? Like, are we physically destroying it?
Wait, what?
Yes, you are physically destroying it.
What?
You're giving people
We're like
cancer.
we're like in the streets, like wrecking buildings and cars and.
Well, I think it was just Thursday. Donald Trump, through executive order and kind of through the Senate, has eliminated EPA regulations, environmental protection regulations, that kept you from getting everlasting chemicals in your food and in the housing materials you build. So Donald Trump is actively giving you cancer.
Now, well, they also defunded a lot of research that we had for cancer as well, which is really odd that they would do that. I'm not sure why anyone would just cut funding for cancer research, but hey,
Have you
I
ever
didn't vote for it.
Have you ever seen studies on?
No.
Cancer coming from eating.
No.
From eating
Don't
what?
deflect.
Eating like
Don't
cows and
deflect.
pigs.
Do not deflect,
What the
Jesse.
Have you ever seen that or heard that?
Don't deflect, Jesse. The president that you voted for
He's asking. Have you ever heard of
has
seen- you ever
eliminated
heard about that?
regulations that kept you from getting cancer. How do you feel about that?
So do I have cancer now?
Don't be so fucking disingenuous, dude.
Oh, she's saying crazy stuff.
It's
I'm not saying crazy stuff.
Actually, Jesse, you might have cancer at this very moment because cancer happens in your cells. And we have white blood cells that can actually destroy a cell that has an odd looking nucleus and is not behaving properly. So yeah, actually you could. Now, if we increase the amount of things like carcinogens, environmental factors you're exposed to, then that could actually lead to a disruption in your DNA, which leads to a disruption in making proteins. And proteins are used to check cells before they become out of control cancerous tumors. So actually you could. You don't know, but you could.
What do you think when it comes to food, what do you think the biggest enemy is in America?
You. MAGA.
When it comes to food?
Yeah, food.
What do you mean the biggest enemy?
Like what causes the most health problems in America?
These are not singular things. This is a very complex issue that's multifactorial. That wouldn't just necessarily be a singular thing that does that. I mean, it would be a combination. Hold on, I'll answer your question. It's going to be a combination of numerous things, including our healthcare system, right? That plays a huge role in it. It's going to play a role in food deserts that we have, and people getting certain food because of that or lack thereof. I would say poverty plays a huge role in it. One socioeconomic class plays.
What do you think about high fructose corn syrup?
But again, we can't blame a singular thing. I'm saying that these.
How do you feel about it?
High fructose corn syrup isn't as bad as getting rid of the regulations against asbestos.
Right.
And I have to say to you, Jesse, I have to say to you, as another person of color, you need to stop acting like this doesn't affect you.
How do you feel about high fructose
corn syrup is no different than cane sugar. Okay, so I don't know what's this issue
cane sugar
about
shit too.
Doug, you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do this with them.
So why do we need sugar in something if our fruits and veggies...
But this is you're getting too far into the trenches here. This isn't really relevant to what we're talking about.
It's not the trenches. You are not telling the truth.
What?
Jesse.
What?
You are not. You can say what all you want. You can be.
So COVID exposed America.
Oh, Gish Gallop.
Oh gosh.
Please don't bring up COVID.
You know it's
I'm
true.
not in the mood to
You know it's
explain
true.
how viruses work to you.
If this was getting into conspiracy theories, this isn't going to happen, man.
You know who was instrumental in bringing up the COVID vaccine? It was Trump. It's your savior.
Hold up, Jesse.
America doesn't have
stop, Jesse. Do you
sugar
think America
problem
is fat?
that causes diabetes.
Jesse. You just said America is fat. Yes or no?
Facts. Facts.
Okay. Why are you okay with having a man, an environmental lawyer with no background in health, serving as the head of the HHS, telling people to eat more saturated fats, which have been studied and shown that they lead to cardiovascular problems, which, by the way, is one of the leading causes of unaliving in America. If you want to talk about diseases and how people are passing away from them, you have to include the fact that now we have a man who's telling everyone to eat more saturated fats, which have shown to have a negative impact on your heart health.
My enemy's sugar. That's what I'm.
Oh my gosh! So you didn't listen to a word I. So by the way, your neurons don't use sugar very well because you can't keep up with me.
Fat's actually pretty good for you.
How? You don't even know how, because you're over here telling me that sugar is the enemy. Your brain cells feed off of sugar. It's their main source of. Oh my gosh! I can't. This is.
You think avocados have good fat in
your
them?
brain is too smooth to have this conversation with me.
You think avocados have good fat in them?
I agree with Alex, because this isn't the topic that we're talking about, and you're getting way too focused on things that aren't relevant to what we are referring to. And yes, I am checking Discord for Peabody said that.
Jesse, your president is destroying this country.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Okay. It's great. It's great that we live in America and you can have that freedom of opinion, right?
Hey, Peabody, we're in Discord. I don't see. Where in Discord are you referring to?
Mm-hmm. Because my black ancestors moved here and fought for you to have a part of the civil rights bill for you to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, for you to say what you say too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course.
Yep.
All right, one second.
Is speaking, she has facts and evidence to back up the fact that he is destroying America at various levels. We were just going over the stats. You probably weren't here, but Doug.
No, I wasn't. What stats did you go over?
He went over all the polling and how a lot of people now are disapproving on things like how Trump is running the economy, immigration, tariffs.
Just guys, this is just who we're arguing with, just to put this in perspective.
You know, and by your squinted eyes, are you blind or legally blind?
I don't even know what that is. That's a video. Can you see that's a video? See the play button?
That's still you. That's still you.
It's a still of your video.
Yeah, I'm probably talking.
This is you.
Yeah, I'm talking to. Yeah, and I'm
I'm
talking.
asking a question that will actually help you. Are you
I got a
blind or
6-pack too
legally
at 47 years old.
Okay, that's fine.
So do
Are
you
you
think I wanna take my
blind
diet
or legally
information from
blind?
you or any of you on here? Because I guarantee I'm in better fit shape than any of you.
Are
Oh,
you
you're in better
blind
shape than me,
or
really?
legally blind?
Facts.
Jesse,
Facts.
how does a muscle contract? If you know so much about being in shape,
Facts.
tell me how a
Facts.
muscle contracts.
Facts.
Do it. Tell me. Tell me the steps.
By the looks of you, dude, I don't think that's actually. I don't think it's accurate that you're in better shape than
I
any
don't
of us.
believe that
You're probably in
either.
worse shape than all of us.
Yeah.
Really? I don't sit down in front of a computer all day.
We
What
don't
are you
either.
doing right now?
What makes you think I do? What makes you think dude? I'm a personal trainer. What are you talking about?
Oh,
I'm a
So-
professor
so-
of anatomy and
you
physiology.
encourage
Me and
people to
Doug
lift
know
weights?
more about your body than you do.
You sit next to him and encourage him to lift weights.
Yeah,
I help
he does.
them reach their fitness
And
goals. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what you do.
wrong
You
with
stand
that?
next to them and watch people work out.
Yeah,
Ew,
I also
that's
work
gross.
out.
Why are you being
I also
derogatory about
work
his
out.
job?
Well, that's what he does.
No, you're
Jesse,
being degrading.
Jesse, you have become less boisterous and more quiet the more information we've given you, which means there's a possibility that you're listening. You have to realize that the person you voted for is not in your best interest. Even if you remain a quote unquote conservative, which I don't believe that exists anymore, but even if you believe that a quote unquote conservative exists. This is not the one for you.
Jesse, I promise I'm
I
in
know.
better
I'm
shape.
hoping
Jesse,
because
I'm in better shape than you. I promise.
I'm
Okay.
hoping Dana White.
I'm in better
I'm
shape
hoping
than you.
Dana White
So
fucking
Doug's
becomes
giving out here,
president.
I'm just showing that I'm in better
giving
shape
it away
than
for
him.
free.
I know
Doug
I'm not
just-
supposed to give in to what he's talking about, but you're not gonna say I'm in worse shape than you.
Bro, how old are you?
I'm 33.
I was doing MMA fights at your age, bro. What are you
Oh my
talking about?
gosh,
I'm
nobody
sure you were, Mindy.
cares. Nobody cares.
This
That's
is
the silliest thing, sir.
do you think,
You're in your
you think you could
40s.
train for MMA
You're in
right
your
now?
40s and you're behaving like a middle schooler.
Do you think
Oh
you
my
could train
goodness.
for MMA right now? You think you could do
Goofy.
You think you could do 3 rounds, 5-minute fight in MMA right now?
So goofy.
Listen, Jesse. Just
answer the
because you're
question. Can you do
so addicted to
Can you do it?
right-wing propaganda,
Can
let
you
me
do
tell
it,
you
bro?
this.
He's trying to raise
People
himself
on the
up.
left,
Can you do it, bro?
people on the left
No, you
have
couldn't.
firearms. And we don't
You
need to
couldn't even
kick you
run
in
a
the
5K,
throat.
bro.
Okay?
You couldn't even run a 5K. I bet your 5K
No
time would be
one
30 minutes.
no one cares about your 5K.
What's your 5K? What's
What
your
we
5K time?
care about is the
What's your
country.
5K time, bro?
What we care about is the
No, I care
persisting
about facts. Anybody
history
can talk the
of
talk,
the
but you gotta
country.
walk the
We
walk.
care about the Constitution.
you?
We
Do
care
you?
about your
Right.
Second Amendment rights.
Yes.
We care about your First Amendment rights,
Who's the only
all of
president?
which
Who's the only
you are
president?
actively trying to give up to sustain more status in society because of your supposed racial leaning. Okay?
And we know for a fact that Trump is in the Epstein files.
Yes.
Trump's the
all
only one that's
time.
addressing
That is
anybody.
exponentially more important than any of this fitness, who's in shape bullshit, right? I care about people
Trump is the
that
only one. Oh, sorry, host.
I care about people that are following the Constitution, that are following the law, those that are not graping children or graping anybody for that matter. I care about that, and you're voting for people that are doing those things.
So there's way more Democrats in the E-Files.
No.
First of all, I don't care who's in it. They all should be investigated. You're the one who doesn't want.
Exactly.
You're the one who doesn't want.
No.
You're the one who doesn't want Trump
Ask
to be
me how I
investigated.
feel. No. If he's guilty, put him away.
Well,
If
why is
anybody's
it that no
guilty, put 'em
Republicans? Why is it that Congress doesn't want to look into it? Why is it that they're trying to run past it?
So here's my question. There's only 2 people that have been arrested, and Trump arrested both of them. In that
Trump doesn't have the power to arrest anybody.
He's the only, during his presidency, the 2 people that are locked up are because of him.
Cool.
Who are
He didn't
those
do
people,
anything.
Cassie?
That has nothing to do.
Wait,
But he's in
Okay,
there
so-
though. He's in the
Why
files.
why didn't Biden? If they had enough,
I know.
evidence to
If he was in it, why didn't
put
Biden
him
release
away?
it? I know. You want to
No.
regurgitate
Why
the
didn't
same old
Biden
fucking
lock
talking
up Trump?
points. You want to regurgitate the same old fucking talking points that you guys all
Does that?
fucking
It's
say.
a simple question.
Do you
They
know
were
the answer
still
to it?
investigating
Yes.
during Biden's term.
Right.
All
They
the while you were criticizing Biden and making fun of him for tripping over people, he was probably tripping over people because he was concerned about these investigations. These investigations have been going on for literally decades.
Yeah, pretty
If you
long.
ever wondered why our domestic essay laws surrounding children have changed, you need a certain address, you can't have internet access, you can't have this or that, it is because the various Democratic administrations have passed federal legislation to make that so. You have to understand this. And Jesse, I feel like you're not talking over me and you're not being quiet because somewhere in your mind, you do understand that. These people that you are with will drag you to hell. And I don't believe in hell.
Do you think
I
I
don't believe
count
in
on the
Satan.
government? Do
I
you
don't
think
even
count on
believe
the
in a God.
government? Hold on. Do you think I count on the government for anything in my life?
Yes.
Oh, I do?
You counted on the government to tell you to vote for Trump.
No.
And let me tell you something.
I just don't like like Kamala's ideologies.
No, you
I don't
didn't.
think you
You
knew her
didn't bother
ideology.
to figure out what Kamala's ideology was.
The far left, I can't get on board.
She is
Listen,
not far left. That's
listen.
She's like
Far left,
center at best.
yes. And right now, I'm center. But I have to tell you something that I told the other panel that I was on. The entropy thing, the second law of thermodynamics, you can't go from high entropy to low entropy. You can't do that. You have to disperse your energy into another system. And our other system may be something besides capitalism. And you have to accept that after this.
So you want
Because you
socialism?
see, wait, you've been quiet thus far. And I think that I can be really nice to you. You have to acknowledge that capitalism has not. This is what capitalism creates. Capitalism creates commodification, and it creates commodification out of absolutely anything you can imagine.
So if you could pick a country, that's better than ours right now, and you would mirror it, what country would that be?
The
Norway.
Yeah, Norway's good, but the best country I have ever lived in was Germany. They acknowledged their faults.
They're Christian.
They got rid of people who got in the way of their faults, and they charged forward. And that's one of the big giant things. You have to acknowledge what you have done wrong to people. You have to get rid of it, you have to compensate them, and you have to charge forward. That is what the United States is about. Progression, charging forward, making sure we can all live
I'm not familiar with Germany. What are they right now?
So Germany is kind of, I would say, like a mix between capitalism and socialism. And they have like, for example, in Germany, there is not a lot of situations in which you can profit from healthcare. Like, of course, people can fly to other countries to get what they want, or fly to other countries to get what they think they need. But Germany, I've lived in Milan, I've lived in Mannheim, I've lived in a lot of places.
Why?
What?
Why?
Why? Well, when I went to Milan, I was in college. I was a classical vocal performance major, so I had to learn basically 8 languages, but 4 languages between my 2 majors. For political science, I had to learn 1 language, and then for my vocal performance major, I had to learn another. So I went to Italy. I had a very kind of racially traumatizing experience from that. And so I went to Germany to get my, major, whatever. And from those 2 countries, I think Germany is the best model for us. Germany had a female prime minister, Angela Merkel, for 8 years. I think it was for like 17 years. The only reason that she quit is because she said she wanted a bigger house for her grandchildren, and she didn't want the German people to pay for it. And so she left. And
I just Googled Germany right now real quick. It's not saying very good things about it.
Well, right now in Germany, just like in the United States and in Italy and in France and in several countries in Africa, there's a huge right-wing populist sort of thing taking over. people kind of are thinking we should go back to our native language, we should go back to our native land. But they don't really remember that their native language and their native land was expanded by other cultures. Do you understand what I mean? Like, do you live in Florida, Jesse?
No, but I like that you brought up cultures. Is there any white American culture?
White America? Of course there is.
What would you say are two greatest culture aspects of America are for the white people?
I mean, as a black person, like, I make lasagna every Sunday. I make gravy every Sunday. I make boxty.
What if I told you probably the two greatest culture things are the highest GDP earners? They basically keep the universities alive so people can be educated. So NBA,
I wouldn't necessarily say that
how do you feel
because
about basketball?
you
Hold on, how
wouldn't
do you feel?
consider Japanese and Chinese culture white.
Hold on. No.
And they also have wonderful
Oh
universities.
my
They
gosh,
also
I
have
didn't even
top.
get to tell you what it is.
Okay.
Basketball and American football. Created by white men.
But those are the
That's your opinion. That's not everyone's opinion. That's an opinion. That's not fact.
Yeah, those are the greatest sports to you.
No. They fund universities, literally fund universities.
They fund universities here in the United States.
Those sports is what I'm saying. People get high education because those sports fund the university.
Out of control tuition costs are what fund the universities.
I'm just letting you know that
Jesse, you have to understand that saying that your country is underperforming in a couple of areas is not saying that your country is terrible.
How many scholarships does basketball give?
Jesse, you have to want to improve your country. There is a saying from our founding fathers, a shining city upon a hill. And I think it was like Thomas Jefferson, he actually included the imagery of a lantern and like a high tower with a window. You can only keep that lantern going if you keep filling it with fuel.
What universities do the greatest minds in the world
you
want to go
have to listen.
Hold on, just answer a question. What universities are sought out by the smartest human beings in the world?
I understand what you're saying. Harvard, Yale, Princeton, American universities. That is fine, but you also have to think what made those American universities the best.
America.
No, it's not just America.
Bill of Rights.
Okay, we're kind of on the track.
Yeah.
What next?
Our freedoms.
Okay, freedom.
That's why people want to come here.
I would ask you, what do you think allowed you to come here? What thing that's not the Constitution or the Bill of Rights?
I was born here, so I don't know what you mean by coming.
All right. What afforded your parents to come here? That's not the Constitution or the Bill of Rights.
My parents were born here.
Okay.
Their parents
all
were
right.
born here.
If you're gonna say that, all right. But in the harbor of one of our biggest, in the biggest city in our nation, the Statue of Liberty, what is inscribed on that? What's that called?
I've been talking about things that I know quite a bit about.
No, it's
so I don't
let me tell you.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me what you want to tell me
It's
about.
called the New Colossus.
Okay.
Give us our I can't remember it exactly right now, but if you look up the New Colossus, Doug, can you look that up and read it?
I'm looking it up right now.
You got it? Cool. Okay.
It's inscribed on the Statue of Liberty. And I have to say, it doesn't say, give me your people with their proper paperwork and their big education. Give me your poor, you're hungry, you're weak, searching for freedom. That is what our country is about.
Who gifted us the Statue of Liberty?
France, after they helped us win the Civil War.
How's France
I mean, not the
doing right
Civil
now?
War,
How's their
the
country doing right
Revolutionary
now?
War.
How's France doing right now?
It doesn't matter how France is doing right now. They helped us win the Revolutionary War.
It does. You're talking about now. You're worried about. You saying America's not great or falling apart.
See, this is the thing. America is a passion project. It's a multi-generational, multi-millennial project. You have to think of America in terms of thousands of years if you want it to thrive.
What is
And you have to
what is living in America right now hindering you from?
I'm a Black American. There are several African countries that are like, move here. We'll give you $10,000 in US. Move here. We'll give you $6,000 in US. There are plenty of countries that want Black Americans to come to them because we have education and we have the knowledge and wherewithal to deal with laissez-faire capitalism. But we stay here.
So why do you stay here?
We stay here, one, because our ancestors built a lot of America, and two, because we absolutely love America. As much as MAGA and the Republican Party made fun of the Negro National Anthem, the Negro National Anthem is lift every voice and sing, till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmony of liberty. Let our voices rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. And that is what we believe in. That is what we believe in. We believe in everyone having equity and everyone having equality. We believe in the nation that is the closest to the Christian heaven that you could get. That is what we believe in, and that is why we are still here. Because there was a time right after slavery when I think it might have been Van Buren. He wanted to send us all to Liberia. And most of us refused to go because our grandmothers, our grandfathers, our forefathers tilled the land and made it possible for us to live on it. You have to love your country enough to look to the future and the past at the same time. You have to be a multi-dimensional being to live here. You have to realize that when you advocate for equity and equality, you're not giving the left a win and you're not giving the right a win. You're giving yourself and your children and your progeny the win.
Pumpkin, I have that poem pulled up. Sorry.
What do you need?
The New Colossus. Mm-hmm.
A poem?
Guys, keep tapping and sharing if you're joining live. Make sure you follow Pumpkin, follow Rukai, and follow Alex and myself. And make sure you guys all subscribe to be on the tube, okay? And click the red follow button on the top left. But yeah, Rukai, if you're trying to show it,
Can
you
you
can.
answer my question, Pumpkin?
What?
What right now in your life?
Well,
do you
first
not like as an American?
let's listen to the New Colossus.
Oh,
let's listen to that.
We just listened to.
And I need you to really listen. This is inscribed on the Statue of Liberty, the thing that greets people coming into our country. Let's listen.
Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here at our sea-washed sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Keep, ancient lands, your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me your poor, your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore, send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door.
That is what we are. We are the golden door.
That guy's got a great
That
voice
is it.
for reading. I liked it.
Somebody commented AI voice or something. What
I
was
don't
that?
care what somebody commented. Did you
That was
listen
funny.
to what he said?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
What did he say?
I don't think you
Who
listened
wrote
at
the
all, man.
poem?
It doesn't
Who
sound like
wrote?
you
Who
listened.
wrote the poem? Who wrote the poem?
It
I'm still
doesn't
waiting.
matter who wrote the poem. That is the world's promise.
I'm still.
That is why so many people come here with no papers and no hope and no availability. They
I mean,
come
we'll give
here.
you. I'm pretty sure you get free citizenship. All you gotta do is sign up for the military.
No, Trump made that illegal.
Oh,
That's
did
how
he?
my father got citizenship.
Yeah.
He fought in the Vietnam War.
So did my dad.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
And so why are we on the same panel? That's the question. Why don't you get it?
Why don't I get what? I'm asking. I'm okay with my life. I'm doing just fine. I'm wondering
It's
what.
not
What are
your
you being hindered? What are
life.
you being
You
hindered?
have to understand
I
that
have children I take care of.
even through evolution of the human species, a big part of the reason we are so successful is because we can collaborate and because we can empathize. I need you to understand that.
Do you want me to fearmonger my kids and be like, "Oh, kids, America's so bad. You can't be anything. You
Did
can't
I
own anything."
say any of that, or did
Yeah,
I
that's-
offer
I don't think you're
you a
listening,
vision
man.
of hope?
No. I'm asking what hinders you right now in America that you hate so much?
You're deflecting.
Who said hate? Where are you get? That's a choice of a word that nobody has said up here. Nobody said anything about hate.
You want to completely change what America's always been.
No, I don't.
What
And
does that
in a way, I'm very sorry. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, Prof. But in a way, I do want to change what
Yeah.
America is about in a very specific way. I want you to understand. Do you know that America is called the land of second sons? All of our founding fathers that came here were not the first sons. And in the English hierarchy, the first sons got all the land, they got all the wealth. So those second sons had to come over here and make their way. And that's what we are all trying to do. We're trying to make our way.
Okay.
And you have to realize that by closing those doors, you're closing the doors to the most aggressive, the most intelligent, the most insightful.
So you're telling me no one in the world can become an American citizen?
That's the whole point. Soft power. Do you know the difference between soft power and hard power?
No, is that what you believe? You believe that nobody? You just said we
Jesse, I'm
closed the door.
asking you a question.
I
Do you
asked
know
a
that?
question first. Do you ever answer questions, or do you just ask a question to deflect a question?
I'm not deflecting you.
Why don't you
I'm
just answer
trying
her
to go
question,
and I'm trying to go in line with what you're saying. There is soft power and there is hard power. Soft power is diplomatic power, handshaking power, food giving power, wealth giving power, medicine giving power. Hard power is atomic bombs. So if at one point, I would say between like the 1960s and 1996, everyone in the world believed that they were an American until they died in another country. Can you imagine if any other country had that kind of hold on people. We had the heaviest hand on people's head because we said, you know what? Until you die, until you come through that shit, until you come through that border, until you come through that state, you're an American. Everyone in the world considered themselves an American until they weren't, which is until the day they died. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine if Iran or Iraq or Afghanistan had that power on us? Everyone is an Afghanistani until they die in America. Can you imagine that? That is the kind of power we had until you elected this president. Everyone in the entire world is an American. And the only reason you're not choosing to be an American is because you haven't applied yet. And the application is very simple. Pay us $30, $35, come over here, say you have asylum status, cross the border at a non-port of entry, we can help you out. And you can come here, you can be an American, you can pay taxes, you can buy a house, your child can go to school, your child can become a doctor, a dentist, a PhD. Do you know how impossible that is in other places? It's insanely impossible in other places, except for here. That is what that golden door statement was about. Come through these golden doors. Make it to the nearest place we can get you, and we'll make sure you become an American. We have the most aggressive, the most intelligent, the most business-minded, the richest, everyone you can imagine. And because of Donald Trump's policies, we no longer have that.
Yep.
Yeah. Because America.
Guys, just FYI, I'm gonna wrap this up here because it's already past midnight my time. Getting a bit tired.
Yeah,
But with that being,
I was
yeah,
about to say.
I know, I'm getting pretty tired. And plus I've been streaming for a while. But did you guys want to have any last words though before I do that? And I do want to find someone to
Get money,
raid.
work out. Yeah, get money, work out.
Steal catalytic converters too, right?
Nah,
Jesse?
you could be fucked, dude. Get the hell out of here with that shit. Anyone else? So Pumpkin, I really appreciate everything that you said. By the way, Rookai and Alex, any last words that you three want to say?
It was nice meeting you, Pumpkin.
Hey guys, let's raid.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Let's raid Jeff. You guys all know Jeff. Let me find his handle. Give me 1 second here. But go ahead and speak. Whoever is speaking.
Yeah, it was nice meeting you, Pumpkin. Unfortunately, that last guy, all of your wonderful, observative, informative words probably went in one ear and out the other.
Jeff from End of
really
Species. Oops. Jeff from End of Species we're rating.
Like, I took an everything shower earlier today, and like, I've cried 2 times in a day. I'm just done. Like, it's over.
I would 100% get that. Guys, End of Species Jeff we are going to raid, okay? Most of you guys probably already know who he is. Great creator. Okay. Yeah, but let me go ahead and bring you down. I really appreciate everything. Wait, then Rookai, did you want to say anything? I don't know if you did or not. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say have a good night.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, take care. And everybody on the tube, make sure you subscribe to me. I see you all watching now. If you don't subscribe, I will find you and make you subscribe. Alex, anything else? You're already gone. Okay, guys, we're raiding Jeff, okay? Jeff from End of Species. That's who we are going to raid. I don't know when I'm going to be live tomorrow, but I will let everybody know Discord. Make sure you guys all join Discord, okay? The link is in my bio. If the link doesn't work, please shoot me a message, okay? So subscribe to me on YouTube. Join Discord. I'll see you guys all tomorrow at some point. Take care. And let's end YouTube. Bye guys. Great live. Take care. So long. Farewell.